Welcome to MrDantello, and thank you for being here. This video features immersive, scary stories from abandoned places and lost locations, created for calm nighttime listening. If you enjoy the video, like, subscribe, and tell us where you're listening from. Make yourself comfortable. Story 1. The abandoned factory conveyor belt moved items that were not there before. I took the night watch job because it paid in cash and asked no questions. That should have warned me. The factory sat at the edge of town, beyond a line of dead fields and a black river that smelled like wet metal. It had closed before I was born. Everyone knew that much. The old iron gate still carried the company name in faded letters, but half of them had fallen away, so from the road it looked like the place had no name at all. I had been staying in a rented room over a tire shop, and the owner had told me about the work while he counted my late rent with a hard face. 3 nights, he said. Maybe more if they like you. Just sit in the office and make sure no one goes in. Who would go in there? I asked. He shrugged. Kids, thieves, men with copper cutters, I don't know. When I got there for the first time, I understood why no one stayed on the job long. The main building was huge, taller than any house in town, with broken windows lining the upper walls like empty eye sockets. A rusted smokestack leaned behind it. Rainwater had stained the concrete black. The parking lot had grass breaking through the cracks, and old loading bays yawned open into darkness. A man named Gorman met me at the gate. He was the property caretaker, though he looked too old to care for much. His coat was buttoned wrong, and he held a flashlight the way some people hold a weapon. "You stay in the front office," he said. "If you hear anything, it's the building settling." I looked at the factory behind him. That sounds like more than settling. He did not smile. It is a large place. He walked me across the yard without speaking again. The gravel crunched under our shoes. Somewhere loose sheet metal knocked against a wall in the wind. A chain swung from an overhead beam near one of the loading docks, clinking gently. The office was just inside the main entrance, boxed in by cloudy glass panels. There was a metal desk, a phone that no longer worked, a stained sofa, and a heater that gave off a weak orange glow. A single lamp stood on the desk. Beyond the office glass, I could see part of the factory floor, wide aisles, support columns, sections of conveyor belts, and shadows hanging in layers. Gorman set a ring of keys on the desk. "Do not go to the lower level," he said. I looked up. There's a lower level? Basement, storage, machine trenches, floods in spring. He paused. "Keep the office door shut after midnight." "Why?" He stared through the glass at the dark factory floor. "Because sound carries." Then he left. I watched his flashlight move across the yard until it vanished beyond the gate. After that, there was only the wind and the ticking heater. I tried to read for a while, but the place had a way of taking hold of my attention. Every few minutes, I found myself looking up from the page to stare at the darkness beyond the office glass. The factory floor was not empty the way I had expected. It was full of shapes that looked almost human until my eyes adjusted. Machinery stood in rows. Hanging hooks swayed from overhead rails. Coils of hose lay in nests on the ground. There were work tables, cabinets, overturned bins, and sections of dismantled equipment. Dust covered everything, but not evenly. Some paths looked cleaner than others, as if things had been dragged there not long ago. At around 10, I heard the first sound. It was a soft, rubbery thump. followed by a faint rolling noise. I sat up and held my breath. The sound came again. Thump. Then a dry mechanical rattle that lasted 3 or 4 seconds before stopping. I remembered what Gorman had said, building settling. But this did not sound like settling. It sounded like movement. I took the flashlight from the desk drawer and stepped out of the office. The beam shook in my hand as I moved across the concrete floor. My own footsteps echoed high above me. The air was cold and carried old smells, oil, dust, damp cardboard, and something sour under it all. The sound had come from the nearest conveyor line, a narrow belt that ran past a packing station and disappeared into the dark beyond a row of support columns. I reached it and stood still. Nothing. The belt was layered in dust except for a strip down the middle. I leaned closer. The strip looked fresh, like something had slid along it very recently. I shined the light up and down the conveyor, then crouched beside the rollers. The machine was dead. No power, no hum, no vibration. Then my flashlight beam fell on an object sitting in a collection tray at the end of the belt. It was a child's red mitten. I stared at it for several seconds before picking it up. It was damp and cold, not with rainwater, but with a kind of chill that made my fingertips ache. The fabric was old and thinning. One side had dark stains that might have been grease. I looked around, suddenly aware of how big the room was and how far I had walked from the office. A mitten was not proof of anything. It could have been there for years. I put it back in the tray and returned to the office. At 11:15, the phone rang. I nearly fell off the chair. The dead black phone on the desk was ringing in the silent office, sharp and clear. I stared at it until the 4th ring, then picked it up. There was no voice at first, only a hiss like tape static. Hello? Something scraped across the line. Then I heard a slow, uneven breath. I pulled the receiver away, my skin crawling. Who is this? A man spoke so softly, I almost missed the words. It started again. The line went dead. I put the receiver down and listened to the empty office. My heart was beating hard enough to make my vision pulse. I told myself it had to be some crossed line, some old wiring, some stupid trick. At midnight, I shut the office door as instructed. I do not know why I listened to that warning after ignoring the one about the basement. Maybe because the voice on the phone had unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. A little after 12:30, I heard the conveyor belt again. This time, it lasted longer. A dry clacking, a slow motor-like shudder, rollers turning one after another down the line. I stood, but I did not leave the office right away. Through the cloudy glass, I could make out movement near the packing station. Something was traveling along the belt. I switched off the desk lamp so I could see better. The darkness outside the office deepened, but the moonlight from the upper windows gave the factory floor a pale gray wash. The conveyor belt was moving. Slowly, jerking in bursts, but moving, and there was something on it. A shape about the size of a shoebox slid forward, stopped, then moved again. I gripped the flashlight and stepped into the dark. The sound of the belt seemed louder now, louder than a machine that old had any right to be. It was not just one line. As I got closer, I heard connected clicks coming from farther back in the factory, as if other rollers had woken up too. The object on the belt reached the tray and dropped in with a hollow knock. I aimed the flashlight at it. It was a lunch pail, blue metal, scratched, bent handle, the kind my father used to carry. I looked up and down the belt. No one. No footprints in the dust except my own. The lunch pail had not been there before. I knew that with perfect certainty. I had checked the tray when I found the mitten. I picked it up. It felt heavier than it should have. The latch was rusted, but it gave way after 2 tries. Inside was a folded paper napkin, a spoon, and half a hard-boiled egg gone gray with age. My stomach tightened. There was also a name scratched into the inner lid, M. Varek. I put the lunch pail down carefully. Somewhere in the dark, another object dropped into another tray. Then another. A metallic clink to my left. A soft thud deeper in the factory. The belts were feeding things forward from places I could not see. I backed toward the office, sweeping the flashlight around. The beam caught only machinery and shadows. Yet every few seconds a new sound came, an item arriving where moments ago there had been nothing. By 1 in the morning, I had counted 7 objects: the mitten, the lunch pail, a work boot with no laces, a pair of broken safety glasses, a wrench wrapped in a strip of cloth, a cigarette tin, and a plain wedding band that spun in the tray for almost 10 seconds before lying still. I should have left then. Instead, I stayed until dawn, sitting in the office with the lamp on and the door locked, listening to the belts wake and sleep in different parts of the building. Every time they moved, something reached the front lines. Small things, personal things, lost things. At 6, Gorman returned. He found me pale and shivering beside the desk. "You saw it," he said. I looked at him. "You knew." He glanced at the trays outside the office. His expression did not change, but his shoulders sank a little. "What are these?" I asked. He entered the office and shut the door behind him. "Things that were not there before." "Don't do that," I said. "Don't speak like that. Tell me where they came from." He lowered himself onto the sofa with a tired grunt. "Years ago, there was a night shift accident. Conveyor lock failed in the packing hall. Fire after that. Electrical. Smoke in the lower level. Men trapped." "How many?" He rubbed his jaw. "Officially, 4. And unofficially?" He looked at me for a long moment. "More than they wrote down." The heater clicked. Outside, morning light crept through the high windows and made the factory seem less impossible. Dust floated in pale bands. The conveyor belt was still again. "Why didn't anyone clear the place out?" I asked. "They tried, then they closed it fast. Cheap settlement, locked records." He gave a dry laugh with no humor in it. "Abandoned places are full of things people do not want counted." I thought of the phone call. "Has this happened before?" He nodded once. "Every few years, then more often. Last month, one tray filled by itself in broad daylight." "What was in it?" He stood up. "Keys." That should have been my last shift. I knew it. But I needed the money, and Gorman doubled the rate when he saw I was thinking of quitting. "Just watch," he said. "Report if anything changes." I asked him if there had been a man named M. Varek. He stopped at the office door and did not turn around. "Yes," he said, "Marek Varek, line mechanic." Then he left me there with the objects laid out on the desk like evidence no one wanted. I spent the day trying to sleep in my rented room, but each time I closed my eyes, I saw things arriving on the moving belt from the dark. Not thrown, not rolling loose, delivered. That evening, I brought a notebook, extra batteries, and a thermos of coffee. I told myself I was approaching it like work now, like something I could record and understand. At 9:40, nothing unusual. At 10:10, one knocking sound from the far west wall. At 10:52, belt line 2 made a brief movement with no object visible. At 11:03, item delivered, a metal badge with no writing left on it. At 11:17, item delivered, one torn sleeve with part of a stitched name. It read only AR. At 11:40, distant sound from basement level. 3 impacts, evenly spaced. I stopped writing after that. A smell had begun to spread through the office, not strong at first, just a trace, like wet ashes after rain. I thought the heater was burning dust, but when I switched it off, the smell remained. At midnight, while I stood at the office glass, a figure crossed the far side of the factory floor. I only saw it for a second. A man, I thought, tall, shoulders bent, moving behind the support columns where moonlight from the upper windows came down in pale strips. He did not walk normally. He moved with a dragging hesitation as if each step had to be remembered. I rushed outside with a flashlight. The beam found nothing. Then I heard the conveyor start again. This time, the sound came not from the nearest line, but from deeper in the building where the old assembly hall opened into packaging. The belt movement spread like a chain reaction. Roller after roller took up the motion until the whole line shuddered alive. I followed it farther than I had gone the first night. Dust rose under my shoes. The light shook over rusted rails and hanging hooks. Overhead, long dead fluorescent fixtures hung crooked, their plastic covers yellow and cracked. I passed old stations where labels still clung to the walls. Stage 4. Q. A hold. Final pack. The letters were peeling. The air grew colder. I found the figure's path by accident. In one cleaner strip of floor, through the dust, there were marks like the toe drags of heavy work boots. The conveyor to my right gave a violent jerk. Something slid into view from the dark. It was a clipboard. The metal clip snapped up and down with each jolt of the belt. Papers were still attached beneath a film of black grime. I pulled it off before it could drop into the tray. Most of the pages had fused together, but the top sheet still showed lines of names and check marks. Night shift, packaging section. I read what I could under my flashlight. Varek, M. Denton, Eli Pruce, Hall Mills, John Karras, T. Reed, T. Weller, N. There were more, but the bottom half was burned. I was still looking at it when I heard a sound directly behind me. A breath. Not over my shoulder, lower than that, closer to the floor. I spun around with the flashlight. At first I thought it was a pile of cloth under a table. Then it moved. A man was crouched there in the dark beyond the beam's strongest reach. He wore a factory jacket covered in soot and dust. His face was turned away. One hand rested flat on the floor. I could not speak. The flashlight trembled over him. His head turned a little, not enough for me to see his features. Then he crawled backward into the dark so smoothly and so fast that I stumbled away in panic. The beam chased him between the table legs and found only concrete, a fallen crate, and dust drifting where he had been. I ran to the office and locked the door. After that, all the belts started moving at once. The sound rolled through the building like a storm of metal. Clacks, rattles, belts dragging, rollers turning in staggered waves. One tray filled, then another, then another. I watched through the glass, frozen, as objects arrived in a steady rhythm. Not junk, not random debris. Personal things, a pocket watch, a comb with several teeth missing, 2 payroll envelopes sealed shut, a photograph curled at the edges, a handkerchief with the letter W stitched in one corner, a set of locker keys on a ring shaped like a fish. I did not leave the office until morning. When Gorman came, I showed him the clipboard and the photograph. The photograph was black and white, or maybe color once, long faded into almost nothing. It showed several men standing on the factory floor beside a conveyor line. They were smiling at the camera. Behind them hung a sign that said 12,000 units without lost time incident. I counted the faces. 7 men. One of them held a blue lunch pail. Gorman looked at the photograph for a long time. "Where did you find this?" he asked. "It came down the line." He nodded slowly, then pointed to one face near the edge. A man with a narrow face and deep-set eyes. Marek Varek. I looked at another face, broad-shouldered, older, wearing glasses. "Who's that?" "Hall Preuss, foreman." I traced my finger over the men one by one. Were these the ones trapped? Gorman hesitated. Some. Some? He took the photograph from me and slipped it into his coat pocket. "You should stop asking." That day I did not go back to my room. I went to the town library instead. The local history shelves were half empty, and most of the factory records had been removed years ago, but old newspapers remained on microfilm. I spent hours scrolling through them. The factory closure got a small article. Fire in electrical housing. Minor smoke spread. 4 injured workers presumed dead after a collapse in service tunnels beneath packaging. Company sites, structural concerns. But 3 days earlier, there had been another article, one much smaller, nearly hidden on the page. Night shift, disruption after line stoppage. Workers report repeated misfeeds on conveyor system. Management blames sabotage and denies rumors of missing inventory. A week later, a follow-up. Family members seek information on workers not listed among injured. Company states records are incomplete due to damage. Incomplete due to damage. That phrase stayed with me. Near closing time, the librarian brought me a box of uncatalogued local donations. "These might have come from the old plant office," she said. "I can't promise." Inside were ledgers, newsletters, and a stack of folded maintenance sheets. One page caught my eye at once because the handwriting was hurried and heavy, pressed so hard it had torn the paper in places. Belt return. Feed active with main off. No source. Found items appear on west line from lower chute check, sub-level, lock. The note was unsigned. Below it, in different handwriting, someone had added, "If it moves again, do not stand near the end trays." I took copies of everything I could before the library closed. That night, rain began just after dark. It struck the high factory windows in waves and drummed on the metal roof hard enough to cover smaller sounds. The office felt more cut off than ever. Water ran down the outside glass in crooked streams. At 11, nothing happened. At midnight, nothing happened. At 12:30, I started to think maybe rain changed things. Then the office door handle moved just once. A small downward press from the other side. I stood so quickly my chair fell back. The handle returned to place. I stared at it, waiting. A minute passed. Then I heard a slow, wet sound moving across the floor outside the office, like soaked cloth being dragged over concrete. It stopped beside the glass panel to the left of the door. I turned my head inch by inch. At first, there was only darkness and my own pale reflection. Then another shape stood behind it. A man was on the other side of the glass. He was so close that I should have seen him clearly, but the panel was cloudy and streaked with age. I could make out the outline of his head, one shoulder, the front of a work jacket. He was leaning toward the glass as if trying to look in. Rain hammered above us. I could not move. One of his hands lifted slowly and touched the panel. It left a dark smear. Then the conveyor started. The figure at the glass turned its head sharply toward the factory floor, as if called by the sound, and then, in a motion so sudden it made me cry out, it was gone, not walking away. Gone. The belt nearest the office jerked alive. A tray rattled. Something landed inside it. With a slap, I forced myself to go look. It was a worker ID card sealed in cracked plastic. The photo had rotted almost white, but the name could still be read. N. Weller. On the back, under the dirt, someone had written with a pen, "We were sent down." My hands went cold. Sent down where? I knew the answer before I admitted it to myself. The basement, the lower level, the place Gorman had warned me about twice. At 1 in the morning, with the rain still pounding overhead, I found the stairs. They were behind a chain-link divider at the rear of packaging, hidden by stacked pallets and old drums. A sign hanging crooked on the gate read, "Authorized personnel only." The padlock had rusted through years ago. The beam of my flashlight showed concrete steps descending into wet darkness. Water dripped steadily from somewhere below. The air rising from the stairwell smelled of mold, stagnant water, and old smoke trapped in stone. I should have turned back. Instead, I went down. The lower level was not one room, but a maze, low ceilings, pipe runs, service corridors, sump pits, electrical cabinets with warning labels peeling off. Here and there, larger chambers opened beneath the production floor where lines and shafts passed overhead. The sound of the conveyor belts came through the ceiling as a deep, rolling chatter. The floor was slick. In some places, muddy water reached the soles of my shoes. My flashlight beam found numbers painted on walls, arrows, old safety posters ruined by damp. There were doors swollen shut, racks of tools turned orange with rust, and bundles of cable lying in black water. Then I found the chute. It rose from the floor at an angle and disappeared into the ceiling, a metal return channel attached to the belt system above. Its access hatch hung open. This was where the note had said the items came from. At the base of the chute lay a heap of objects half submerged in shallow water. I knelt and shined the flashlight over them. Lunch pails, boots, hard hats, gloves, badges, a wedding photo in a frame with the glass broken, dozens of things, maybe more. My chest tightened. This was not where the things had started appearing. This was where they had been gathering. I reached toward a hard hat turned upside down in the water. Before I touched it, something in the dark ahead of me knocked 3 times against metal. The sound echoed through the corridor. I stood up too fast and hit my shoulder on the chute. "Who's there?" I called. My voice died at once. 3 knocks came again, farther away this time. I followed the sound past the chute and into a wider service room where the concrete wall had cracked from floor to ceiling. Burn marks spread black over one side near an old electrical panel. Beyond the panel, a section of floor had collapsed inward years ago, opening into a trench filled with dark water. My light swept the trench. At first, I thought I was looking at broken piping. Then I saw fingers. A hand lay just above the waterline, pale under soot, caught between fallen boards and twisted mesh. The skin was too smooth, too whole, not like a skeleton or old remains. It looked almost living, except for the stillness. I stumbled back. The hand did not move. The water below it rippled. Then, from the far side of the trench, a man rose slowly into the flashlight beam. He wore the remains of a work coat. One side of his face was blackened. His hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. His eyes were open, but they looked wrong, too dull and too fixed, as if seeing through me rather than at me. His mouth moved. At first, no sound came. Then I heard the words, faint and torn, as if spoken through deep water. Line, still running. He lifted one arm and pointed upward toward the ceiling. The conveyor belts above us thundered to life. Every light in my flashlight flickered. The beam dimmed and surged. Around me, objects began to strike the floor from somewhere in the dark corridors beyond, one after another, a rain of dropped belongings. The man by the trench kept pointing. I looked up. Through a grated opening in the ceiling, I could see the underside of the moving return line. Something was passing through it in steady intervals. Not boxes, not machine parts, shapes. Soft, shifting, human-sized shapes forcing along the enclosed belt with each jolt of the rollers. My whole body locked with fear. One of the shapes struck a bend in the line overhead with a heavy thud. The chute beside me shook. The access hatch banged wider. Something inside the return chute began sliding down. I ran. I do not remember much of the route back, only of flashes, my light bouncing off walls, water splashing, the belts hammering overhead, and behind me the grinding rush of something heavy descending through metal channels where no such thing should have fit. When I reached the stairs, the factory floor above sounded alive with movement. I burst through the chain gate and nearly fell. Every conveyor line in sight was running. The belts moved in stuttering waves under dead lights and gray moonlight. Trays rattled, rollers spun, shadows jerked along the lines. Objects dropped into collection bins too fast to count. But mixed among the gloves and lunch pails and metal tools were things that did not belong. A row of damp paper name tags, a bloodless handprint on a clean section of belt, a strip of jacket fabric caught on a roller and winding around it, and on the nearest line, moving slowly toward the front tray, a human arm bent at the elbow, the sleeve burned away. I shouted and backed into a work table. The arm reached the tray and dropped with a wet thump. Then the hand closed, just once. The fingers curled around the edge of the tray. I ran to the office, slammed the door, and pushed the desk against it. Outside, the belts screamed and clattered. Through the glass, I saw shapes moving between the columns, not one or two now. Many men in dark work clothes, bent and limping, crossing and recrossing the floor with the slow purpose of people doing a job they had done too long to stop. One paused under a shaft of moonlight. His face was half gone, but I knew him from the photograph. Marek Varek. He turned toward the office. His mouth opened. The glass fogged from the outside as if many people had leaned near it at once. Then, over the machinery, over the rain, over the rattling trays, I heard voices. Not loud, not shouting, Just the low, broken mutter of workers calling to each other over a line. Feed it through. Watch the return. Down below. Still running. Still running. Still running. The office lights went out. In the dark, I crouched behind the desk and listened to them move around me until dawn bled weakly through the windows. When morning came, everything had stopped. No belts, no voices, no shapes. The factory floor looked dead again. I stayed where I was until Gorman arrived. When he pushed the office door, the desk scraped aside, and I nearly struck him with the flashlight. He took one look at my face and shut the door behind him. "You went down there," he said. "Yes." His expression hardened with something like anger, but beneath it I saw fear. Real fear. "What happened here?" I asked. He did not answer. I grabbed his coat. "What happened?" He pulled free and looked through the glass at the nearest tray. It held a stack of payroll envelopes arranged neatly one on top of another. "There was a stoppage on the nightline," he said quietly. "Product jammed somewhere in the lower return system. Foreman sent men down to clear it. Then there was smoke. Fire in the electrical room. Power cut in part of the building, not all of it. Upper line engaged wrong. Return feed started with men still in the service area." I stared at him. "They got caught in the moving sections?" I said. He shook his head once, as if the truth was worse. "Some got trapped. Some got pulled where no person should have been. The others tried to help. Management was afraid of what an investigation would uncover. There had been safety complaints, lock failures, missing records, unregistered temporary workers." His jaw clenched. "They sealed parts of it, counted only who they had to count." I thought of the things in the lower chute, the belongings, the hands. They were left there. He did not deny it. The silence between us felt filthy. "Why are they doing this now?" I asked. "Maybe they always were." He took a key from his pocket and set it on the desk. It was old, brass, tagged with a faded number. "Locker room key," he said. "Found in my mailbox this morning." I looked at him. "What does that mean?" "It means they still think they're on shift." I left that day and told myself I would not go back. By evening, I was drinking bad coffee in my rented room with all the lights on, trying not to hear the belts in my head. Around 9, there was a knock at the door. The tire shop owner stood outside. He looked uneasy. "Someone dropped this off for you," he said. He held out a payroll envelope. The paper was damp and stained. My name was not on it. The envelope was sealed, but on the front, written in careful block letters, were 3 words: "Night watch, return." I looked up, but the owner was already retreating down the hall, wanting no part of it. Inside the envelope was a photograph, not old, recent, taken from outside the factory office window at night. In the picture, I was inside at the desk, bent over my notebook. And behind me, reflected in the office glass, stood a row of men in work jackets. I went back the next night because I knew with a terrible certainty you feel only a few times in life that if I did not, something would follow me home in a way it had not yet. The gate was open when I arrived. No wind moved, no rain fell. The factory stood under a white moon, every broken window pale. Inside, the office lamp was already on. I had not left it on. The room looked strangely neat. The desk cleared, the sofa straightened. On the desktop lay a single item, the locker room key, Beside it was a paper map of the factory, yellowed and brittle. A route had been marked in pencil from the office to the rear locker hall, then down to the lower return room. At the end of the route, in block letters, someone had written, "Clock out." I took the map and key and followed the route. The locker room was on the east side behind changing stations and wash basins caked with mineral stains. Rows of metal lockers stood under a ceiling webbed with rust. Most doors hung open. Some had fallen off. The numbered key fit locker 214. Inside were folded work clothes wrapped in old newspaper, a comb, a tin of mints, and a small ledger book. Marek Varek's name was written inside the cover. I opened it under the flashlight. Most pages were work notes, roller replacements, motor noise, heat in line 3, lock on west return slipping again. But near the end, the writing changed. Faster, uneven. Foreman says clear the jam and log later. Power should be off. It is not off. Weller heard movement in lower chute before we opened the hatch. Hall says, do it anyway. On the last page was one final line written so hard the paper beneath had split. If we do not come back, stop the line. I stood there in the dead locker room holding the book while a feeling came over me so suddenly it nearly dropped me to my knees. Not fear, something heavier. The shape of what had happened, not just death, not just neglect. A command left unfinished. A job never ended. I took the ledger and went down to the lower level one last time. The route on the map led me through corridors I had not seen before to a control room behind the burned electrical chamber. The door was jammed but not locked. I had to shoulder it twice before it opened. Inside stood old breaker cabinets, relay panels, and a master line control station blackened by fire. Most of it was dead and ruined. But near the center wall was a manual emergency lever, painted red beneath soot. Its label, though faded, was still readable. Return system hard stop. I laughed once, a thin, broken sound, because of course it was there. Of course the thing that should have been used had simply been left buried with everything else. Then the conveyor started above me. The walls trembled. The lower return chute boomed as something large moved through it. In the corridor outside the control room, footsteps gathered. Slow, dragging. More than one pair. I wrapped both hands around the emergency lever. It did not move. I pulled harder. Metal screamed but held. Outside, voices murmured in the old work call rhythm. Closer now. Feed it through. Watch the return. Still running. A shadow passed the doorway, then another. I planted my feet and pulled with everything I had. The lever came down all at once. The whole room shook. Above me, deep in the lines, a violent shudder snapped through the conveyor system. The grinding roar became a series of heavy impacts, then a long descending rattle like chains falling from great height. The footsteps outside stopped. Silence hit so suddenly my ears rang. Then from the lower chute came one final sound, not a machine sound, a long exhale from many tired lungs. I stood there gasping, hands still clamped around the lever. In the corridor, shapes filled the doorway. The men stood shoulder to shoulder, in burned jackets and ruined boots, faces dim in the dark. Some were broken, some soaked, some blackened by smoke. Yet in the stillness after the belts had died, they no longer looked busy or searching. They looked finished. Marek Varek stood at the front. He looked at the lever, then at the ledger book in my hand. His face was clearer than before, though death still lay over it like shadow and water. He gave one small nod. Behind him, the others began to fade, not vanish at once, but thin out the way breath leaves cold glass. Marek was the last to remain. His mouth moved. This time, I heard him plainly. "Thank you." Then he was gone. The corridor emptied. The air changed. The trapped wet ash smell lifted. The silence that remained felt old, ordinary, and empty in the way abandoned places should be. I waited for some new sound, some trick, some sign it was beginning again. Nothing came. By dawn, I had dragged every object from the office trays into the yard. Gorman arrived as I was carrying out the last of them. He looked from the belongings to my face, then to the factory behind me. "It's quiet," he said. "Yes." He did not ask what I had done. Maybe he understood from the way the building stood now, stripped at last of that strained listening feeling it had carried. A week later, workers came to clear the lower level. Real workers this time. Masks, floodlights, equipment. The town pretended it was a drainage and structural survey, but word spread fast. They found remains in places no reports had ever mentioned. They found badges and lunch pails and tools and sealed payroll envelopes. They found enough to make the old newspaper stories look like lies, which they had been. The factory was fenced off after that. Plans were made to tear it down. I was asked once by a man from the survey crew whether I had ever noticed unusual movement in the line systems before they entered. I said no. I do not know why I lied. Maybe because some things sound smaller and meaner when spoken aloud. Maybe because if I told the truth, I would have to hear it in daylight like any other fact. Months passed. I moved out of town. I found another job in a warehouse with bright lights and clean floors and new machinery that hummed the way machinery should. I slept better, mostly, but every now and then, just as I am drifting off, I hear that old factory in my head. The first dry clack of a roller waking, the slow shudder of a belt beginning to move in the dark. And I remember standing alone in the office glass reflection while items arrived from places they should never have remained. Sometimes I dream of the lower chute. In the dream, it is full again, not of bodies, not even of belongings, just envelopes, hundreds of them, sliding one after another into the tray. When I wake, my room is always quiet. Still, I keep one thing from that place in the back of a drawer where I do not have to see it often. The blue lunch pail. I do not know why I took it, maybe as proof, maybe because it felt wrong to leave it for demolition. I opened it only once after everything ended. The egg was gone, the spoon was gone, the napkin had crumbled away. Inside was a folded time card, clean and dry as if freshly printed. At the top was Marek Varek's name. Under shift status, one word had been stamped in red. Completed. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The Abandoned Hotel Registry Book. Had our names written in fresh wet ink. I did not mean to spend the night there. That is the part I still repeat to myself even now because the whole thing feels like a choice I made in a dream. In dreams, you always know something is wrong, but you keep walking anyway. You open the wrong door. You go down the dark hallway. You read the name on the stone. You look under the bed. That night, I kept driving when I should have stopped hours before. My wife Mara was asleep in the passenger seat, her head leaning against the window, her face lit every few seconds by the sweep of our headlights over old road signs and dead trees. Our daughter Ellie was asleep in the back with her stuffed rabbit under one arm and a blanket twisted around her legs. Rain tapped the roof in a steady, tired way that made the whole car feel sealed off from the world. We had taken the long road by mistake. The highway had been closed because of an accident, and my phone had lost signal somewhere in the hills. The paper map in the glove box was old and half-torn, the kind that shows roads that no longer exist and forgets the roads people use now. I had followed one narrow turn after another, promising myself each one would lead to a gas station, a motel, a town, a porch light, anything. But the road only kept getting smaller. At some point, the painted lines vanished. Then the houses stopped. Then even the mailboxes disappeared. We drove between black trees and steep ditches while the rain got harder. The windshield wipers squealed back and forth, and every mile looked exactly like the mile before it. I was fighting sleep. My shoulders ached from being bent over the wheel. My eyes burned. I remember thinking that if I saw any place with a roof and four walls, I would stop there, no matter what it looked like. Maybe that is why I almost missed the hotel. It appeared in the headlights all at once, standing far back from the road behind a rusted iron gate hanging open on one hinge. There was no sign at first, just a shape too large to be a house, too dark to be real, with rows of blind windows staring through the rain. Then I saw the old wooden board by the entrance drive. Hollow Pines. Hotel. Most of the letters had peeled away. One side of the sign had fallen loose and swung slowly in the wind. I drove past it by 20 yards before stopping. The engine idled. Rain slid down the windshield in silver lines. I stared at the place and felt a cold little knot form behind my ribs. The hotel looked empty. Not closed for the season, not in need of repairs. Empty in a deeper way. The front porch roof had collapsed on one side. Tall weeds pushed through the cracked circle driveway. The windows on the top floor were broken, and something pale hung behind one of them like a curtain or sheet. The building had once been grand, I think. It had a wide front entrance with tall columns and a covered drop-off area for cars. But time had sunk its teeth into it. The walls were stained dark from weather. The paint had curled away in strips. The whole thing looked like it was rotting while still standing. Mara woke and lifted her head. "What is it?" "I found a place." She blinked toward the windshield and frowned. "That? It's shelter. It looks abandoned." "I know." She looked back at Ellie, still sleeping, then at the road behind us, just a black tunnel in the rain. "Do you think anyone's there?" "No," I said, "but maybe there's an office, or maybe we can just sleep in the car under the awning until morning." Mara did not answer right away. She rubbed her arms, though the car was warm. "I don't like it." "I don't either." That should have been enough. Instead, I turned the wheel and drove in. The gravel under the tires was soft with mud. Branches scraped the sides of the car as we rolled up the circular drive and stopped beneath the sagging entrance roof. The rain drummed above us. In the near distance, somewhere behind the hotel, I heard water rushing, maybe a creek swollen by the storm. For a moment, none of us moved. Then Ellie stirred. "Are we there?" "Not yet," Mara said softly. "Go back to sleep." Ellie sat up and looked through the wet glass. "What's that place?" "An old hotel," I said. "We're resting for a little while." Ellie peered at it with the serious look children get when they notice something adults miss. "It's looking at us." Mara turned. "Sweetheart, it's just a building." Ellie hugged her rabbit tighter and said nothing else. I took the flashlight from the glove box. "I'm going to check the lobby." "I'm coming with you," Mara said. "Stay with Ellie." "I'm not sitting alone out here." I almost argued, but I was just as unwilling to walk into that place by myself. So we woke Ellie enough to wrap her in the blanket and brought her under the awning between us. The front doors were tall, wooden, and swollen with age. One stood partly open. When I pushed it, it moved with a long groan that echoed inside. The smell hit me first: wet wood, mold, dust, something old and sour underneath, like a cellar that had been shut for years. My flashlight beam cut across a large lobby frozen in decay. Chandeliers hung overhead, thick with cobwebs. The floor tiles were cracked and lifted. A grand staircase rose at the far end and split into two curved arms. Torn wallpaper curled away from the walls like dead skin. There were old armchairs covered in white sheets that had long ago gone gray. On one side was a stone fireplace black with soot. On the other stood the front desk. For an abandoned place, it was strangely untouched. There was dust, yes, rot, water stains on the ceiling. But the furniture was still where it should be. The brass key hooks behind the desk still held room tags. A bell sat on the counter. A vase stood beside it with what looked like dry black stems inside. It felt less like a building people had left, and more like a building people had paused in and never returned to. Our footsteps were loud on the tile. Mara whispered, "We should go. I just want to find somewhere dry. We can stay in the car." I turned the light toward the desk. "Maybe there are old room ledgers. Maybe we can figure out if anyone keeps this place." Ellie tugged on my hand. "Daddy, what is it?" She pointed up the staircase. My beam moved there and found only the landing and the dark hall beyond it. "What did you see?" She shook her head. "Nothing." I wish I had listened to the way she said it. I stepped behind the front desk. There was an old switchboard, a stack of yellowed brochures, a dead fern in a clay pot, and a large registry book lying open near the edge of the counter. It looked far too clean compared to everything around it. Its black cover was cracked, but the open pages were not dust-coated like the others. They looked almost recently touched. Mara must have noticed it too. That wasn't sitting there all this time. I aimed the flashlight down. Across two lines on the page, in dark shining ink that had not yet dried, were written three names: Daniel Wren, Mara Wren, Ellie Wren. For 1 second, I did not understand what I was seeing. My brain tried to make another answer. Another family with our last name, some old joke, some trick of light. Then I saw the small wet bead of ink sliding slowly from the final E in Ellie. Mara grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "No." Her voice was thin and almost gone. I touched the page with one finger. The ink smeared black across my skin. Ellie began to cry. Not loudly, just a frightened, wounded little sound that made the whole lobby feel bigger. I shut the book at once, as if closing it could erase what I had seen. Back to the car. We turned together. The front door slammed shut. The sound was so violent Ellie screamed. Mara spun and pulled at the door handle, but it did not move. I hurried over and threw my shoulder into it. The wood shuddered. The old frame rattled. It did not open. It "It's swollen," I said, though my voice did not sound like mine. "It's just stuck. Open it." "I'm trying." I hit it again. Nothing. The rain outside had become a muffled roar. The hotel seemed to draw around us, holding that sound at a distance. Behind us, somewhere in the upper floors, there was a soft knock. One knock, then another. Then a slow series of knocks moving from one place to another, as if someone was trying room doors one by one. Mara whispered, "Daniel." "I know." "No, Daniel, look." She was staring at the floor beyond my shoulder. I turned the flashlight down. A wet trail crossed the lobby tiles from the staircase to the front desk. Not muddy footprints, not shoe prints at all. It looked as if something soaked had been dragged over the floor. Thin, shining lines of water or ink or both. I followed the trail with the flashlight and saw it disappear behind the desk where the registry lay closed. Ellie buried her face in Mara's coat. I tried the door one more time, then looked around for another exit. There had to be a side door, a kitchen entrance, something. "Stay close to me." We moved past the covered chairs and crossed the lobby toward an archway near the fireplace. The beam caught old paintings on the wall, all landscapes done in dark colors, pines around a lake, a bridge over a ravine, a mountain under clouds. In each one, after a second look, there was a tiny black shape somewhere among the trees or by the water. Not part of the scene. Something standing there. I did not stop. The archway led into a dining room with overturned tables and a sagging ceiling. Broken dishes covered the floor. Beyond it was a service corridor, and at the end, a swinging kitchen door. I pushed through. The kitchen smelled worse than the lobby, heavy with old grease and wet plaster. Pots hung over rusted stoves. A line of cracked plates sat stacked by a sink full of black water. I swept the room with the flashlight until I found a back door. I nearly laughed from relief. Then I tried it. Locked. I set Ellie down on a prep table and searched drawers, hooks, shelves, anywhere keys might be kept. Mara stood close, breathing fast. "Do you hear that?" I stopped moving. At first, there was only the kitchen drip and the far rain. Then I heard it. A pen scratching on paper. Slow, careful, close. It was coming from the other side of the kitchen door. Not the outside door, the door back into the service corridor. Scratch, pause, scratch, scratch. Like someone writing names. Mara backed away from it. "Don't open that." I had no plan to. The sound went on for several seconds, then stopped. In the silence that followed, I could hear something else. Breathing, not ours. A low, patient breath from the hall. Ellie lifted her head. Her eyes were red and wet. "The lady at the desk is mad." The skin on my arms turned to ice. "What lady?" "The one with the black mouth." Mara held Ellie so tightly Ellie made a small protest. "We are leaving, now." I grabbed a heavy iron pan from the stove. It was all I could think to use if someone was in the building with us. I tested the back door again, harder, still locked. The wood around the frame was soft from rot. Maybe I could break it. I stepped back and kicked near the latch. Pain shot up my leg. The frame cracked but held. From the corridor came the sound of the kitchen door swinging open. I turned the flashlight toward it. The doorway was empty, but the floor just beyond it was wet. A line of black footprints led into the kitchen. They were bare human feet, long toes, narrow heels, too dark and glossy to be mud. Each one shone in my flashlight beam as if made of liquid ink. One more print appeared while I watched. Then another, something was walking toward us, and I could not see it except where it touched the floor. I shoved Mara and Ellie behind me and raised the pan. The prince crossed the tiles with slow, unhurried steps. My own breath came sharp and thin. When the footprints were only a few feet away, the hanging pots above the stove began to tremble. One knocked softly against another. The air changed. It turned very cold. So cold I could see my breath in the flashlight beam. Then the pen scratching started again, right beside my ear. I swung the pan wildly through empty space. It struck nothing, but the scratching stopped. At the same time, every pot hanging above us crashed to the floor. Ellie screamed. I dropped the flashlight. It rolled under a counter, spinning light across chair legs and rusted metal and those black, wet footprints now turning, circling, moving behind us. I lunged for the flashlight, snatched it up, and saw a ring of fresh writing appearing on the nearest stainless steel prep table. No hand held a pen. The pen moved by itself. Its nib scratched over the layer of dust and water, writing in careful script. Room 214. Then it dropped. Mara said, "What does that mean?" Before I could answer, something slammed into the back door from outside so hard the whole wall shook. Then again, then a third time. I did not know what frightened me more, whatever was inside with us, or whatever had just reached the door from the dark yard beyond. There was a small window in the top half of the door. Rain streaked the glass. For the shortest moment, a face pressed against it from outside, not a full face, only one eye and part of a cheek, stretched pale and flat by the glass, as if the rest of the head were bent at the wrong angle. The eye was wide open, too white. The mouth, what little I saw of it, seemed dark all the way through. It vanished. Ellie began sobbing into Mara's shoulder. I did the only thing left. "Upstairs." Mara stared at me. "Are you crazy? We can't stay here. You want to go toward whatever wrote that?" "No, I want height, doors, windows, somewhere we can barricade. Come on." We hurried back through the dining room into the lobby. It had changed. I know how that sounds. But the lobby had changed. The chandelier lights were on. Not brightly. They glowed with a weak yellow pulse, several bulbs flickering in and out. The front desk lamp was lit too, throwing a pool of gold over the registry book, which was open again. The white sheets over the chairs were gone. The chairs themselves were upright, though I had not heard them move. A fire cracked softly in the fireplace, though the chimney above was broken and black with rain. There was music somewhere far away, old piano music with several notes wrong, like someone remembering half a tune. And there were people. For one terrible second, I thought the hotel was full. Figures stood around the lobby, dim and blurred, as if seen through smoke. A man in a dark suit near the staircase, a woman sitting in an armchair with her hands folded in her lap, a bellboy by the wall with his head bent. None moved, none looked fully solid. The flickering lights shone through the edges of them. Mara made a broken sound in her throat. I kept the flashlight on them as we crossed the room, but the beam only made them thinner, weaker. They remained where they were, not stopping us, not helping us, watching. At the foot of the staircase, I looked back. The woman in the armchair was now standing beside the front desk. Her face was turned toward us. I could not see her eyes, only dark, hollow places beneath the brim of an old hat. Her mouth was black, as Ellie had said, as if filled with ink. "Don't run," Mara whispered. But Ellie saw her too and cried louder, and then the woman began to move. She did not walk. She slid around the desk with one hand trailing along its edge, leaving a wet black line. I grabbed Ellie and ran. The stairs shook under our feet. The old wood groaned. Halfway up, I glanced back. The lobby figures had all turned toward us at once, every head facing up the stairs. The woman had reached the bottom step, one hand on the rail, the black of her mouth widening. We reached the first floor landing and hurried into the corridor. The hall was long and lined with closed doors. Wallpaper hung in strips. The carpet was rotten and damp. A few wall lamps glowed with the same weak light as below, enough to show room numbers in tarnished brass. 201, 203, 205, 214 was farther down. Of course it was. The piano music drifted up the stairwell and faded behind us. In its place came a new sound from somewhere ahead in the hall. A child laughing. Not Ellie. A small, breathy laugh that ended too suddenly, like a recording switched off. We froze. The laugh came again from behind door 210, then from behind 216, then from the ceiling above us. Mara's nails dug into my arm. We are not going to that room. I did not want to. But every lamp behind us went dark one by one, swallowing the hall in moving blackness. The darkness did not spread naturally. It advanced, a wave of deep shadow passing from lamp to lamp, coming our way. 214, I said. We ran again. At 212, the air smelled sharp and wet, like fresh ink spilled on paper. Door 214 stood slightly open. A warm yellow light showed through the gap. I stopped dead. Someone was inside. I could hear a radio murmuring, could smell clean linen and old soap. For an impossible instant, it felt like stepping out of a nightmare into an ordinary hotel hallway 50 years ago. The darkness behind us reached room 208. Mara pushed past me and shoved the door open. Room 214 was clean, not new. Old-fashioned, worn, faded around the edges, but clean. The bed was made, the curtains were dry. A lamp glowed on the bedside table. There were 2 chairs by the window and a small suitcase rack near the wardrobe. Rain tapped softly against the glass, but the room itself felt sealed and warm. On the bed lay 3 folded towels, 3 small wrapped bars of soap, 3 glasses of water on the dresser, as if waiting for us. Mara stared. No. I got us inside and shut the door. The brass latch slid into place with a heavy click. The hall outside went silent. Ellie trembled in my arms. I set her on the bed. She looked around with huge eyes, not soothed by the room at all. She knows where we are. Who? The lady. Mara checked the bathroom. It was spotless, too, with white tile and an old clawfoot tub. No window large enough to climb through. No second door. I pulled a chair under the knob and dragged the small dresser against the door, though I doubted it would matter if the thing downstairs wanted us badly enough. The radio on the bedside table crackled. It was one of those old wooden sets with fabric over the speaker. No cord plugged into the wall. We all saw that at the same time. Mara stepped away from it. The static grew louder. Then a woman's voice came through, thin and far away. "Welcome back." The radio went dead. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally, I said, "We stay here until morning. The sun comes up, we leave. That's all. This is just a place, an old place. We stay together." Mara looked at me with fear and anger both. Our names were in that book. I know. In fresh ink. I know. Don't say this is just a place. I had no answer. Ellie lay down without being told, still clutching her rabbit. Children do that when they are exhausted beyond fear. Her eyes stayed open, watching the ceiling. Mara sat beside her and rubbed her hair. I stood at the window and parted the curtain an inch. The front drive below was empty, except for our car under the entrance roof. Its interior light was on. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat. I jerked back at once, then looked again. No one. The car was dark. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the hallway, the registry, the lobby had already taken hold of my mind in some deeper way than simple fear. I wanted to believe that. I wanted every terrible thing to have an ordinary explanation waiting at dawn. Then I noticed the fog on the inside of the window. Words had been written there in a finger trail. Don't let her sign you out. I stumbled back so fast I knocked the chair over. Mara rose. What happened? I pointed. The words were already fading as the glass cleared. She saw enough to go pale. Ellie sat up. Who is her? Neither of us answered. After that we kept every lamp on and spoke in whispers, as if the room itself might hear us better if we raised our voices. Time moved strangely there. I checked my watch and found it stopped at 12:17. Mara's phone had no signal, and the battery, though half full in the car, now blinked red and died within minutes. The bedside clock showed 3:40 and never changed. At some point, Ellie fell asleep for real, though her face stayed tense even then. Mara sat with her on the bed. I remained in the chair by the door with the iron pan across my lap like a fool's weapon. The first knock came maybe an hour later, or 5 minutes. I do not know. 3 soft taps, not on the door, on the bathroom mirror. Mara and I both turned. The bathroom light was still on, the door standing half open. In the mirror above the sink, something dark had begun to spread from the lower edge. At first it looked like water rising over glass. Then it thickened, shining black, climbing upward in threads. A face formed in it slowly, features running together as if painted by a hand that kept changing its mind. The woman from the lobby looked out at us from inside the mirror. Her skin was gray, her eyes sunken, her mouth black and dripping. Wet hair clung to her cheeks. One side of her face seemed caved in, as if crushed long ago. She lifted a finger to the inside of the mirror and wrote backward in the black film. Check in is easy, check out is not. Mara made a strangled sound. I leaped up and slammed the bathroom door shut. The latch clicked. At once there came a furious pounding from inside the bathroom, shaking the door in its frame. Ellie woke screaming. The pounding lasted perhaps 10 seconds, then stopped. Silence fell so suddenly, it rang. I stood there with my hand on the knob, sweat running down my back despite the cold. "Daniel," Mara whispered, "what happened here?" I swallowed. I don't know. But I was starting to think I did. Hotels keep records, names, dates, room numbers, arrivals and departures. A place like this is built around keeping track of strangers. If something awful had happened here, maybe it had not simply stained the walls. Maybe it had folded itself into the very act of being written down. Checked in, assigned a room, kept, the registry. Our names in fresh ink. Room 214. Something in this hotel believed we belonged to it now. I moved the dresser and opened the bathroom door just enough to look in. Nothing. The mirror was clean. On the sink, however, lay a single brass room key on a heavy wooden tag. 214. I did not touch it. The next sound came from above us. A bed being dragged across the floor, long scrape, pause, long scrape. It moved from one end of the ceiling to the other and back again. Then footsteps began to pace above us, slow at first, then faster, then running in circles. Ellie hid under the blanket. Mara covered her ears. Dust sifted from the ceiling light and fell onto the bedspread. Then, clear as normal speech, a man's voice spoke from the room above. "Please open the door." I looked at Mara. She stared back in horror. Again the voice, "Please, my wife is hurt." It sounded scared, human, tired. Then a second voice, a woman's, whispering and sobbing. My hand moved before my mind caught up. I was halfway to the door when Mara seized my sleeve. No. What if there are other people trapped here? What if there aren't? The voice overhead changed. It grew deeper without growing louder. "Please open the door, Daniel." Every part of me turned cold. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then one heavy thud landed on the ceiling directly above Ellie's sleeping place, as if someone had jumped down from a great height and remained crouching there, listening. No more came after that. Near what I guessed must have been the deepest part of night, the room began to smell of smoke. Not the fireplace smoke from downstairs. This was sharp and hot and fresh. I checked the bathroom, the lamp cords, even the hall through the peephole. There was no fire. But when I looked through the peephole, I did not see the corridor. I saw the front lobby. The angle was wrong, impossible. Yet the little fisheye view showed the front desk below and the staircase and the woman standing beside the registry book with her head tilted. She raised one hand and pointed straight at me. I staggered back from the door. Mara came over. I would not let her look. The smell of smoke deepened until it seemed caught in our throats. Ellie started coughing in her sleep. At the same time, warm orange light began to flicker under the wardrobe door. I stared at it, not understanding. There was no space under the wardrobe. It sat flat on the floor. Still, the orange light pulsed there, brighter and brighter, while a low crackling started from inside it. Wood burning, fabric catching. Heat spread through the room in a slow wave. The wardrobe doors eased open by themselves. Inside was not the shallow hanging space that should have been there. Inside was the hotel lobby, full of flames. Fire raced along the walls and up the grand staircase. Smoke rolled across the ceiling. Figures ran through it, half seen. Someone shouted for water. Glass exploded. A man in a bellboy uniform fell burning to his knees. On the floor near the desk, people were crawling through smoke toward the front doors, while something dark moved among them, stooping, touching, leaving black streaks on skin and clothes. And by the registry book stood the woman, untouched by fire, calmly writing. Mara saw it too, and backed away with both hands over her mouth. The sounds from inside the wardrobe were real enough to shake the room around us. Screaming, splitting wood, fallen beams. It was not a vision. It was an opening. I understood then in one sick rush that the hotel had burned, not all the way down, not enough to destroy it, enough to kill people inside, enough to leave it ruined and abandoned, and maybe someone had kept writing names while they died. Maybe someone had locked doors. Maybe someone had made sure guests stayed where they were assigned. The woman looked up from the flames and met my eyes. Then she smiled. The black inside her mouth moved like liquid. I slammed the wardrobe door shut. The fire sounds cut off at once. The room went dark except for the bedside lamp. The smoke smell lingered, but lighter now. Ellie was awake again, crying weakly. Mara gathered her up. "We cannot stay until morning." I knew she was right. "If the front doors won't open," she said, "then we find another way, a window, roof access, anything, but not here." Outside the room, the hall was silent when I finally moved the dresser aside. I listened at the door for a long time. Nothing, not even the old building sounds. It was as if the entire hotel was waiting. I opened it. The corridor lamps were lit again. The carpet stretched empty in both directions. No laughter, no footsteps, no creeping dark. I took the brass key from the bathroom sink before we left, though I still do not know why. Maybe because it felt dangerous to leave it. Maybe because some part of me thought a thing that wanted to keep us might also be forced by its own rules. We stepped into the hall. The air was colder than before. The doors along the corridor were all open now. Every room on both sides stood open a few inches, showing strips of darkness inside. As we passed 212, something in the room breathed in. As we passed 210, a bed creaked under shift and weight. At 208, a hand slowly appeared around the edge of the door. Gray fingers, long nails black with ink. It gripped the frame and held there, not reaching farther. We hurried faster. The staircase was visible at the end of the hall. So was the woman. She stood at the top landing, blocking the stairs down. Not the mirror version of her, not the blurred figure from the lobby. This was clearer now, almost solid. She wore an old clerk's dress, dark with stains, and a chain of keys hung from her waist. One side of her neck was burned to a cracked red-black. Her lips, if she had any left, were lost in the wet darkness filling her mouth. Ink or blood or both ran down her chin and onto her collar. In one hand, she held a fountain pen. In the other, the open registry book. She looked at Mara first, then Ellie, then me. "You were late," she said. Her voice sounded like paper tearing. I stepped in front of my family. "Let us out." She lifted the pen. "You signed." We did not. Her head tilted. "The house keeps records." The rooms behind us began filling with sounds, whispering, coughing, crying, doors creaking wider. I held up the brass key. "You put us in 214. Her eyes moved to it. Something changed in her face, not fear exactly, but annoyance. "That room was never yours." I thought of the writing on the window. "Don't let her sign you out." An idea came to me, whole and wild. "Then whose is it?" For the first time, the woman did not answer right away. The hall seemed to lean inward around us. Finally she said, "Unclaimed." I do not know why, but the word gave me a sliver of hope. If the room was unclaimed, if we had been placed there wrongly, maybe there were rules stronger than the ghost wearing them. I gripped the key tight enough to hurt my palm. "Then you made a mistake." The whispers in the open rooms rose as if many people had begun talking at once. The woman's black mouth widened. "No. You wrote our names. You chose the room. If it was wrong, then fix it." Mara looked at me as if I had lost my mind, but she stayed silent. The woman took one slow step toward us. Every lamp in the corridor flickered. "The record stands?" she said. I did the only thing I could think of. I threw the brass key at her, not to hurt her, to make contact, to force a claim. The key struck the open registry book and fell between us with a bright metal clack. The woman recoiled as if burned. The pages of the book began flipping wildly on their own. Wind rushed down the corridor, though all windows were shut. Voices burst from the open rooms all at once, not whispers now, but cries, shouts, pleas, names everywhere. The woman screamed. It was a terrible sound, thin and deep at once, and black liquid spilled from her mouth onto the floor. The pages of the registry stopped on one entry. I only saw it for a second, but I remember it even now. Clerk on duty, Helen Vale room. Assigned 214, her own name, her own room. The key on the floor spun once and slid across the carpet toward her feet. She stared at it with naked horror. Then all the room doors slammed shut at the same time. The force of it shook the hall. The lamps burst. Darkness rushed in. Mara shouted my name. I grabbed her hand with one hand and Ellie with the other and dragged them toward the stairs while the woman shrieked behind us. Something large moved in the dark corridor now, not her. Something made of many footsteps and many voices. The whole hotel had awakened around its own old wound. We hit the staircase and ran down. Below us, the lobby was no longer flickering between now and then. It was both. Firelight and ruin, dust and smoke, ghosts and broken chairs. Figures rushed through one another. Some burned, some were gray with ash. Some simply stood near the desk as if waiting to be spoken to. The chandelier swung overhead. Rain blew through broken windows, though the front doors were still shut. At the bottom of the stairs, the woman dropped from the landing above and hit the floor on all fours ahead of us. Her neck was bent wrong. She lifted her head with a wet crack and lunged. I shoved Mara and Ellie aside. The woman slammed into me with shocking force. We both crashed into the front desk. The registry book flew open. Pens rolled across the floor. Her hands were icy and slick as they seized my coat. Up close, the black in her mouth moved like crawling ink, full of shapes trying to speak. "You stay," she rasped. I snatched the bell from the desk and smashed it into the side of her head. It passed partly through her and partly did not, enough to break her hold. She shrieked and recoiled. Mara was yelling at me from the doors, "Daniel!" The doors were open. I do not know how. Maybe in the chaos the house lost its grip. Maybe something else opened them from outside. Rain blew in through the gap, cold and real and blessed. I grabbed the registry book. That was instinct, not courage. Some animal part of me knew the book mattered. The woman saw and screamed louder than before. She came over the desk after me, fingers clawing the air. I ran for the doorway. Halfway there, hands reached from the lobby figures. Dozens of them. Gray hands, burned hands, soaked black hands. They did not grab to hold me back. They struck at a book, tearing pages loose, smearing ink, pulling at the cover. It came apart in my arms as I stumbled through the open doors into the rain. The instant we crossed the threshold, the hotel went black. No fire, no lights, no figures, only the dead building in the storm. The front door slammed behind us so hard the sound rolled across the grounds. We ran to the car. I fumbled the keys twice before getting the door open. Mara got Ellie into the back seat and climbed in after her. I dropped into the driver's seat, shaking so badly I could barely fit the key into the ignition. The engine started. I reversed down the circular drive so fast the tires spun in mud. The headlights swung across the hotel facade. Every window on the front of the building was full of faces, not pressed close, just there, standing in darkness behind the glass, row after row, watching us leave. Then the car found the road, and we were gone. We did not speak until sunrise. When the first gray light spread over the hills, the rain stopped. The road widened. We found a gas station near a small town just opening for the morning. I parked by the pumps and sat with both hands on the wheel while Mara held Ellie in the back seat and cried without sound. An old man came out to unlock the station. He looked at our mud-covered car, our faces, Ellie's blanket, and asked if we needed help. I asked him if he knew Hollow Pines Hotel. His expression changed at once. "You came from up that road?" "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "That place burned in 1974. I felt my stomach drop, though I had already known. "Night clerk locked people in," he said. That was the story. They never proved it proper, but enough said it. She survived longer than most. Died in one of the upstairs rooms before they got to her. 214, I think. Fire chief said he found the master registry open on the desk with names still being written in it, though no one was there alive to hold the pen. Mara shut her eyes. The old man looked at us more carefully. "You didn't go in there, did you?" I said nothing. He glanced toward the road behind us as if the hotel might somehow be visible from town. Fool place. Folks break in now and then. Some come out saying they saw lights, music, smell smoke. Most don't go back. Best leave it alone. He went inside without asking more. I looked down then and realized my right hand was still stained black from touching the wet ink in the registry. I rubbed it with a napkin from the glove box until the skin turned red. The stain did not come off. In the torn remains of the book on the passenger side floorboard, one page had survived mostly whole. I had not known any pages came with us. Maybe they were caught my coat when I ran. I should have thrown it away at once. Instead, I read it. It was an old guest page from years before the fire, names written in neat, faded lines. But at the bottom, in fresh, wet black ink, one new note had been added. "Checkout denied." Below it, 3 lines waited, not empty. Faint names were appearing there slowly, as if seeping up through the paper from beneath. Daniel Wren, Mara Wren, Ellie Wren. I dropped the page and got out of the car so fast I nearly fell. Mara saw my face and came around the hood while I took the page between 2 fingers and held it over a puddle near the pumps. I lit it with the station lighter from the dashboard. The paper burned quickly, black, curling in on itself. The names twisted and vanished in flame. When it was ash, I stirred the wet remains with my shoe until nothing readable remained. I wished that had been the end. For a while, it almost was. We drove home by afternoon. We said little about the hotel after that day, not because we wanted to forget, but because speaking of it seemed to open a door in the mind. Ellie slept in our room for weeks. Mara woke at the slightest sound. I replaced every old mirror in the house because she could not stand seeing her own face in dim glass after sunset. The black stain on my finger faded after 11 days. I counted. On the 12th night, I woke to the sound of pens scratching, not in the house, in my dream. I was standing in the lobby of Hollow Pines Hotel alone, while rain tapped the high windows and the front desk lamp glowed over the open registry. I could not move toward the door. My feet were sunk ankle-deep in wet carpet. Behind me, the staircase creaked under the weight of someone descending one step at a time. At the desk, the pen moved by itself. Scratch, pause, scratch, scratch. I forced myself awake with my heart pounding. The room was dark and quiet. Then I heard it again. Not dream sound. Real. Very soft. From downstairs. Scratch, scratch. Mara stirred beside me. "Daniel," I whispered, "stay here." I took the hallway light all the way down to the kitchen, every step cold under my feet. The sound was coming from the dining room table. We had left the mail there. 3 envelopes, one for me, one for Mara, one blank, no pen in sight, no moving hand, nothing alive in the room. But on the back of the blank envelope, in fresh black ink still shining under the light, 2 words had been written. "Welcome back." I burned that envelope too. Then I checked every lock in the house and sat awake until dawn. A week later, Ellie came into the living room carrying one of her coloring books. "Daddy, who wrote in this?" My blood ran cold before I even took it. Across a page of cartoon animals and trees in black marker that had soaked through 3 sheets beneath, someone had written a room number over and over. 214, 214, 214, 214. Ellie said very calmly, "The lady told me not to lose my key." Mara began packing that same day. We moved within a month. New town, new rental, new locks. We left most of our old furniture behind, anything with reflective surfaces, anything from that time. For a little while the pressure eased. No writing, no dreams, no wet black marks on glass. I started to think distance had done what fire could not. Then last winter, a business trip sent me through the hills again. I did not mean to go near that road. I did not even know I was close until I saw the sign for the town by the gas station and felt my stomach turn. Snow was beginning to fall, thick and soft. Evening had already darkened the road. I should have turned around and driven the long way. Instead, against my own will, I found myself pulling into the station. The same old man was not there. A younger woman worked the counter. I asked, trying to sound casual, if Hollow Pines Hotel was still standing. She gave me an odd look. "There's no hotel up that road." "Yes, there is." She shook her head. "Not anymore. They tore the ruins down last spring." For one sweet second, I felt such relief, I nearly laughed. Then she added, "Though people still stop asking about it." I stood very still. "Old local story," she said. "They say if the place wrote your name down, it doesn't matter if the building stands or not." I did not answer. Snow was falling harder when I got back in the car. My breath smoked the windshield. I told myself to drive away at once. Then I looked down. On the passenger seat lay a brass key on a wooden tag. 214 wet black ink gleamed across the tag as if just written. My name was on one side, and on the other, in small, careful script, was tonight's date. I do not remember the drive after that, only the headlights on snow and the feeling that someone sat just behind my shoulder in the back seat, patient and silent, waiting for me to turn around. I did not turn around. I made it home before midnight. I did not tell Mara. I did not tell Ellie. I locked the key in my desk drawer and pushed the desk against the bedroom wall like a child trying to block out a storm. It is still there. Some nights, very late, I hear it knocking softly from inside the drawer. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Sometimes, when the house is quiet enough, I hear a page turning too. I have stopped opening any mail without gloves. I do not write our names in guest books anymore. I do not stay in hotels unless I have no choice. And every now and then, in mirrors darkened by evening, I catch the shape of a woman standing just behind me with a book held open against her chest, waiting for me to lean close enough to read what she has written next. I never do. But I know the lines are there. I know the ink is fresh. And I know, with a kind of cold certainty that wakes me night after night, that somewhere beyond walls and roads and the ashes of that burned hotel, room 214 is still clean, still warm, still waiting with 3 towels folded on the bed. For us. Because once your name is entered, the house keeps records. And I do not think it has finished with ours. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The abandoned prison cell doors locked themselves when we walked down the hall. I did not want to go inside the prison. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see the long black shape of it sitting on the hill, the broken fence hanging loose around it, the windows dark like empty eye sockets. It had been closed for almost 30 years. Everyone in the town knew it. Everyone had a story about it. Some said it was too old and too dangerous to keep open. Some said inmates died there in ways the papers never printed. Some said guards used to leave early because they heard voices calling their names from cells that were supposed to be empty. I did not believe those stories. At least, I told myself I did not. There were 4 of us that night. Me, my older cousin Nate, his friend Trevor, and a woman named Elise, who filmed old buildings for her channel online. We were not ghost hunters. That was Nate's favorite thing to say. We were only there to look around, get some footage, and leave, in and out. 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Then we would drive back to town and laugh about how creepy the place looked in the dark. That was the plan. We parked at the bottom of the hill because the old road up to the gate had collapsed in places. The prison stood above us under a low gray sky. It was late enough that the world had gone still, but not so late that the night felt deep. There was a little wind moving through the dead grass. The fence made a dry, clinking sound every few seconds. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once and went quiet. Nate lifted a flashlight and pointed it toward the building. "Still standing," he said. Trevor laughed. "Barely." Elise pulled her hood tighter and checked her camera. "You guys said there was a cell block in the lower wing, right?" "B wing," Nate said. "That's where most of the stories come from." "Then that's where we're going," she said. I looked up at the prison again. It was built from dark stone with narrow windows and a square tower in the middle. It did not look like a place people had once worked in. It looked older than that. It looked like something built to stay after everyone else was gone. "We can still leave," I said. Trevor grinned at me. "You can wait in the car if you want." I should have. Instead, I followed them through a hole in the fence and up the hill. The front entrance had been boarded shut, but one side door had been broken open long ago. The metal frame bent outward, and the lock hung half-torn from the wood. The beam from my flashlight shook a little as I stepped inside. The air was colder than outside and smelled of wet concrete, rust, mildew, and something older beneath all of that. Something sour and stale, like old blankets sealed in a basement for years. Our footsteps echoed down a long intake corridor. The ceiling was high, paint peeled off the walls in curls, old signs still hung in place. Visitation, medical, records. Some doors stood open. Some had fallen off. A plastic chair lay upside down near a desk, covered in dust. Elise filmed slowly, saying nothing now. Even Trevor had gone quiet. That happens in places like that. People joke when they're outside. Once they get in, the jokes end. Nate led us through processing, then past what had once been an office area. We found a room where inmate files had been dumped across the floor. Most had turned to mush from years of rain. We found a mess hall with metal tables bolted to the floor. In the kitchen, pots still hung from a rack above rusted counters. It all felt wrong in a way I could not explain. It was like everyone had stepped out for a minute and never come back. At one point, I turned my light toward a serving window and saw my own reflection in a cracked pane of safety glass. For half a second, I thought I was looking at someone else. We reached a central junction where 3 halls met under a wide arch. A sign overhead, barely hanging on, pointed left to a block and right to B block. Nate nodded right. The hall to B block was narrow and long. Weeds pushed through broken tiles on the floor. Water dripped somewhere ahead in a slow, careful rhythm. Near the end of the hall stood a thick, barred gate with a wheel lock in the center. The gate was already open about 3 feet. Trevor grabbed one of the bars and pushed it wider. It shrieked across the floor. That sound rolled away into the dark and came back softer, like another gate answering from far off. "Elise, get that," Nate said. She was already filming. We passed through and entered B block. It was larger than I expected. 2 levels of cells faced each other across a central corridor, with iron walkways running along the upper tier. The ceiling rose up into darkness, above hanging cages for old lights. Our flashlight beams cut over bars, peeling numbers, rusted locks, and narrow beds fixed to the walls inside the cells. Some cell doors were missing. Some hung open. Some were shut. The whole block had the stillness of a place that had been waiting for us. "Wow," Elise whispered. Her voice echoed longer than it should have. I moved my light across the bottom row. Most of the doors had tiny slots at eye level. Some were open just a crack, and the darkness inside them looked thick, almost solid. Trevor pointed toward the far end of the block. "Death row was down there, right?" Nate shrugged. "I think that's what people say." "People say. That line should have sent me back toward the gate. Instead, we walked deeper into the cell block. At first, nothing happened. We looked into cells. We found old graffiti scratched into paint and concrete, names, dates, tally marks. One wall had a childlike drawing of a house with smoke coming from the chimney. Another had a sentence carved over and over until the letters cut deep into the stone. "Let me out, let me out, let me out." Trevor ran his fingers near it, but did not touch. "That's fake," he said. No one answered him. A few cells farther down, Elise asked me to hold my light still while she zoomed in on a rusted sink bolted beside a toilet. There was something dark inside the sink basin. I leaned closer. It was just leaves and dirt washed in through years of broken glass. But for a moment, I had been sure it was hair. We reached the center of the block where a metal staircase led up to the second tier. As Nate started toward it, there was a loud slam behind us. We all jumped and turned. One of the cell doors we had passed now stood shut. It had not drifted shut. It had slammed hard. Trevor let out a breath and laughed too fast. Draft. No one believed him. There was no wind in that block. Not enough to move a heavy steel door from all the way open to all the way closed. Nate walked back a few steps and pulled on the bars. The door did not move. "Rust," he said. Then another door slammed farther down the row. Then another. The sound of metal striking metal exploded through the block, one after another, near to far, far to near, as if invisible hands were moving beside us, closing every door in order. Bang, 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 bang. Elise gasped and nearly dropped her camera. Trevor shouted, "Okay, not funny." The last door at the end of the row slammed so hard the echo seemed to shake dust down from the ceiling. Silence came back all at once. I could hear my own breathing. Nate tried to laugh, but it died halfway out. Probably the building settling. Then above us on the second tier, a cell door slammed too. We all looked up. No one was there. Another slam came from farther along the upper row. Then another. The sound crossed over our heads, moving cell to cell until every door above us had shut. The final one hit with a deep iron boom that rolled through my chest. Elise whispered, "We need to go." No one argued. We started back toward the main gate at the entrance to B block. I stayed in the rear because I could not stop looking over my shoulder. The row of closed doors looked different now. Before, the block had seemed abandoned. Now, it looked occupied. We were halfway back when the barred gate at the end of the hall swung inward on its own. For one terrible second, I thought that was good, that it was opening wider for us. Then it slammed shut. The crash rang through the block louder than anything before it. Nate ran first. We all did. The beams of our lights shook across the bars and walls as we reached the gate. Nate grabbed the wheel lock and twisted. It would not move. Trevor rammed his shoulder against the bars. The gate shuddered, but held. "It was open," Elise said. "It was open." "I know it was open," Trevor snapped. He put both hands around the bars and pulled with all his weight. Nothing. I shined my flashlight through the gate into the hall beyond. The corridor was empty. Nate cursed and twisted the wheel again. "Come on, come on." Metal screamed under his hands, but the lock did not release. Behind us, somewhere down the row, there was a scraping sound. It was slow, like a chair being dragged over concrete. None of us turned around right away. Then came a soft clang. A food slot opening in one of the cell doors. Then another clang, clang, clang. A chain of little metal sounds traveled down the block behind us. I turned. One by one, the eye-level slots in the cell doors were swinging open. I could not see into the darkness behind them, but I had the clear, horrible feeling that something inside each cell was now looking out. Trevor saw it too. Nope. No. No. He backed away from the gate and looked around wildly. There has to be another way out. "There is a service door at the far end," Nate said. "I saw it on a map years ago." "At the far end?" I said. Another clang from behind us. Then, from one of the open slots, a voice whispered, "Guard." It was so soft I almost thought I imagined it. Then another voice from another cell, a little louder, "Guard." then several more, from all around us, dry and low and broken. Guard, guard, guard. Elise made a sound I had never heard from a person before, a small trapped sound, and backed into me. "We're leaving now," Nate said. He was trying hard to stay calm, but his face had gone gray. We turned and hurried down the corridor toward the far end of B block. I kept my light moving over the cells as we passed. Through some of the open food slots I thought I saw movement. Fingers, maybe, or cloth, or just darkness shifting. In one slot, I caught a pale shape for less than a second. Something like a forehead pressing close to the opening, then pulling back. The block seemed longer now. Our footsteps echoed too many times, as if more people were walking with us than the four of us who had entered. At the far end was a heavy gray steel door with a small wired glass window. Exit was painted above it in faded red letters. Hope hit me so fast it almost made me dizzy. Trevor lunged for the handle. Locked. He hit it with his palm. Locked! Nate pushed him aside and tried. The handle moved a little but would not open. A dead bolt had been thrown from the other side, or the mechanism had jammed years ago. Elise looked back down the block. Her camera light shook with her hand. "Please tell me you can get that open." Nate bent and peered around the frame. "Maybe if we force it." He and Trevor set their shoulders against it and shoved. Nothing. Again. Nothing. The whispers had stopped. That was worse. I turned my light back toward the row of cells. Every food slot was still open. The line of dark holes looked like mouths. Then a figure stepped out from one of the cells halfway down the block. At first I thought it was a man. Then I thought it was only a hanging blanket or some trick of light. Then it moved into the center aisle. It was very thin, too thin, and wore something dark that hung straight down to its ankles. Its head was bent to one side as if its neck had been broken long ago. I could not see its face clearly. The beam of my flashlight touched it, but somehow the light seemed to slide off. It kept walking toward us in a stiff, careful way, with one shoulder higher than the other. Trevor swore and stumbled back from the door. Nate grabbed a loose chunk of concrete from the floor and threw it. The piece passed through the figure, not around it, not above it. Through it. The figure did not stop. Elise began to cry. "Upstairs," Nate said suddenly. "There may be another staircase and another gate." So we ran again. We took the metal stairs to the second tier 2 steps at a time. The whole staircase rattled under our weight. At the top, the walkway stretched narrow and rusted along the cells. The railing on one side leaned outward over the block below. Every cell door up there was shut. As we ran, the doors beside us began to shake. Not all at once. 1, then 2, then 5. Then the whole upper tier trembled with the sound of something striking the doors from inside. Boom, boom, boom. The walkway rang under our feet. I kept hearing that whisper in my head. Guard. I wanted to tell myself it was some prank, some local kids with speakers, some trick of old hinges and air pressure and our own fear. But the thing below had moved through solid concrete. Halfway along the tier, Elise cried out. Her camera had snagged on something. I turned and saw that one of the cell food slots beside her had snapped shut on the camera strap. She pulled. It held. "Leave it!" Trevor shouted. She yanked harder. The strap tore. The camera stayed hanging from the slot, swinging. As we ran on, the camera's little red recording light moved back and forth in the dark like an eye. At the end of the upper tier was another gate, smaller than the one below, but made of the same thick bars. Beyond it was a short bridge leading into an older wing. The gate was open. For one breath, I thought maybe we would make it. Then the gate slammed. It happened so hard the bars sang. Trevor reached it first and shook it wildly. No, 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 no! Nate grabbed the lock wheel, frozen solid. Below us, in the block, I heard footsteps. Not ours. Slow footsteps pacing through the lower corridor. Then another set. Then another. I looked through the bars down into the darkness below the upper walkway. Figures were moving among the cell shadows now. Not one. Several. Thin shapes drifting in and out of my flashlight beam. Sometimes they looked like people in old prison uniforms. Sometimes they were only patches of blackness where the dark had grown deeper. One of them stopped directly under us and tipped its head back to look up. I saw its face then. Its mouth was too wide. The skin around it hung loose and gray. The eyes were open but flat and white, with no shine in them at all. I screamed and stepped back. Nate turned, saw what I was looking at, and his whole body went rigid. Behind us, one of the upper cell doors clicked, then another, then another. The locks were lifting. The doors began to ease open by themselves, not slam, open, as if people inside were stepping out carefully, one at a time. "We jump," Trevor said. We all stared at him. The railing, to the floor below, better than staying here. It was at least 15 feet down onto cracked concrete and scattered metal. We could break a leg. We could break our necks. Behind us, a cell door creaked wider. A pale hand slid around its edge. Trevor did not wait. He climbed the railing and dropped. He hit the floor hard and rolled with a shout of pain, but then he was up, limping. "Come on." Nate looked at me. "You first." My legs almost failed me. I climbed the railing with numb hands. I did not want to look down, and I did not want to look back. I pushed off and fell. The impact burst through my ankles and knees. I bit my tongue and tasted blood, but I was standing. Elise came next, falling badly, crying out when she landed. Nate was last. He almost slipped from the railing because something brushed his shoulder from behind just before he jumped. I saw him jerk in midair and come down hard on one side. Then we were all running again, Trevor limping, Elise barely able to keep up. The figures in the lower corridor had vanished. That was somehow more frightening than seeing them. We passed the gray exit door again, still shut. We reached the main gate again, still locked. Nate shined his light toward the central stair and swore. The figure with the bent head stood there waiting. No face, no details, just enough shape to be wrong. We turned back. "There was an infirmary," Elise said, gasping. "Near intake. We passed it." "So?" Trevor said. "There may be another exit." We had nothing else. We fled out of B block through a side corridor I had not noticed before, a narrow passage between utility rooms and storage cages. The walls closed in. Pipes ran overhead. Water dripped onto the back of my neck from somewhere. Every few seconds, there came a clanging sound behind us, as if someone was hitting the pipes with metal. The passage turned twice and opened into an old laundry area full of dead machines. We crossed it and found a hall lined with offices. Papers swirled across the floor in our wake. Somewhere behind us, a door slammed, then another. Then the sound of running, not our running, something chasing us through the rooms we had just left. We did not speak after that. We only moved. The infirmary was on the left side of the intake corridor, just where Elise remembered. The door had a cracked window with the word medical faded across it. Nate shoved it open, and we spilled inside. Rows of small rooms opened from a central nurse's station. Cabinets stood open. Rusted bed frames sat against walls. The smell in there was worse than anywhere else in the prison, sharp and rotten, like old chemicals and old meat left too long in heat. Trevor gagged. "What is that?" No one answered. At the back of the infirmary, we found another door marked Ambulance Bay. It led into a garage with 2 empty spaces where vehicles had once parked. A rolling metal door faced outside. Hope again. Nate and Trevor grabbed the bottom edge and pulled. It rose 6 inches and jammed. They strained together and got it to a foot, then maybe a foot and a half. Cold outside air slid under it. I could see wet grass beyond. "Enough," Trevor said. "We crawl." He dropped to his stomach and tried to squeeze under. Then he started screaming, not in fear, in pain. He kicked wildly and shoved backward out from under the door. His jacket ripped across the back. 4 long cuts had opened through the cloth and into the skin beneath. Blood spread quickly. "What happened?" I shouted. Trevor rolled over, pale and shaking. "Something grabbed me." There was no one under the door, nothing visible at all. But from outside, just beyond the narrow opening, I heard a soft tapping sound in the metal, like fingernails. Tap, tap, tap. Elise backed away from the garage door so fast she nearly fell. Nate pulled Trevor up by the arm. "We go through intake," he said. "Front entrance. If we can get out the way we came in, we're done." That should have been simple. It was not. When we returned to the intake corridor, the prison had changed. I know how that sounds. I know buildings do not move while people are inside them. But the hall beyond the infirmary was longer than before. The records room was gone. In its place stood a chapel-like room with rows of broken benches we had never passed on the way in. At the far end of the corridor, where the side exit had been, there was only a blank wall painted over in flaking green. Trevor stared at it, clutching his torn back. No, this is wrong. We came in right there." "I know," I said. My voice sounded thin and far away. Nate moved ahead carefully, shining his light over each doorway, as if the walls themselves might lunge at him. "Stick together." We followed the corridor through turns that should not have been there. We found a visitation room with cracked glass dividers and dead telephones hanging from cords. We found a classroom where tiny desks had been stacked against a wall. We found a shower room with a line of drains in the floor and dark stains around them that I tried not to study too closely. The prison was leading us deeper. That was the feeling I could not shake. At one junction, we came to a heavy security door hanging open on one hinge. On the wall beside it, someone had written in old black paint, "You were counted." Elise started sobbing again. Nate took her by the shoulders. "Listen to me. Look at me. We are getting out." She nodded, but her eyes were full of panic. Then, from somewhere nearby, a bell began to ring. A prison bell, sharp and old and mechanical. Once, twice, 3 times. The sound spread through the corridors, waking the whole building. Far away, doors began slamming again. We heard metal bars rattling. Voices rose and fell, too many to make out, layered over each other like a crowd speaking through walls. Trevor whispered, "Count time." Nate looked at him. "What?" "My granddad worked county lockup, remember? They ring for count. Everyone in cells." The bell rang again. Then a voice came over an old speaker somewhere above us. The sound was broken by static, but the words were clear enough. "Return to your cells." The speaker crackled and went dead. We all stood frozen. Then the voice came again from another speaker farther down the hall. "Return to your cells." This time there was something wrong with it. The words stretched at the edges like more than one voice was speaking through the same throat. Doors started slamming around us, near, far, left, right. The prison was closing. We ran. I do not remember every turn after that. Only pieces. A corridor lined with mops and buckets. A stairwell leading nowhere because the lower steps had collapsed. A room full of old lockers with their doors hanging open like mouths. Trevor nearly falling when his leg gave out. Nate carrying Elise's flashlight because she had dropped it. The speaker repeating the same command again and again from all directions. "Return to your cells. Return to your cells. Return to your cells." At some point, we entered an older section beneath the main building. We had not meant to go down there. The floor sloped and the air grew colder. The walls changed from painted block to raw stone. Iron rings were set into some of them. The ceiling dropped low enough that Trevor had to duck. "This wasn't on any map," Nate muttered. The corridor ended at a row of ancient holding cells, smaller than the others, with thick wooden doors reinforced by iron bands. The doors stood open. Straw lay black and damp on the floors inside. I did not want to be there. More than anywhere else, I did not want to be there. At the far end of the row was a narrow stair climbing back up. Above it hung a sign so old it had almost rotted away. Segregation. As we approached the stairs, one of the old cell doors behind us creaked closed, then another. Nate did not even look. "Keep moving." The stairs led to a landing and then to another corridor. This one was lined with modern steel cells again, but larger, and every door was shut. The number plates above them had red stripes painted across them. Maximum security, maybe. At the center of the hall was a guard station enclosed with wired glass. Inside it sat a desk lamp, a stack of ledgers, and a chair facing away from us. The lamp was on. A weak yellow circle of light spilled over the desk. I stopped walking. It was impossible. There was no power in that prison. We had seen no lights anywhere. Yet there it was. Trevor said very quietly, "Tell me that chair was not moving." It was, not much, just a tiny slow turn like someone had nudged it with a foot. Nate raised his light. "Hello?" The chair stopped. No answer. We should have turned back. Instead, Nate stepped toward the station window. When his flashlight beam crossed the desk, I saw fresh paper there. Not rotted, not damp, not covered in dust. Fresh white paper. On top of it lay a ring of keys. My heart kicked hard. "Keys," Elise whispered. Nate reached through the broken lower pane. The second his fingers touched the ring, every cell door in the hall slammed once in perfect unison. The sound was so violent I felt it in my teeth. Nate snatched his hand back, but he had the keys. Then the chair turned the rest of the way around. No one was sitting in it. But something had left wet marks on the seat. A smell rolled out of the guard station then, cold and foul, like a drain opened after years. Trevor backed away. Open something. Open anything. Nate grabbed the first key and jammed it into the nearest cell door. Wrong key. He tried another. Behind us, from the far end of the hall, came the sound of dragging chains. Elise covered her mouth. Nate tried a third key. The lock clicked. He pulled the door open. Inside the cell was not a room. It was a stairwell descending into darkness. I stared at it, unable to understand. A stairwell did not fit there. It could not fit there. But the cold air rising from it was real. The chain-dragging sound came closer. Nate made the choice for all of us. Inside. We crowded into the impossible stairwell. He pulled the door shut behind us, leaving only a thin strip of hall light through the frame before the latch caught. Darkness folded around us. We only had our flashlights again. The stairs went down much farther than they should have. The stone walls narrowed. The air became damp enough that water shone on the steps. I could hear breathing ahead of me, but it was not mine, and it was not coming from the others. It was slow and patient, as if someone below knew we were coming and had all the time in the world. The stair ended at a heavy wooden door studded with black iron. On it, carved deep into the wood, were the words, "Final Hold." Trevor whispered, "Open it." Nate did. The room beyond was circular and built of old stone. It looked older than the prison above, maybe older than the town itself. Iron hooks lined the walls. In the center stood a single chair bolted to the floor facing a drain. Chains lay coiled around its legs. There was one small window high overhead, no bigger than a shoebox, showing a strip of night sky. And there, beneath that window, was a narrow outside tunnel half blocked with dirt and roots where the stone had collapsed. A way out. We rushed toward it. Trevor dropped first and clawed at the dirt. It gave easily, freshly loose, not packed hard by years. Nate joined him. I pulled stones free and roots aside. Elise held the lights. Behind us, from the top of the stair, came a knock on the wooden door. Just one, then another. Slow, polite. Trevor dug faster. "Move, move, move!" The door handle rattled. Nate widened the tunnel enough to see open ground on the other side. Wet grass, cold black air, freedom. "Go!" he shouted. He pushed Elise through first, then me. The earth scraped my back and shoulders as I crawled. For one awful second I got stuck at the hips. I kicked and shoved and felt the dirt shift around me. Then I burst out onto the hillside below the prison wall and rolled into weeds. I turned at once and grabbed for Trevor as he came after me. He made it halfway out, then jerked backward so hard his face smashed into the dirt. Something had him by the leg. He screamed and clawed at the ground. Nate's light flashed inside the hole. I saw Trevor's hands reaching toward me, dirt under his nails, eyes wild. I seized his wrists and pulled. Elise grabbed me around the waist to brace me. For a second he moved forward. Then he was dragged back again. Nate shouted from inside, a sound of pure terror. He threw his weight behind Trevor and pushed. I looked into the tunnel. There was a hand around Trevor's ankle. Gray, thin, human enough to be sickening. Behind it, deeper in the dark, I saw several white eyes shining. I screamed and pulled with everything I had. Trevor came free all at once. His shoes stayed behind. He shot out of the tunnel and hit the ground beside me, sobbing and kicking. Nate came next, scraping through dirt and roots. The instant he was clear, the tunnel behind him gave a deep, cracking sound. Earth collapsed inward and sealed the opening with a rush of dirt and stone. Then all was silent. We lay there gasping in the weeds at the base of the prison wall, too shocked to move. Above us, the building rose black against the sky. Most of its windows were dark, but on the second floor, in one narrow line, lights had come on inside the cells, one after another, a yellow glow behind bars, as if count was finished, as if every occupant was now in place. I pushed myself up and looked around for the others. Elise was on her knees, covered in mud, shaking so hard her teeth clicked. Trevor was clutching his ankle. Red marks circled it above the sock, not cuts this time, but finger-shaped bruises already darkening. "Nate," I said. No answer. I stood. Nate? He had been right behind Trevor, right behind him. I ran to the collapsed tunnel and dropped to the dirt, digging with bare hands until my nails tore. "Nate!" Nothing came back, no voice, no movement, only very faintly from inside the prison wall, a metallic clang, a cell door closing. We called for him until our throats hurt. We dug until we could not feel our fingers. There was no tunnel anymore, only packed earth and stone. At some point, Trevor grabbed my arm and said we had to go. I remember shouting at him. I remember Elise crying that something was moving in the windows above us. I looked up. Shapes stood behind the bars on the second floor. Too many shapes. One of them lifted an arm slowly and pressed a hand to the glass. I stumbled back. We left then. Not because we wanted to, because staying any longer felt like stepping back into a mouth. We ran down the hill, through the fence, across the road, and into the car. Trevor could barely drive, but he did. None of us spoke for the first 10 minutes. We were all listening, I think, half expecting to hear a voice from the back seat asking for count. At the hospital, they treated Trevor's back and ankle. Elise had a fractured wrist from the jump. I had bruises and a sprained knee. We told the police Nate got separated from us in the prison, and we could not find him. Search teams went out at dawn. They found our footprints. They found Elise's camera hanging from the upper-tier food slot in B block. They found blood in the ambulance bay where Trevor had been cut. They did not find Nate. Officially, he is listed as missing. People in town made up their own stories. Some said he ran away. Some said he fell into a shaft or got buried in the lower wall collapse. Some said we panicked in the dark and never saw what really happened. I know what happened. The prison counted us. And when it was done, one of us belonged to it. I never went back. Trevor moved out of state within 2 months. Elise deleted her channel and refused to speak about abandoned places again. For a long time, none of us spoke to each other at all. Maybe we thought saying it aloud would make it return. Years passed. Then, last winter, I got a package with no return address. Inside was a memory card in a plain plastic case, no note. I almost threw it away. Instead, I put it in my laptop. It held one video file, Elise's camera footage. I do not know who mailed it. The police had taken the camera after the search. Maybe it was copied. Maybe it sat in an evidence box until someone cleaned a shelf. I do not know. I only know I watched it. At first, it was what I remembered: intake, kitchen, records room, the walk toward B block. The audio was mostly our breathing and nervous jokes. Then the cell doors started slamming, and the footage became wild and blurry as she ran. I almost shut it off there, but I kept watching. The part on the upper tier where her strap caught in the food slot ended exactly as I remembered. The camera hung there, swinging. The frame tilted down the block. The red light kept recording. For nearly 6 minutes, it filmed an empty section of walkway in the cells opposite. Then things began to move. Cell doors on the far side opened one by one. Figures stepped out, not transparent, not floating. They looked solid in the camera, though wrong in the way old photographs are wrong, too flat and too still while moving. Men in uniforms, men in plain prison clothes, one guard in a dark shirt with a baton hanging from his belt. They walked onto the tier and stopped, each beside a cell facing forward. More came on the lower level below. They stood in lines, waiting. At the end of 6 minutes and 20 seconds, someone walked into frame on the upper tier. Nate. He was not running. He was not fighting. He walked slowly from the darkness at the end of the block as if in a daze. His face was pale and empty. He stopped beside an open cell door 3 down from the camera and turned toward it. I remember gripping the desk so hard my hand cramped. Nate stepped into the cell. The door closed behind him. Then every figure on both levels turned their heads at once toward Elise's hanging camera. I stopped the video so fast my laptop nearly fell. I sat there for a long time in the dark, too afraid to breathe. Finally, after maybe an hour, I made myself open the file again. I thought I should send it to the police. I thought I should copy it. I thought a lot of things. The file was empty, not deleted. Empty. The same runtime, but only black screen and static. I checked 3 times. Nothing. A month after that, I started waking at 3:17 every morning, always the same time. At first, I blamed stress. Then I began hearing a sound in my apartment hallway after I woke. Metal striking metal. Faint, but clear. A slam. Then silence. A few nights later, it happened again. Then again. I live alone on the 3rd floor of an old building with 6 units. There are no heavy doors in that hallway. Nothing that makes that kind of sound. Last week, I woke at 3:17 and heard not 1 slam, but 3, spaced evenly apart. I sat up in bed, listening, frozen. Then came the sound of a small metal hatch opening. A little clang right outside my door. I could not move. Then a voice whispered from the hall, very soft, almost loving. Guard. I stayed in bed until sunrise with the lights on and every blanket pulled to my chin like a child. This morning, when I finally opened the apartment door, there was a scratch mark low on the wood. Not random, not from age. 3 letters, carved neatly through the paint. B-B-L-B block. Tonight, I pushed a chair under the knob, even though I know locks do not matter to what I saw in that prison. I closed every curtain. I unplugged the clock so I would not have to watch it crawl toward 3:17. But I can still feel that place in my mind, waiting on the hill under the dark sky, every cell lit, every door shut, and one space no longer empty. I think about Nate standing in that line, still and silent, counted among the rest. And what scares me most is not that the prison followed me home. It is that each night the sounds come a little closer, as if a hall is forming outside my room, as if doors are closing one by one, as if somewhere just beyond the wall they are making space for me. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The abandoned school bell rang at exactly 3 p.m., though the building was condemned. I took the caretaker job because I was broke, tired, and too embarrassed to ask anyone for help. The ad was posted on a small board outside a grocery store on the edge of town. It was written by hand on yellow paper. Temporary caretaker needed. Old Merrill Hill School property. 3 nights a week. Quiet work. Cash paid weekly. There was a phone number at the bottom. I almost did not call. Everyone in town knew Merrill Hill School. It sat alone behind a line of dead trees at the far end of Bell Street, with its windows covered in plywood and its iron fence bent inward as if something had pushed from the inside. The school had been closed for years after parts of the ceiling collapsed. The town had condemned it. People said mold covered the walls, rats nested in the gym, and rainwater filled the basement every spring. But quiet work and cash paid weekly sounded better than pride. A man named Mr. Vance answered the phone. His voice was flat and dry, like paper rubbing together. "You only need to stay from noon until a little after dark," he said. "Make sure no one goes inside. Teenagers sneak in, scrap thieves too." I told him I had no experience. "You can lock a gate, can't you?" "Yes, that is enough." He gave me the address, though I already knew it, and told me to meet him there the next day. I arrived under a gray sky. The school looked worse up close. It was a long brick building, 3 stories high, with a central tower where the bell used to hang. Ivy had climbed over one side and dried there, brown and brittle. Most of the windows were boarded over, but some upper ones were uncovered, black and empty. The front steps were cracked. A faded sign above the door still read, "Marrow Hill Public School," though half the letters had fallen off. Mr. Vance was waiting by the gate. He was thinner than I expected, wearing a dark coat even though the air was warm. He did not smile when I walked up. He handed me a ring of keys and a flashlight. "The shed has a chair, a thermos, and a logbook," he said. "You sit by the front gate. If anyone comes, tell them the property is closed. If they don't listen, call me." "That's it?" "That's it." I looked toward the school. "You want me outside the whole time?" "Yes." "Not inside?" His eyes moved to the building, then back to me. "No reason to go inside." There was something in the way he said it that made me ask, "Has someone gotten hurt in there?" He was quiet for a second. "The building is not safe," he said. "That is enough to know." He turned as if the conversation was over. Then he stopped and faced me again. "At exactly 3 in the afternoon," he said, "you may hear the old bell ring." I laughed a little because I thought he was joking. He did not laugh. "It sometimes does that," he said. "Do not go looking for the sound." I stared at him. "The bell still works?" The school was condemned. Many things inside should not still work. He put one hand on the gate. "If it rings, ignore it." Then he left. That first day was quiet. The front yard of the school was mostly dirt and weeds. A broken swing set leaned in the far corner near the fence. Crows landed on the roof and watched the grounds. Somewhere behind the building, loose metal knocked softly in the wind. I sat in the little shed by the gate and read an old paperback I found in my bag. Every so often, I looked up at the school. It had the feeling of a place that was listening. At 2:58, I noticed the air had gone still. Not calmer, still. The weeds stopped moving. The crows lifted off the roof all at once, as if startled by something I could not hear. Even the creaking chain on the broken swing stopped. Then, at exactly 3 p.m., the school bell rang. It was loud. Not loud in the normal way. It sounded close to my ears and far away at the same time, like a church bell heard through water. It rang once, then again, each strike slow and heavy, carrying across the empty yard. I stood up so fast my chair tipped over. The sound came from the tower, but that was impossible. I could see the tower windows. One had no glass left. Another was boarded from inside. There was no movement up there, no rope, no person, nothing. The bell rang 7 times. Then the yard was silent again. A minute later, the wind returned. I kept telling myself there had to be some simple answer. Maybe a timer, maybe kids inside playing tricks, maybe metal shifting in the tower. Still, my hands were shaking. When Mr. Vance came back at dusk, I asked him about the bell. He looked almost annoyed. I told you it might ring. How? I don't know. Who keeps it working? No one. That makes no sense. He held out his hand for the keys. You can stop coming if you want. I should have done that. Instead, I said, no, I need the job. He nodded once. Then stay out of the building. The second day was worse because I spent all of it waiting for 3 o'clock. A few kids came by around 1 and dared each other to jump the fence. I told them to leave. One of them, a skinny boy in a red jacket, asked me if I had heard the crying in the 3rd floor windows. I told him to get lost. He grinned, but it looked forced. My brother came here at night once, he said. He said the classrooms still have books on the desks, like the kids just got up and left. His friends pulled him away. At 2:50, I was already standing, staring at the tower. At 3 o'clock, the bell rang again. 7 slow strikes. But this time, after the last one faded, I heard another sound. Running. It came from inside the school. Quick footsteps, many of them, crossing a floor above me. Then a sharp bang like a door slamming. Then silence. I backed away from the main entrance without meaning to. I told myself old buildings make noises. Pipes shift. Birds get trapped. Water drips where it should not. Then I saw movement behind one of the 2nd floor windows. A shape. Small. It crossed from left to right, paused, and was gone. It was not a bird. It was at the height of a child. When Mr. Vance returned that evening, I told him what I had seen. He became very still. You are sure? Yes. 2nd floor? Yes. He looked up at the dark windows. You did not go inside? No. Good. He took the keys from me, then gave them back. Tomorrow, he said, come a little earlier. Why? I want you to check the side doors before noon. Make sure the chains are still in place. I stared at him. You said not to go near the building. I said not to go inside. He left before I could ask anything else. That night, I slept badly. I dreamed of being in a school hallway after everyone had gone home. I could hear a bell ringing somewhere far away. Lockers lined both sides of the hall. Some hung open. Some had numbers scratched into the paint. At the end of the hall was a classroom door with a small wired glass window. Someone was standing on the other side, blocking the glass, not moving, just standing there. When I woke, it was 3 a.m. exactly. I checked my phone because I felt certain the time had to mean something. There were no messages. The room was dark and quiet. Yet I kept hearing, deep in my memory, that bell. The next day, I arrived before noon and walked the grounds. There were 3 side doors on the school. 2 were chained shut. The third, near the old cafeteria entrance, had rusted bars nailed over it. The metal around the frame was warped, and one lower pane of glass was broken. I crouched and looked through. At first I could only see darkness. Then shapes slowly came into view. A narrow hall, green painted walls, a bulletin board hanging crooked, paper scraps on the floor. Farther in, a line of hooks where children once hung coats. The air coming through the broken pane smelled wet and old, like rotten wood and standing water. I was about to stand up when I noticed something on the floor just inside. A small black shoe. Not a modern shoe. It looked old, with a strap across the top, the kind little girls wore in old photographs. It lay on its side in the dust, pointed toward the hall as if it had fallen off while someone was being pulled away. I took a step back. At 3 o'clock, the bell rang again. This time, I was near the building, and the sound was so strong I felt it in my ribs. Dust slipped from a crack over the cafeteria door. Somewhere inside, a chair scraped across a floor. I did not leave. I do not know why. Maybe because fear can make you stupid. Maybe because if you hear impossible things often enough, part of you starts wanting proof. After the 7th ring, I stayed where I was, listening. A sound came from the broken pane, not loud, just a breath of movement. Then, from the dark hall beyond it, a child's voice said, very softly, "You're late." Every part of me went cold. I stepped back so fast I nearly fell. The voice had not sounded playful. It had sounded disappointed. I ran to the front yard and did not stop until I reached the shed. When Mr. Vance arrived, I told him exactly what happened. For the first time since I had met him, his face showed something close to fear. He looked toward the cafeteria side entrance and said, almost to himself, "It started sooner this time." What started? He rubbed one hand over his mouth. "I should not have hired anyone. Tell me what is in that building." For a while he said nothing. Then he sat on the shed step and motioned for me to sit too. "This school closed after the ceiling collapse," he said. "That is the official reason. But long before that, there were stories. Teachers hearing children in empty rooms, bells ringing after the wiring was cut, papers changing places overnight. The usual things people laugh about. That isn't enough for the town to condemn a building. No, it isn't." He looked out at the schoolyard. In 1987, a storm hit during summer break. Heavy rain, lightning. The power went out in most of town. A teacher named Mrs. Alden was here late, cleaning her classroom. She called the police from the office just after 3 in the afternoon. She said she had heard children singing in the halls. He paused. When officers arrived, they found the front doors open. They found wet footprints all through the 1st and 2nd floors. Small footprints, barefoot, but there were no children inside, only Mrs. Alden. What happened to her? She was in room 204, sitting at her desk, dead. I stared at him. "They said it was her heart," he continued, "but one of the officers told my father that her face looked wrong, like she had seen something she could not understand." I swallowed. "Why are you the caretaker then?" "My family handled maintenance here for years. After the school closed, the property was tied up in legal things. The town still pays to keep people out until demolition is approved. He gave a dry little smile. Demolition keeps getting delayed. I looked at the tower. So every day at 3, the bell rings, and no one knows why. He stood up. Stay 1 more week, and I'll double your pay. I should have quit then, too. Instead, I heard myself say, I'll stay. I hated that answer even as I spoke it. On the 4th day, it rained. The school looked blurred and distant through the downpour. Water streamed off the roof and filled the gutters until it spilled over in silver sheets. I sat in the shed wrapped in my jacket, watching the yard sink into mud. At 2:57, the rain weakened all at once. At 2:59, it stopped completely. Clouds still hung over the school, dark and swollen, but no drops fell. The sudden silence pressed against my ears. Then the bell rang. 1, 2, 3. As the 4th strike sounded, I saw figures in the 2nd floor windows. Not one shape, many. Children standing shoulder to shoulder behind the glass. I could not see faces clearly, only pale ovals and dark clothing from another time. Some were taller, some very small. One seemed to have braids. Another stood with his head bent too far to one side. By the 6th ring, I was frozen where I sat. By the 7th, every figure had turned toward the tower as if listening. Then all of them were gone. The rain started again. This time, I called Mr. Vance before dark and told him I was done. He did not argue. Leave the keys in the shed, he said, lock it and go. I should have done that. Instead, just before sunset, I made the mistake that changed everything. I went inside. I wish I could say I had a good reason. I did not. Curiosity is not a good reason. Neither is anger. Neither is wanting to prove to yourself that you are not afraid. The front doors were chained, but one side window near the office had loose boards. I pulled them away and found enough space to squeeze through. The smell hit me first. Mold, wet plaster, dust. Something sour underneath it all, old and trapped. My flashlight beam shook as I played it over the lobby floor. Tiles were cracked and buckled. A faded school crest was half hidden under dirt. To my left was the office window, with shattered glass. Behind it sat rusted filing cabinets and a desk collapsed in the middle. The silence inside was different from outside. It did not feel empty. It felt occupied. I moved down the main hall. Classroom doors lined both sides. Some hung open, others were closed. Water stains spread across the ceiling like dark maps. Children's drawings still clung to one bulletin board beneath layers of grime. A paper sun with a smiling face had melted at the edges from damp. My light passed over a row of hooks on the wall. A tiny blue raincoat hung from one of them. I stopped breathing for a second. The coat looked almost new, clean, dry, impossible. I touched it. The fabric was cold as ice. From somewhere above me came a dull thud, then another. Footsteps. I turned my light toward the stairwell at the end of the hall. The steps vanished into darkness. There should have been no reason to go up. I went up. The 2nd floor hallway was longer than I expected. Lockers on one side, classrooms on the other. The air felt colder. My flashlight flickered twice and steadied. At the far end of the hall hung a clock over the trophy case. Its hands pointed to 3 o'clock. I checked my phone. It was 6:21 p.m. As I stood there, a classroom door on my right slowly opened by itself. Not all the way, just enough to reveal darkness and the edge of a desk. I whispered, "Hello?" No answer. I stepped closer and pushed the door wider. My beam swept across rows of desks, a teacher's blackboard, books swollen with damp, papers scattered over the floor. Then my light found the far wall. Every child in the room had drawn the same picture. The papers were pinned side by side, covering nearly the whole wall. Crayon and pencil drawings of the school bell tower, dark sky, tall windows, small stick children standing underneath. And in every drawing, one window near the top of the tower showed a face looking out. I backed out of the room. Something behind me giggled. Not in the classroom, in the hall. I spun around so hard my flashlight beam jumped across the lockers. For one instant, it landed on a little girl standing halfway down the hall. She wore a dark dress and white socks. Her hair was braided. Her head was lowered so I could not see her face. Then the light slipped. When I found the spot again, she was gone. I ran for the stairs. Halfway there, the bell rang. Not from the tower now, inside the building, louder than ever. The whole school seemed to shudder with the sound. A classroom door banged open ahead of me. Another slammed behind me. Lockers rattled. I heard children laughing, then crying, then reciting something together in sing-song voices, too many to count. I reached the stairwell and almost collided with a boy standing on the landing. He looked about 9 years old. His clothes were soaked as if he had come in from heavy rain. His hair lay flat across his forehead. His skin was so pale it looked gray. His eyes lifted to mine. There was no anger in them, only a terrible sadness. "You should have come when it rang," he said. Then he stepped backward into darkness that should not have been there. The stairwell behind him had become black, deeper than the building could hold. My flashlight did not touch the bottom of it. From that dark came the sound of many wet feet on concrete climbing upward. I turned and ran the other way. I do not remember much of the next minute clearly, only flashes. My shoulder slamming a wall, my light going out. The hallway somehow longer than before, doors opening on both sides, small hands brushing my coat as I passed, cold and dry and very real. I found a window at the end of the hall and hit it with a chair until the glass gave way. I climbed out onto a sloped section of roof and slid in the rain, cutting my palms on gravel and broken shingles. Then I dropped to the muddy ground below and ran to the fence. I did not stop until I was in my car with the doors locked. From there, I looked back at the school through the wet windshield. On the second floor, every window was lit from inside with a dim yellow glow. Figures stood in every one, watching me. The lights went out all at once. I did not tell anyone what I saw, not the police, not my landlord, not the woman at the gas station when she asked why my hands were bleeding. I told myself I was done with Merrow Hill. But the next day, at exactly 3 p.m., while I sat in my apartment with all the curtains closed, I heard the school bell, faint but clear. 7 slow strikes. It should have been impossible. I lived across town. That was when I understood something I still wish I did not know. Going inside had not only shown me the place, it had shown the place to me. That evening, Mr. Vance came to my apartment without calling first. I almost did not open the door, but when I looked through the peephole and saw him standing there in the dark hall, his face drawn and pale, I let him in. "You went inside," he said at once. It was not a question. "Yes." He closed his eyes for a moment. "I told you not to." "I know. What did you see? I told him most of it, not every detail. I left out the hands and the boy in the stairwell because saying those things aloud made them feel too real. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he sat heavily in my kitchen chair. "My father went inside once," he said quietly. "In 1994. He was doing repairs after vandals broke windows. He came home before sunset, packed a bag, and drove away that same night. He never told us why. Years later, when he was dying, he said only one thing about the school." "What?" "He said the bell does not call people in, it calls attendance." The room felt colder. "What does that mean?" He shook his head. "I do not know, but after that day, he never passed the building if he could help it, not even by car." I sat across from him. "What happened at that school?" He looked at me for so long I thought he would not answer. Then he said, "There was a fire that most people do not remember." I frowned. "A fire?" "Not a big one, not enough to destroy the place. It happened in 1958 in a storage room beneath the auditorium. Wires burned, smoke spread through part of the lower hall. The official report said no children were hurt. School resumed in a week." "Official reports," I said. He nodded slowly. "My grandfather worked here then. He said the reports were false." A pressure started building behind my eyes. "How many?" He stared at the table. "6, he said. 6 children were missing after the fire. The town panicked. For 2 days they searched nearby roads, fields, houses, wells. They never found the bodies. Then someone higher up decided there had been a mistake in the count. The missing names were erased from records. Teachers were told to keep quiet. Families were paid to leave town. After a year, almost no one spoke of it. I could hardly breathe. "You're saying 6 children vanished inside the school and everyone covered it up?" "Yes." "Why?" "I don't know. But I thought he did know something more." I leaned forward. "Where were they last seen?" His eyes lifted to mine. "Near the bell tower stairs." That night, after he left, I did not sleep at all. At 2:30 a.m., I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment door, soft, slow, moving back and forth. At first, I thought it was one of my neighbors. Then I realized the steps were too light, child-sized. I sat upright in bed, every muscle locked. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. A small knock came, very polite. Then a girl's voice said from the other side, "You forgot your shoe." I stayed in bed until dawn. When the sun came up, I opened the door. There was nothing there except a patch of muddy water and one tiny black shoe with a strap across the top. The same kind I had seen through the cafeteria door. I threw it in the trash behind the building and went straight to Mr. Vance's house. He answered, looking as if he had not slept either. Before I could speak, he said, "It came to you too." I nodded. He stepped aside and let me in. On his kitchen table lay old folders, yellowed maps, and copies of newspaper clippings. He had been digging through records all night. "I found something my father kept," he said. "A floor plan from before the school was remodeled." He spread the paper flat. The building's old layout was different from the current one in small ways, but one section near the tower had been heavily marked in pencil. "This stairwell here," he said, pointing, "used to continue down below the first floor, to a storage area under the stage and tower base. After the fire, this lower section was sealed off." "Why?" He looked at me. "That is what I think we need to find out." I almost laughed because the idea was insane. Go back? Into that place? But the bell was already in my head. Even while standing in his warm kitchen, I could almost hear the first strike waiting. If we go in, I said, we go in before 3 and we get out before 3. He did not answer right away. Then he said, yes. We returned to Merrill Hill just after noon. The sky was clear, which somehow made the school look worse. Sunlight showed every crack, every stain, every sag in the roofline. Nothing hid in shadow. The building looked dead in full daylight, and that made what lived in it feel more certain. We entered through the same loose boards by the office. Mr. Vance carried a stronger flashlight and a crowbar. I brought nothing but my phone and a deep sense of regret. Inside, the air was colder than outside by at least 10 degrees. We moved quickly through the lobby toward the hall near the tower. I was here once as a child, he said quietly as we walked. My father brought me while he checked boilers. I remember the bell rope then. It hung in a locked room at the base of the tower. Does it still? No. The room was bricked over in the 70s. We reached the tower corridor. The walls here were darker with age and water damage. Old trophies lay smashed in a cabinet. A mural of smiling children had peeled so badly that their faces looked eaten away. At the end of the hall stood a narrow metal door. I had not seen it before. Mr. Vance touched it and frowned. This should lead to the old janitor's stairs. The handle did not turn, but the frame had rusted loose at one side. He wedged the crowbar in and forced it open with a shriek of metal. A stairwell waited behind it, steep and close. It went down. The smell from below made my stomach tighten at once. Damp stone, ash, stagnant water, and under it something sweet and rotten, like flowers left too long in a sealed room. We descended in silence. Our lights found old concrete walls blackened in streaks, maybe from smoke, maybe from mold. At the bottom was a landing with another door, this one wood reinforced with metal straps. It stood slightly open. Mr. Vance pushed it. The room beyond had once been storage. Shelves lined the walls, collapsed now under the weight of fallen plaster. A rusted boiler pipe crossed the ceiling. Water dripped somewhere in the dark, and on the far wall, half hidden by a sheet of old insulation, was a section of brick newer than the surrounding stone, a sealed space. Mr. Vance whispered, "Dear God." I did not answer. Something had been built shut there in a hurry. The brickwork was uneven. Cement had spilled down the sides. At the base, in the dust, lay several small objects. I crouched and picked one up, a marble, blue glass, cloudy with age. Next to it was a metal lunch token, a hair ribbon turned stiff with dirt, and a child's name tag with the writing almost gone. Mr. Vance stared at the wall. They were here. A sound came from above us, one deep metallic strike. We both froze. I looked at my phone. 2:43 p.m. That can't be right, I whispered. Another strike echoed down the stairwell. 2:44. It started early, Mr. Vance said. Then from the other side of the bricked wall, something knocked back. Once, twice, 3 times. Not loudly, weakly. My whole body seemed to stop working. Mr. Vance took one step backward. "We need to go." But before we moved, a child's voice came through the wall, not muffled enough. We were counted absent. Then another voice. We waited. then more, layering over one another, calm and small and terribly near. The smoke came first. No one opened the door. We rang. We rang. We rang. The bell above us exploded into sound, not 7 slow strikes now, a wild, endless clanging that shook dust from the ceiling and made the pipe overhead scream. The floor trembled under our feet. Mr. Vance grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the stairs. As we reached the landing, the storage room behind us filled with movement, small feet slapping wet concrete, fast, many, coming from inside the walls, from the shelves, from the dark corners where our lights had not fully reached. We ran up the stairs. Halfway up, the light from below changed. It became yellow and warm, like old-school lights switching on. Children's voices rose beneath us, not crying now, but chanting in the rhythm of a classroom recitation. Present, present, present. I looked back once. I should not have. The bottom of the stairwell was full of children, not 6, dozens, standing shoulder to shoulder, filling every step below the landing, all dressed in school clothes from different years. Some were dripping wet. Some had soot on their faces. Some looked almost normal until you saw the eyes, too dark and fixed on me alone. In the front stood the pale boy I had seen before. He lifted one hand, not threatening, only asking. "Don't leave us marked absent," he said. Mr. Vance yanked me hard enough that I nearly fell, and we burst into the tower corridor just as every classroom door on that floor slammed shut at once. The noise was enormous. Then came running from all sides. We sprinted through the first-floor hall. Behind us, unseen feet pounded in perfect time, like lines of children changing classes. Voices rose from the rooms we passed. "Teacher, we're here. Teacher, look. Teacher, count again." The front lobby came into view. So did daylight. We threw ourselves through the loose boards by the office and hit the ground outside hard enough to knock the wind out of me. The bell stopped. Silence spread across the yard. I rolled onto my back, gasping, and stared up at the school. At every second-floor window, children stood looking down. Among them were 6 who seemed clearer than the rest. A girl with braids, a boy with wet hair, a child holding a lunch tin against his chest, another with one sock fallen around the ankle, one very small girl with only one shoe, and one taller child whose hand was pressed to the glass as if against an invisible door. Then, slowly, all 6 raised one arm and pointed, not at us, but toward the tower. The windows went dark. Mr. Vance pushed himself up on shaking arms. "Did you see that?" "Yes." He stared at the tower with hollow eyes. "There's still something up there." I almost said no. I almost said we had done enough. Then the clock in my phone changed to 3 p.m., though it had felt much later, and from high above us came one final single bell strike. Not wild this time, precise, a signal. And from somewhere near the top of the tower, hidden behind the broken boards, a door opened. We both heard it, a long wooden creak. Then a dragging sound, something being moved across a floor. Mr. Vance stood up. "We ended," he said. I did not want to follow him. My legs were weak, and every instinct in me screamed to get in the car and drive until the town was a memory. But that would not have ended anything. I knew that now. As long as the bell kept ringing, it would keep calling attendance. It would keep asking to be answered. We re-entered through the main doors this time, using the crowbar on the chains. Inside, the lobby felt changed. Not warmer, not safer, more awake. The path to the tower stairs was easy to find because every classroom door along the way stood open now, and from each room came the smell of chalk and old paper and rain. The tower stairs rose in a narrow spiral behind another locked door. This one gave after only 2 blows from the crowbar, as if it had been waiting. Up we went. The walls tightened around us. Dust lay thick on the steps, yet over it were fresh tracks, not footprints, drag marks. Something heavy had been pulled up and down these stairs many times. At the top, we entered the bell chamber. Sunlight came through broken slats and painted bright bars across the floor. The bell hung overhead, green with age, far larger than I had imagined. There was no rope attached to it, yet it still swayed a little, though no wind reached it. At first, the room looked empty. Then I saw the floorboards in the center. One square section was newer than the rest, though still very old, and iron rings had been set into it. A hatch. Mr. Vance approached slowly. "Help me." We each took one ring and pulled. The hatch opened with a long groan, releasing a breath of air so foul and cold I gagged. Below was a narrow hidden space between beams and brick, barely tall enough to crouch in, and inside it lay 6 tiny desks, children's desks, arranged in 2 neat rows. On each desk was a slate card with a name written in faded chalk. Most were too smeared to read. One still showed enough letters. Emma Wren. Against the back wall stood the remains of a small wooden bench. Beside it lay a rusted handbell, and nailed to the beam above the desks was a sign in cracked black letters. Detention. Mr. Vance made a sound I never want to hear from another human again. Not a word, just grief forced through the throat. I knelt at the hatch, my flashlight trembling. The hidden space was blackened from old smoke. The children had not vanished in the fire. They had been locked here while it spread below, maybe as punishment, maybe by accident, maybe by someone too proud or cruel to admit what had happened until it was too late. Then the records had been changed, the names erased. The bell left to ring over and over for those who were never counted present, never counted dead, only removed. Something shifted in the shadows of the tiny room. 6 pale faces slowly lifted from behind the desks, not rising from the floor, already there, as if they had been seated all along. The girl with braids looked at me. "You found us," she said. Her voice was not frightening now, only tired. Behind me, the bell moved. Without rope or hand, it gave one heavy swing, then another. The tower shook. Mr. Vance seized my shoulder. The floor! Cracks shot through the boards under our feet. Rotten wood gave way near the hatch, dropping splinters into the hidden chamber. The bell was swinging harder now, though there was still no wind. The whole tower was coming apart. "We have to get out," he shouted, but the children below did not scream. They only watched. The boy with wet hair lifted the rusted handbell from the floor and placed it on the nearest desk. "No more absent," he said. Then all 6 smiled, not with joy, with relief. The big bell above us swung once more, and the beam holding it split with a crack like thunder. Mr. Vance and I ran. We were halfway down the spiral stairs when the bell tore loose. The sound of it crashing through the tower was like the building itself had finally decided to die. Wood exploded. Brick shook. Dust blasted down around us in hot, choking clouds. We threw ourselves through the stair door into the main hall and stumbled for the exit as pieces of ceiling dropped behind us. Outside, we hit the yard just as the upper section of the bell tower collapsed inward with a roar, sending a wave of dust and old birds into the sky. Then everything was still. For a long time, neither of us moved. At last I looked up through the settling dust. The tower was broken open now, split enough that sunlight reached places hidden for decades. In one of those high gaps, just for a moment, I saw 6 children standing together in the bright. The smallest girl held up her missing shoe as if to show me. Then all of them turned and walked away into the light behind the ruined bell. When the dust cleared fully, they were gone. The town called it structural failure, old damage, weather, neglect. No one wanted a stranger story, and we did not force one on them. Workers fenced the property off more completely after that. A month later, demolition crews finally came. They tore Merrow Hill School down to its foundation. The hidden chamber in the tower was noted in the report as an old confinement space, origin unknown. Several small items were recovered. The records became messy after that. Questions started. A few old names resurfaced in local papers. Not enough to tell the whole truth, but enough that the silence around the place cracked a little. Mr. Vance moved away soon after. I stayed in town another year. During that year, I never heard the bell at 3 o'clock again. Not once. Sometimes, though, I would wake in the night, certain I had heard soft footsteps in the hall outside my apartment. When I opened the door, there would be nothing there except cool air and the distant smell of rain. On the day I left town, I took one last drive past the empty lot where the school had stood. Grass had begun to grow over the dirt. The fence was still there, so was the old sign, lying face down near a pile of brick. I got out of my car and stood by the gate. The place felt ordinary, empty in the true way at last. As I turned to leave, I noticed something resting on the fence post, a small black shoe with a strap across the top, clean, dry, waiting. For a second my heart stumbled, and all the old fear came back. Then I saw what was tucked inside it, a folded scrap of paper. My hand shook as I opened it. In crooked child handwriting, faded but clear, were 2 words. Counted now. I looked across the silent lot. The wind moved gently through the weeds. Nothing else. I put the note back in the shoe, set it carefully on the ground beside the fence, and drove away without looking in the mirror. I have lived in 3 places since then. I do not tell this story often. Most people would not believe it, and I cannot blame them. If someone had told it to me before Merrow Hill, I would have smiled, nodded, and thought they had mistaken grief, dreams, and old buildings for ghosts. Maybe part of it was grief. Maybe old places hold fear the way walls hold damp. But I know what I heard at 3 p.m. I know what I saw behind the windows. I know 6 children waited inside that tower for longer than any child should wait for anything. Sometimes, on quiet afternoons when the sky goes still and the room around me feels just a little too silent, I stop whatever I am doing and look at the clock. If it is near 3, I always listen. Not because I think the bell will ring again, because part of me still expects it, and because if somewhere in this world another abandoned place is still trying to be heard, I never want to mistake that sound for nothing. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The abandoned subway platform had a train arriving on a schedule from 1972. I did not mean to find the platform. At the time, I was working nights in the records office for a city transit authority. It was not an exciting job. I sat in a dry room under bad lights and sorted old paper maps, maintenance logs, station reports, and accident files that had been left in cabinets for years. Most people hated the work. I liked it because it was quiet. The whole building emptied after 6 in the evening, and by 8, the only sounds were the low hum of old air vents and the soft ticking of the wall clock above the filing shelves. I had always liked old stations and lost places. There was something sad about them, but also something peaceful. A station that had once been full of footsteps and voices would sit in darkness for years, keeping all that noise trapped in its walls. At least, that was how it felt to me. One November night, I was sorting a stack of route change files from the early 70s. Most of them were simple. A line had been extended, a signal room had been moved, a stairwell had been sealed, but one folder had no proper label. Across the front, in faded black type, were the words, "Southbound Auxiliary Access, Platform E." Under that in red pencil, someone had written, "Closed. Do not reactivate." Inside the folder were maps of a station I thought I knew very well. It was one of the oldest stations downtown, still open and still crowded every day. According to the maps used now, it had 2 active platforms and 1 sealed storage tunnel. But in the old plans, there was something else under the southbound side. A narrow corridor, an equipment room, and beyond that, another platform marked only with the letter E. There were inspection sheets in the folder from 1971 and early 1972. They listed tile damage, water seepage, light failure, and signal trouble. Then the reports changed. The handwriting became rushed. One note said, "Public access removed after repeated schedule confusion." Another said, "Unauthorized waiting observed." Another, "Train movement logged on dead track. No live power. Investigate." After that, there was almost nothing. Just a final typed page dated October 14th, 1972. Platform E permanently decommissioned. Signage removed. Wall access to be concealed during renovation. No explanation. No attached incident report. No signatures. I remember sitting very still with that paper in my hand, listening to the vent hum above me. There are normal reasons why records go missing. Things get lost. Files are boxed wrong. Offices move. But there was something wrong with that folder. It felt trimmed down, as if the important part had been removed on purpose. The red pencil note on the front had been pressed hard enough to dent the cardboard. I could feel the groove under my thumb. At midnight, I signed out, but instead of going home, I took the folder downstairs to the maintenance map room. I wanted to compare it with the current station plans. I told myself it was work, even though I was off the clock by then. The current plans showed a thick service wall where the old access corridor had been. Behind it was blank gray space. No room number, no tunnel marking, nothing. On the 1972 renovation diagram, there was a note near that section. Decorative tile face added over former passage. That was when I decided I wanted to see it. I did not think I would find anything dramatic. Maybe an old bricked-up hall. Maybe a locked panel hidden behind a row of tiles. I have always had that quiet curiosity people get about forgotten spaces. It is not brave. It is not reckless. It is just the strange wish to look behind a thing that was meant to disappear. 2 nights later, I went to the station after my shift. It was close to 1 in the morning, and the place was nearly empty. The city never truly sleeps, but it gets tired. Late at night, the platform seemed wider, the ceiling higher, the lights harsher. Every sound carries farther. A cough can sound like someone moving behind you. A dropped coin can ring like metal in a cave. I stood on the southbound platform pretending to study a service notice while I looked for the old renovation line in the tile work. At first I saw nothing. Then I noticed a faint difference in color along one section of the wall near the far end. Most of the tiles were a dull cream. That patch was cleaner, flatter, and just slightly newer, though newer still meant decades old. There was also a maintenance door nearby with a lock box used by station staff. I still had my records badge. It would not open the box, but sometimes staff left it unsecured during overnight repair work. That night, it was hanging half-latched. I wish I could say that was the moment I turned around and went home. Instead, I opened it. Inside was a ring with 3 keys and a dust-coated flashlight. The maintenance door led to a narrow cinder block hall that smelled of wet concrete and hot metal. There were pipes along the ceiling and old paint marks in the floor. 20 feet in, the hall bent left and ended at the back side of the tiled station wall. I knew it at once. The maps were right. There had been a passage here. It had not been bricked over. It had been covered from the public side. There was a steel service panel set into the wall, almost hidden behind pipes. One of the keys fit. When I pulled it open, stale air moved out over my face. My flashlight showed a low passage no wider than my shoulders. The floor was coated in thick dust except for a line through the middle where something had disturbed it at some point. It was not a clean footprint trail. It looked more like light dragging, as if a long piece of fabric had once been pulled through and then not again for a very long time. The passage ended in a concrete stair. I went down. The sound changed first. The active station above had its own familiar noise. Distant brakes, electric hum, the little hard echoes of public places. Down there, the noise became soft and strange. My own steps sounded thick, as if the air was denser. Even my breathing seemed too loud. The stair opened onto a platform. It was smaller than the active ones above, but built in the same old style. Pale tile walls, green iron columns, curved ceiling blackened by age, benches with wooden slats cracked down the middle, old enamel signs without root names. At the edge of the platform was a strip of worn yellow paint. Beyond it, the tracks ran into a tunnel so dark that my flashlight looked weak and shallow. There was no power down there, no lit signs, no working clocks. At least that is what I thought at first. Then I turned the beam to the center column and saw a round station clock bolted high above eye level. Its glass was dirty, but the hands were moving. I stood there a long time, staring up at it. The clock did not match the time above. My watch said 1:17 a.m. The station clock said 11:43. Not just any 11:43. Under the glass, behind years of grime, was a printed date wheel in a tiny window near the 6. It showed October 14th, 72. I told myself it was broken in a strange way. Some old clocks had date mechanisms. Maybe power had flickered back through a dead circuit. Maybe it had stopped and started on its own. There was always some explanation. Then I noticed the board. On active platforms, electronic boards show arrival times. This one was older, built from metal panels and changeable cards behind a glass front. It should have been dead and blank. Instead, one yellow bulb glowed inside it. Next arrival, southbound local, 11:47 p.m. I heard a soft click from somewhere down the tunnel. The sound was small, almost polite, like an old relay switching on. Then a second click answered it farther away. A thin current of cold air touched my face. I cannot explain why I did not run then. Fear does strange things. Sometimes it drives you away. Other times it fixes you in place because your mind is still trying to turn what you are seeing into something normal. I walked the length of the platform with my flashlight. There was an old station name mosaic on the wall, partly hidden by soot and mineral streaks. I wiped it with my sleeve. Briar Terminal. I had never heard of it. It was not on any map I knew. There were posters trapped behind cracked glass cases. Most had rotted into blank paper. One still showed part of an advertisement for winter coats. Another was for a movie release, dated 1972. On the opposite wall, half hidden by peeling paint, was a paper schedule under glass. Weeknights, 11, 17, 11, 32, 11, 47, 12, 02, 12, 17. The same intervals kept repeating down a page. At the bottom, stamped in blue ink, were the words, Revised Summer Service. I checked my watch again, 1:19. The board still said 11:47. The air grew colder. From deep in the tunnel came a tremor so faint I felt it before I heard it. A little shake under the soles of my shoes. Then a distant metallic rhythm, slow and uneven, as if train wheels were touching bad rails far away. I switched off my flashlight without thinking. Maybe some old instinct told me light would make me visible. At once, the platform became almost black. There was only the weak yellow bulb inside the arrival board and the ghostly face of the station clock. The tunnel ahead remained dark, but not evenly dark. A pale shape moved in it, not a headlight. Not at first. It was more like a smear of gray growing larger, sliding between the tunnel walls. Then 2 lights appeared, dim, round, yellow-white. An old train was coming. It rolled in slowly, making almost no sound for something so heavy. The cars were older than anything still used by the system, all riveted steel and narrow windows. Dirt and black tunnel residue coated the sides. The paint might once have been green, but it had gone nearly gray. Several windows were cracked. One door hung slightly misaligned, shivering in its frame. No bright route sign lit the front. In a panel above the windshield, there were only 3 numbers in dull white paint. 572. The train stopped exactly where a train should stop. The doors did not open right away. For one long moment, nothing moved. Then, with a low sigh of air, the nearest set of doors folded apart. Inside was a warm yellow light, old and weak like light through stained paper. There were passengers. I saw them before my mind accepted them. A row of people seated beneath advertisement panels. A man in a hat with his hands folded around a briefcase. A woman in a light coat staring straight ahead. A boy asleep against the window. Farther down, someone standing and holding a pole. None of them moved. I took one step back. The standing figure turned its head. The motion was too slow. Not slow the way a calm person turns, slow the way something underwater turns. The face was wrong. I do not mean twisted or bloody. I mean absent. It had features, yes, but they did not settle into a human expression. The eyes looked dark and deep, as if they were farther back than they should have been. The skin had the smooth stillness of wax left in a cool room. The mouth hung slightly open, showing no breath. Then, all at once, several other faces turned toward me. I heard a voice from inside the car. "Platform change," it said. The voice was not loud. It sounded like an old station announcement trying to speak through a person. No one aboard blinked. The standing figure raised one arm and pointed deeper into the car. I backed away again, my heels scraping against the platform tile. The train gave a sudden hard click under its floor like a machine resetting. The standing figure took one step toward the open doors without actually leaving the car. Its body moved, but somehow it seemed not to come closer. That was the worst part. My eyes could not hold it in a proper shape. It was like looking at someone through heat haze. I ran. I ran down the platform toward the stairs, my flashlight knocking against my leg. Behind me, I heard no shout, no footsteps, no chase. Only the soft mechanical sigh of the doors closing. I reached the stair and looked back once. The train was still there, but the windows were dark now. The warm yellow light inside had gone out. The cars looked empty, yet I knew they were not. I hurried through the passage and service hall and did not slow down until I was back on the active platform above, under bright station lights, with a few tired passengers waiting for real trains. Nobody looked at me. Nobody seemed to notice I had come from a sealed hall with dust on my sleeves and cold sweat on my face. I went home, showered, and told myself I had been in a forgotten place with bad air and old electrical systems and too much imagination. I did not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the standing figure turning toward me with that slow underwater motion. I kept hearing the words in that flat voice. Platform change. The next day, I almost convinced myself not to go back. Then I made the mistake of checking the file again. There was one sheet I had missed. It had been stuck to the back cover. Maybe I had not noticed it, because the carbon copy paper was thin and dark. It was an internal memo dated October 14th, 1972, the same date shown on the station clock. The subject line read, "Recurring Unauthorized Arrival. Platform E." The rest was partly smeared, but I could read enough. Witnesses continued to report train arrival according to outdated summer timetable. Cars identified as pre-withdrawal stock not assigned to any active line. Boarding incidents under review. Public confusion escalating due to access from active platform. Recommendation remains: seal entry, remove signage, discontinue mention in public and employee materials. At the bottom, in different handwriting, there was a note: "Do not wait for the 11:47. I stared at that sentence until the letters seemed to lift off the page. That night, I took the memo to an older supervisor named Lynn. He had worked in the system since the late 80s and knew a lot of unofficial station history. I did not show him the file all at once. I simply asked if he had ever heard of Briar Terminal or Platform E. His expression changed in a way that made me sorry I had asked. He leaned back in his chair and said, "Where did you hear that?" in the old records. He looked at the office windows, then got up and shut his door. Some places got closed for good reasons, he said. You let them stay closed. What happened there? Len rubbed the bridge of his nose. You know how old systems are. Routes get changed, platforms get built, then bypassed. There was a lower stop under one of the downtown stations. Temporary at first, then not temporary. They had signaling problems, timing issues, people saying trains were pulling in that weren't supposed to be on that track. That sounds impossible. It does. He said it in a way that made it clear he did not think it was impossible. Was there an accident? He waited before answering. There was a report. Late train, reduced crew, wrong platform listed in one place and corrected in another. A few people waiting where they should not have been. Then after that, things got mixed up. Sightings, calls, complaints. They shut it down. How many people? I don't know. He did know. I could tell by the way he looked at the desk instead of at me. Did a train crash? No official record says that? That isn't what I asked. Len was quiet for a while. Then he said, if you found access to that platform, don't go back. I did not tell him I already had. For the next 3 days, I avoided the station. I stayed late in the office. I took a different line home. I filed newer documents so I would not have to look at 1972 records anymore. On the 4th night, I began hearing the brakes. At first, it happened in my apartment just after midnight, a faint metal screech under the normal city noise. My building stood nowhere near any train line, but there it was, soft and thin through the radiator hiss. Then came a distant chime, the kind old train doors make before closing. I froze in bed, listening. Silence. Then, from somewhere below my window, a voice muffled by distance and walls. Stand clear. I got up and looked outside. The street was empty. The next night, I heard it again, but closer, not outside this time. Inside the building, somewhere in the stairwell, a rolling vibration, a stop, the soft opening sigh of doors. Then very quiet, the sound of people sitting still. I did not open my apartment door. On the 3rd night after that, I found soot on the floor mat outside my apartment. A thin black line, as if dirty air had slipped in under the door. That was when I understood, in the cold and simple way a person understands something they do not want to believe, that leaving the platform had not meant leaving it behind. I returned to the station because I could not think of anything else to do. It was just before midnight. I wore work boots, brought a stronger flashlight, and signed out a portable radio from storage, though I knew there would be no one listening on that frequency at that hour. I also took copies of every paper from the Platform E file. The active station looked the same as always. People came and went. Phones glowed in tired hands. Trains arrived with their ordinary rush of wind and noise. Yet I could not shake the feeling that another timing was moving underneath this one, older and hidden, like a second pulse. I unlocked the maintenance hall and went down again. This time, the air in the passage was colder from the start. The platform waited exactly as before. The clock showed 11:41 p.m., October 14th, 72. The arrival board glowed. Next arrival, southbound local, 11:47 p.m. I forced myself to walk every inch of the platform and look closely. At the far end, near the tunnel wall, there was a gate leading to a short service niche. Inside were cabinets, rusted tools, and an old emergency telephone with a metal handset. I lifted it, expecting dead silence. There was a dial tone, not a modern electronic one, a soft, older hum. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the receiver. I pressed the line button. Nothing changed. There was no keypad, only a rotary dial and a small card listing extension numbers. Most had faded, but one was still readable. Control. Briar Terminal, I dialed it. The clicks of the rotary wheel sounded very loud. The line rang once, then someone picked up. I heard station noise in the background. Not modern station noise, older. No electronic beeps, no recorded announcements, just paper rustling, distant footsteps, and the hollow murmur of a public place. A man's voice said, "Control." For a second I could not speak. "Hello?" he said. My own voice sounded thin. "What is this line?" "Control," he repeated, annoyed now. "Who is this? What year is it?" There was a silence. I could hear him breathing. Then he said slowly, "Who is this?" The station lights above me flickered. A tremor moved through the rails. The man on the phone said, "Are you on the platform?" I looked toward the tunnel. Far down in the dark, the two dim lights had appeared again. I whispered, "Yes." The breath on the other end changed. He was afraid. "Listen to me," he said. "When the train comes, do not get on. Do you hear me? Do not speak to anyone on board. If they ask your destination, do not answer. Stay behind the yellow line until it leaves." "Who are you?" His voice dropped lower, urgent and rough. "We thought sealing it would stop the schedule. It didn't stop the schedule. It only stopped the warnings." The train was coming closer. "You need to tell me what happened." A burst of static cracked down the line so loud it hurt my ear. Through it, I heard another voice bleeding into the call, a woman's voice, distant and flat. "Final stop." The man shouted something I could not make out. Then the line went dead. The train rolled into the station. This time it stopped with the front car directly across from me. Through the windshield, I could see the operator's cab lit by a weak amber lamp. There was someone inside, one hand resting on the controls. The face was hidden in shadow, but I could see the pale oval of it turning toward me. The doors opened. No one moved inside. The passengers sat in their old clothes under old advertisements, every face fixed in that heavy stillness. Then I noticed something new. One of them was looking directly at me from the second car window. He was a man in a dark transit uniform. His face looked more alive than the others, tired, frightened, real. He lifted one hand and pressed it slowly against the glass, not to wave, to warn me back. The figure standing in the doorway of the first car tilted its head. "Platform change," it said again. This time, other voices joined it from deeper inside the train. "Platform change. Last call. Step inside." The voices overlapped, not loud, not angry, just patient. I stepped backward until I felt the column at my shoulder. The man behind the second car window began shaking his head hard, his palm still flat to the glass. Then something in the car behind him moved. A cluster of faces leaned forward from the seats in perfect unison, all of them turning toward his warning hand. Their mouths opened slightly. The uniformed man looked over his shoulder once, and in that instant his expression changed from fear to terror. The train doors began to close. As they folded shut, the doorway figure raised its hand and pointed at me. I did not wait. I ran the length of the platform toward the far service gate instead of the stairs. I do not know why. Maybe because some part of me understood the train could wait at the stairs. It knew where people naturally tried to escape. The service gate stuck halfway. I slammed my shoulder into it and squeezed through into a maintenance corridor beyond. It was lower than the main passage and lined with old cable hooks. My flashlight beam jumped over wet walls and old junction boxes. Behind me, I heard the train remain in the station longer than any normal train should. Then I heard the slow sound of doors opening again. Not in front of me, behind me. As if the train had let something out, I ran harder. The corridor curved and dropped in shallow steps. Water glistened on the floor. Somewhere ahead, air moved through another shaft carrying a smell of oil, dust, and something stale, like long-shut fabric. I passed a room with a broken panel and saw racks of old relay switches. Some were still clicking. I reached a dead end. At first, panic erased my thoughts. I swung the flashlight around and found only concrete, grime, and a narrow alcove on the right. Inside the alcove was a metal cabinet bolted to the wall. On its door, under decades of dirt, I read, "Emergency Evacuation Ladder. Street Access." The latch had fused with rust. I pulled until my palms slipped. From behind, the corridor carried a sound like shoes brushing lightly over wet ground. Many shoes, not rushing, coming. I braced my boot against the wall and yanked with everything I had. The cabinet door tore open so suddenly I fell back. Inside was a vertical shaft with iron rungs disappearing into darkness above. I dropped the flashlight around my wrist and began to climb. The shaft was narrow and smelled of cold brick. Rust flaked under my hands. Below me, the corridor filled with a faint yellow glow. I looked down once. At the bottom of the shaft opening, several faces had gathered and tilted upward. They were not standing one behind another the way people should. They were too close, too layered, as if depth worked differently around them. Some wore hats, some had bare heads. Some looked almost normal until my eye tried to settle on them and failed. The standing figure from the doorway was there among them, one hand on the cabinet frame. Its mouth moved. No sound reached me. Then, after a second, a voice spoke from much closer than it should have been, right under my shoes. "Next stop." I climbed until my arm shook. At last, I found a hatch. It took both hands to force it up. Cold night air came down over my face. I pulled myself out into a fenced utility lot behind an old municipal building 3 blocks from the station. The hatch slammed shut under my knees. I lay on the pavement gasping, staring up at the sky. I did not hear pursuit. I did not hear the train. Only city wind, traffic very far away, and my own heartbeat. The next morning, I called in sick and spent 6 hours in the city archives library. Public records were thinner than internal transit files, but old newspapers were there on microfilm. I searched October 1972, then the station district, then transit incidents. I found a small article on page 11 of a local paper, dated October 15th. Temporary service disruption after late-night signaling error. According to transit officials, confusion at a lower auxiliary platform caused a brief operational delay shortly before midnight. No major injuries were reported. The affected area will be closed for renovations. That was all. Barely more than a paragraph. But 3 days later, in a neighborhood section, there was something else. It was not written as a news article. It was a human interest piece about families trying to locate relatives after recording mistakes and clerical confusion following a downtown transit incident. The names were listed in small print. There were 7. No major injuries. I copied the names and went back through older records until I found death certificates, transit employee lists, and one memorial notice for a signal operator named Arthur Vale. Arthur Vale. I did not know the name then, but I would soon. That evening, I went to Len again. This time, I showed him everything. The memo, the copied article, the names, the note warning not to wait for the 11:47. He looked older after reading them. I told you to stay away. I found a phone down there. His eyes rose slowly to mine. It connects somewhere or someone. I spoke to someone in control. Len sat very still. Then he said, "Arthur, you know who that is?" He nodded once. "My father used to mention him. Not often. He worked signals and lower control in that district. Good worker. Quiet. Whatever happened that night, he was there." "Did he survive?" Len took a breath. "Officially, yes, for a few weeks. Then he died in his apartment. They said heart failure." He tapped the memo. "Unofficially, my father said Arthur never believed he had left the station." I felt cold all over. "He kept calling the office after his shift ended," Len said, "asking if the train had passed through yet, asking if the platform had been cleared. Sometimes he'd say there were people still waiting. Sometimes he'd say the station clock wouldn't move past 11:47. My father thought he was having some kind of breakdown. Then one night, Arthur called and said he had finally found the right line to warn someone." Len stopped there. "Warn who?" He looked at me with a tired, helpless expression. "That part, I think, was you." We sat in silence. Outside his office, someone laughed in the hallway, and the normal sound of it made my skin crawl. I stopped sleeping after that. Not fully. I would drift for an hour or two and wake to the feeling that a train had just stopped somewhere close by. Sometimes I heard old announcements in the radiator. Sometimes I heard nothing at all, and that was worse, because I would lie in the dark waiting for the first soft door sigh. One night I woke because my bedroom was brighter than it should have been. A warm yellow light slid under the door from my hallway. I stayed very still in bed, staring at that line of light. Then came the low murmur of many people not speaking, just existing together in a closed space. A seat creaked. Something brushed against my front door. I did not move for what felt like hours. At some point, the light faded. When dawn came, I found a thin crescent of black grit inside the hall by the doorframe. I knew then that the train was not only arriving at Briar Terminal, it was trying to complete a route, and somehow I had become one of its stops. I thought about quitting my job and leaving the city. The idea should have comforted me. Instead, it felt useless. The platform was not tied to a neighborhood. It was tied to a time, to a schedule that kept running whether the station existed or not. I kept hearing Arthur's warning in my head. We thought sealing it would stop the schedule. It didn't stop the schedule. It only stopped the warnings. So I made a choice that I still do not know was brave or foolish. I decided to go back one more time and stay long enough to learn what the train wanted. I chose October 14th on purpose, the anniversary. If something had begun that night in 1972, maybe that was when it could also end. I arranged my shift so I would be free before 11. I took every copied file, every name, and an old paper map of the lower station. Len did not try to stop me. He only handed me a brass pocket watch that had belonged to his father. He said Arthur used it to compare signal time to platform time. Len told me. Maybe it matters. The pocket watch was heavy and scratched. It was stopped at 11:47. Of course it was. That night, rain fell over the city in a fine, cold mist. Water ran down station stairs and made the tile gleam. The active platform was crowded earlier than usual, then emptied fast after the last office trains. By 11:20, only a handful of people remained. I waited until none were near the far end before opening the maintenance hall. The hidden platform below felt less abandoned than before. That was the first thing I noticed. The air was not dead. It moved gently, carrying the smell of damp wool, machine oil, and old perfume. The station clock read 11:38 p.m. The date wheel still showed October 14th, 72. But now several bulbs glowed along the wall, very dim, just enough to soften the dark. The bench nearest the center column was no longer empty. A newspaper lay open on it. I approached slowly. The paper looked fresh, not brittle. The date on the front was October 14th, 1972. One page had been folded back to the transit listings. Circled in blue pen was the 11:47 departure. Below the circle, someone had written one word, home. I took the paper and tucked it under my arm. At 11:41, a station announcement crackled overhead. The sound was warped and full of static, but I could make out words. Attention, southbound, track change. The voice broke, repeated, and then became another voice halfway through the sentence. A woman, then a man, then something that was neither. The announcement clicked off. The rails began to hum. I stood near the old emergency phone with the pocket watch in one hand. 11:43 on the station clock. 11:47 frozen on the watch. Then the phone rang. I picked up at once. Arthur's voice came through, breathless and strained. "If you're there, answer me." "I'm here." "Good. Listen carefully. The wrong platform was posted. We corrected the board upstairs, but not downstairs. There were 7 waiting. Then the signal set shifted. We had a train where we shouldn't have had one." "The 11:47? "Yes." "What was it?" There was a pause full of crackling line noise. Arthur said, "It should have been an empty transfer movement. No passengers, out of service stock. But something answered the route before the train did." I gripped the receiver tighter. "What does that mean?" "It means the track accepted an arrival." "That doesn't explain anything." "No," he said, voice shaking. "It doesn't." I looked toward the tunnel. The 2 lights were there again, larger now. "Can they be helped?" I asked. "The people on the train?" Arthur was quiet long enough that I thought the line had gone dead. Then he said, "I never found a way to bring them off, only a way to keep others from taking their place." The rails vibrated under my feet. "What do I do?" "When the doors open, they will try to make the station continue. They need a waiting platform. They need someone to answer the route." "That's me?" "Yes." I almost laughed from fear. "Why me?" "You heard it. You saw it. It has your time now." The train entered the station. Tonight it was brighter, more windows lit, more faces visible. The cars looked less empty and more occupied than any subway car I had ever seen. Men and women in old coats, students with books, a worker in a paint-stained jacket, a woman holding a shopping bag to her chest, and there, behind the second car glass, the transit employee from before, palm raised in warning. The train stopped. Doors opened all along the platform. Warm, stale air poured out, carrying the mixed smell of wet clothing, newspaper ink, old metal, and a faint rot hidden under all of it. The standing figure was in the nearest doorway again, but now I could see its clothes clearly, a conductor's uniform in an older cut, collar neat, brass buttons dull, no name badge, no reflection in the glass beside it. Its face remained wrong in that same impossible way, features almost present, but never fixed. "Platform change," it said. From farther down the train, other voices answered. "Last southbound. Now boarding. Final stop." Arthur shouted through the phone, "Do not answer them." I pressed the receiver hard to my ear and back toward the center column. The figure took one step onto the platform. Its shoes made no sound. Passengers inside the cars began to rise, not all together, but one by one in a slow wave. Some turned toward the doors, some turned toward me. One elderly man stood with such effort and slowness that for a sick moment he seemed almost alive, and I thought of helping him before I remembered where I was. The transit employee behind the second car glass was banging on the window now. I could not hear the impact. He pointed down the platform toward the front car. The conductor-shaped thing tilted its head, watching me. "Tickets, please," it said, though no one had spoken before that could have asked for tickets. The station lights flickered brighter. The date wheel on the clock clicked and clicked and clicked without changing. Arthur said, "You have to break the time." "How?" "The watch." I looked down at the pocket watch in my hand. "It's already stopped." "Exactly." The conductor took another soundless step. The nearest passengers had reached the doorways now. Their faces were pale and patient. They looked like people waiting for something ordinary. That was what made them so terrible. "Use the watch," Arthur said. "Match it to the platform clock. Force a difference. The route holds because the times agree." I stared at the clock above the column. 11:46. The watch in my hand remained at 11:47. "1 minute," Arthur whispered. "You need 1 true minute." I understood then, or thought I did. The platform was trapped because for it, the moment before arrival never finished. The train kept entering because the station kept expecting it. If I could push one of those times forward or back, maybe the route would fail. The conductor smiled. Not a human smile. A simple widening of the mouth. "Step inside," it said. I ran to the column, climbed onto the bench beneath it, and reached for the clock. It was higher than I expected. My fingers barely touched the metal rim. Behind me, shoes brushed softly over tile. The first of the passengers had stepped onto the platform. I jumped down and seized the bench, dragged it under the clock, climbed again, and smashed the pocket watch into the glass face. The glass shattered with a sharp crack. For an instant, everything froze. Not metaphorically, truly. The drifting dust from the broken glass hung in the air without falling. The conductor's reaching hand stopped inches from my ankle. The yellow bulbs along the wall held steady without flicker. Even Arthur's voice vanished mid-breath from the phone receiver dangling by its cord. The station clock's second hand trembled. Then it lurched forward. 11:46 became 11:47. The date wheel clicked. October 15th, 72. A sound rushed through the station like all the trapped air of 40 years suddenly moving at once. Every passenger on the platform opened their mouths. The scream that came out was not loud. It was deep. It seemed to come from the tunnel walls, the columns, the rails, and the undersides of the benches all at the same time. The train lights blew out. In the dark, shapes surged. I fell from the bench and hit the tile hard enough to blur my sight. Hands brushed over my coat and sleeves, not grabbing, not quite, but passing over me in a flood of cold fabric and colder skin. The platform filled with the sound of hurried feet, old announcements breaking apart, doors slamming, people gasping for air they could not keep. Then there was one massive impact from inside the front car, as if something huge had hit the cab wall from within. A white emergency light flashed once. In that single flash I saw the train clearly, not as old steel and glass, as wreckage. The front half was torn open inward, seats twisted, windows burst, metal peeled back like paper. The passengers were not sitting. They were jammed where impact had thrown them, layered and crushed into impossible angles, all held together by the shape of the train that should have been, but was not. The conductor-shaped thing stood in the doorway with its face split by that same impossible smile, though the lower half of its body was gone. The light died. I crawled blind across the floor, following the wall. Somewhere behind me, the transit employee was shouting. This time, I heard him clearly, alive at last for one terrible second. "Run!" I found the stairs by touch and hurled myself up them. The service passage seemed longer than before. The active station beyond looked too bright to be real. I burst out onto the public platform just as a real northbound train arrived with a roar of wind. People barely glanced at me. I turned back toward the maintenance hall. From inside, it came a final sound, an old train horn, long and low and full of grief. Then silence. The maintenance door slammed shut on its own. I locked it with shaking hands and left the key ring in the box. For weeks after that, I expected the brakes outside my apartment every night. Sometimes I still heard them, but farther away, fainter, as if the route had lost its way. I asked Lynn to check the records with me. The Platform E file had changed. Not completely. The folder still existed. The maps were still there. But the memo about the recurring arrival was gone. In its place was a plain closure notice, no red pencil warning, no note about the 11:47. The article about missing people was harder to find too, and the names no longer appeared together anywhere I searched. Only one thing remained the same. Arthur Vale was still listed among former Signal employees, with a date of death in late 1972. Lynn said nothing when we found that. He only put the folder back in the cabinet and locked it. Months passed. Winter turned to spring. I stopped taking late shifts. I moved to a different apartment. I tried to become a person who did not think about hidden platforms under crowded stations. Most days, I managed it. Then one evening in early summer, I was riding home on a normal train after sunset. The car was half full. A woman read a paperback. Two teenagers whispered over a phone. An older man slept with his chin on his chest. all ordinary, all harmless. At one station, the train paused longer than usual between tunnels. The lights dimmed and switched to back up for a second. In the darkened window beside me, I saw another car reflected behind ours. An older car, riveted steel, narrow windows, warm yellow light. I turned fast, but there was only black tunnel outside. Then the speaker over the door crackled. The driver began to announce a delay, but halfway through the sentence, the voice changed. Very soft, very flat. Platform change. No one else reacted. The lights returned to normal. The train moved on. I got off 3 stops early and walked the rest of the way home in the rain. I still work in records, though not in transit anymore. I sort property deeds now in a dry office with no underground levels and no old station plans. It should feel safer. Mostly it does. But every year, when October gets cold and the nights start to lengthen, I wake just before midnight with the same feeling. A train is nearing a platform below me. It is on time. It has always been on time. And somewhere in the dark, under tile and concrete and sealed corridors, a clock is trying very hard not to move past 11:47. The deserted Carnival music box started playing when we walked past the rides. I did not believe in haunted places when this happened. I believed in loose wires, old wood, bad weather, tired minds, and stories people told to make an empty place feel important. If a floor creaked, it was age. If a window slammed, it was wind. If someone swore they saw a face in the dark, I usually thought they had spent too long looking into it. That was before the night I walked through the old Carnival outside Barrow Field. Even now, years later, I can still hear the music. It comes back to me when I'm half asleep and the room is quiet. I hear that soft, broken tune, like a children's song played by a machine that had been buried underground and dug up again. It turns slowly in my head, missing a few notes, catching on others, smiling without joy. I hear it, and I am there again. We found the Carnival by accident. At least, that is what I told myself for a long time. It was late October, and the air had the kind of cold that came early in the evening and stayed low to the ground. My friend Nolan had borrowed his older brother's truck, and the two of us had been driving around back roads after work with no real plan. We were both 23 and bored in the way people are bored when they feel their lives are not starting fast enough. Nolan was the kind of person who hated going home early. He always wanted one more road, one more stop, one more strange thing to look at. He liked old houses, empty gas stations, broken signs, dried-up swimming pools, shut-down factories, all the places people stopped caring about. He said abandoned places were honest. They had no reason to pretend to be anything but what they were. I liked the quiet of those places, but I always felt something else in them too. Not fear exactly. More like the sense that time had not fully left. As if the walls remembered the shape of every voice that had been trapped inside them. That evening, we were following a cracked county road lined with dead grass and bent wire fences when Nolan saw a rusted sign half hidden behind a row of trees. He slowed the truck and backed up. The sign leaned to one side, its paint worn so badly that most of the words had faded into pale ghosts. But under the dirt and rust, we could still make out a smiling clown face and the name, Bright Moon Family Carnival. Below that, almost gone, were the words, One last season of magic. Nolan laughed softly. Doesn't look magical now. Past the sign was a narrow road, more dirt than gravel, with weeds growing through the middle. We could see nothing at first but darkness and a line of old utility poles. Then, farther in, there was a shape against the dim evening sky, the top of a Ferris wheel. I remember the feeling that moved through me then. It was not excitement. It was not even fear. It was a strange pull, like seeing a lit window in the middle of nowhere and wanting to know who had left the light on. "You want to check it out?" Nolan asked. I should have said no. I had work early the next morning. The road looked unstable. The place was probably fenced for a reason. We had no flashlights except the weak ones on our phones. Every sensible part of me had something to say. But I looked past the sign again at that Ferris wheel shape, still and black against the sky, and heard myself answer, "Just for a little while?" The dirt road twisted through scrub brush and low trees for about half a mile before it opened up. The Carnival sat in a wide clearing, larger than I expected, as if it had once been busy enough to need room for crowds. The entrance gates were still standing, though the ticket booths on either side had broken windows and caved-in roofs. The painted faces on the front arch had peeled away into white scars. Strings of bulbs hung overhead, all dark, all full of dead insects and rain. We parked outside the gates because the ground inside looked soft and uneven. When I stepped out of the truck, the silence hit me first. Not complete silence. There was wind moving through brush somewhere beyond the lot and the far-off call of a night bird. But the carnival itself had a stillness that felt too deep, like a room where people had stopped talking because you walked in. The rides stood in scattered rows beneath the fading sky, a carousel under a torn canopy, a tilt-a-whirl with half its cars missing, a funhouse front with a cracked painted smile, a game alley with collapsed roofs and faded stuffed animals rotting in place behind warped counters. The Ferris wheel rose at the far end, one side sunk lower than the other. Everywhere I looked, there were shapes I recognized from childhood summers, but emptied out and left to weather. Nolan let out a low whistle. "This place is incredible." He took out his phone and started filming right away. He always did that. He said if you found something strange, you should record it before it stopped being real. I followed him through the entrance gate, and my shoes crunched over broken glass, bottle caps, ticket stubs turned soft by years of rain, and brittle leaves caught in drifts against the old wood. The cold deepened as we walked in. That was the second thing I noticed. Outside the gate, the air had been normal for an autumn evening. Inside, it felt several degrees colder. I rubbed my hands together and told myself it was because the place sat low in the clearing, out of the last of the sun. Nolan headed toward the game stalls first. Their painted signs were still barely readable. Ring the bell duck shoot prize. Every time Lucky shot, most of the counters were empty, but a few still held their old prizes. A one-eyed bear with its fur split open along the stomach, a faded red monkey hanging by one arm, plastic dolls yellowed with age, waterlogged decks of cards, glass jars with film over the insides. I leaned over one counter and saw a layer of dust and leaves thick enough to show anything that had moved through it. There were tracks there. Small ones. Animals, I thought at first. Then I looked closer. They were not paw prints. They looked more like tiny shoe marks, narrow at the heel, rounded at the toe, pressed side by side in the dust. Too clear, too neat. I said nothing. I did not want Nolan making a joke out of the uneasy feeling starting to build in me. We moved farther in. The sky went from gray-blue to charcoal. The Carnival became a place of shapes and edges. Our phone lights slid over metal bars, flaking paint, hanging wires, and wet boards that reflected light like dark skin. At the carousel, I stopped. Some of the horses were still there under the torn roof, their poles rusted, their painted eyes cracked white. One horse near the edge had lost its head entirely. Another had one glass eye left, and when my light hit it, it flashed so suddenly, I took a step back. The platform was covered in dirt and leaves, but I could still see traces of gold trim and faded colors beneath them. A calliope organ stood at the center, split open from one side to the other. Nolan circled around it, filming. "Imagine this place full," he said. "Lights, music, kids everywhere. Then one season it closes and nobody comes back. It's like time tripped and broke its neck." I remember that line because of what happened next. He said it laughing. Then we heard the music. It was soft at first, so soft I thought it came from somewhere outside the Carnival. Just a thin little tune carried by the wind. But the wind had stopped, and the sound was too clear. Plink, 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 like metal teeth turning inside a small music box. Nolan lowered his phone. We both stood still. The tune lasted only a few seconds and then stopped. "What was that?" he asked, smiling in a way that told me he was trying not to sound nervous. "Probably your phone." My phone wasn't making noise. I looked around the carousel, the stalls, the dark shapes of the rides. Nothing moved. The silence came back heavier than before. "Maybe there's someone else here," I said. That should have made me feel better. A real person would have explained things. Teenagers sneaking around, a groundskeeper, someone living in one of the structures. Instead, saying it out loud made the place feel worse. Nolan called out, "Hello?" His voice carried strangely. It did not spread as far as I thought it should. It sounded swallowed, as if the dark beyond the rides was lined with cloth. No answer. He laughed once, short and dry. "Creepy." I wanted to leave then. I almost said it. But the sound had ended, and part of me did not want to look weak over a strange little tune in an old carnival. I had spent too many years pretending nothing got to me. So we kept going. We passed the bumper car's pavilion, where the roof had partly collapsed onto the floor, pinning 2 cars beneath a web of beams and wire. We walked by the food stands, where faded pictures of cotton candy, hot dogs, and popcorn still clung to the walls. A menu board listed prices so low, it made the whole place feel impossibly old. At the funhouse entrance, Nolan shined his light over a painted clown mouth that formed the doorway. The red paint had run downward over the years, so that the smile looked like it was bleeding. "Absolutely not," I said. "For once I agree." We kept to the midway. The music started again when we reached the children's rides. This time, there was no mistaking it. It came from our right, from a cluster of smaller attractions behind a bent chain-link fence, a row of tiny rocket cars, a spinning teacup ride with half the cups broken off, a miniature train tipped on its side, a little painted wagon ride for toddlers, all the horses frozen mid-gallop. And behind those, half hidden by weeds and a fallen sign, stood a small ride shaped like a storybook cottage. At first I thought it was a ticket booth or a storage shed. Then I saw the painted panels around the base and the little windows with curtains inside. It was one of those slow rides for children, the kind that turns in a small circle while a tune plays. There were tiny benches inside, enough for one child and one parent. The tune was coming from there. Plink, 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 plink. It was cheerful in a wrong way, too bright for the dark around it. My skin tightened all along my arms. Nolan whispered, "No power, no way." The little ride was not moving, but inside the cottage shape, behind the dusty window, something turned. A brass cylinder, the kind used in old mechanical music boxes. My mouth went dry. We were at least 20 feet away, standing outside the fence, and yet I could see it, slowly rotating behind the glass, catching our phone lights in dull flashes. The tune skipped one note, then another, then stopped. I listened for the sound of a hidden generator or battery hum. Nothing. Nolan moved toward the fence. "Don't," I said. He glanced back at me. "You seeing this?" "Yes." "Then I need to get a closer look." He climbed through a gap where the fence had bent back from one post. I stood there for half a second, hating the thought of going in after him and hating even more the thought of standing alone. So I followed. The ground inside was softer, almost muddy beneath the weeds. There was a sweet, rotten smell there, like old wood soaked in rain and left shut for years. We approached the little cottage ride carefully. It was called Melody Meadow, according to the peeling sign along the base. Painted rabbits and lambs ran around the lower panels under a moon and stars. The moon had a child's face with blue eyes and red cheeks. Most of the paint had cracked, but face still looked almost fresh. Nolan put his hand on the side of the ride and pushed. It did not move. He crouched by the window and wiped grime away with his sleeve. I stood beside him and looked in. Inside the cottage shell, there was a tiny circular platform with 4 miniature benches. Dust lay thick on everything. A layer of leaves had blown in under one side. Cobwebs crossed the corners of the windows. At the center sat the music box mechanism. It was larger than any music box I had ever seen, built into a brass housing fixed to the floor. The cylinder inside was black with age, except where the metal pins shone faintly. Delicate metal teeth lined one side. As we watched, the cylinder gave one last twitch. Tick! Then it was still. Nolan touched the window frame. "It's not possible." "It could be wound up," I said, though even as I said it, I knew it sounded weak. "After all these years? Maybe someone comes here to wind a children's ride music box in an abandoned carnival?" I had no answer. Then Nolan's light shifted lower, and I saw something under the dust inside one of the tiny benches. A small shoe, red leather, worn pale at the toe, with a rusted buckle. A child's shoe. I stepped back so fast my heel caught in the weeds. Nolan saw it too, and his expression changed. Not fear yet, but the fun had gone. "Okay," he said quietly. "That's weird." He moved around to the side of the ride, looking for a door or access panel. I grabbed his arm. "Leave it." He pulled free, not hard, but enough to show he had already made up his mind. There might be a way inside. For what? To see if anyone's been here, to see what's power in it. There is no power. Exactly. He found a narrow service hatch at the back. hidden under vines. The latch had rusted, but one sharp pull snapped it open. The sound rang out in the dark much louder than it should have. For a second, both of us froze. The carnival stayed still. No movement, no voices, no footsteps. Nolan opened the hatch wider and leaned in with his light. I waited. He did not say anything. "Nolan?" He backed out slowly. His face had gone pale. "What is it? There are pictures in there?" "Pictures of what?" He swallowed. "Kids." A cold pressure settled behind my eyes. He handed me the phone so I could shine the light while he opened the hatch all the way. Inside was a storage cavity behind the decorative wall of the ride. I expected gears, wires, old tools, maybe animal nests. Instead, there were dozens of photographs. They'd been taped, pinned, and tucked into every surface inside the hatch, layer over layer. Some had curled with age. Others were still flat and clean enough to see clearly. Every one of them showed children at the carnival, on the carousel, in bumper cars, holding cotton candy, sitting on parents' shoulders, laughing on the midway. Most looked ordinary, the kind of candid snapshots families take in summer, until you noticed the same thing in all of them. In the background of every photo, no matter where the child stood, there was a woman watching. Sometimes she was far away near a game booth. Sometimes half hidden behind a ride. Sometimes only reflected in glass. Once, in one picture of a little boy holding a balloon, she stood just behind him with one hand stretched toward his shoulder. She was always wearing the same thing, a pale dress with a dark ribbon at the waist. Her hair was long and very dark. Her face was blurred in almost every photo, not from motion, but in a way I cannot explain, as if the camera had refused to take the full shape of it. I felt all the warmth leave my body. Nolan whispered, "Tell me you see that." "I see it." There were names written on the backs of some photos where they had come loose and fallen into the bottom of the hatch. Maddie, June 1987. Theo's first ride. Emma with Grandpa. Birthday trip for Lila. Family memories. Collected. Kept. At the very back of the compartment, under the photos, sat another object. A wooden music box, maybe 10 inches long, painted white once but stained dark with age. Its lid stood open. Inside, instead of a small cylinder, there was a tiny brass figure of a carousel horse, turning in place above a mirror. It began to move. Neither of us touched it. The horse turned once, twice. Then the tune started again. Plink, 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 plink. The same tune as before, but louder in the cramped little cavity. I dropped the phone. It struck the side of the hatch, spun in the dirt, and sent wild light over the weeds and the back of the ride. Nolan slammed the hatch shut. We both stumbled backward. "Go," I said. This time he did not argue. We pushed through the weeds toward the gap in the fence. My heart beat so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept expecting a hand to catch my sleeve or a voice to speak right behind me. But there was only the dry sound of our movement and, behind us, the music continuing in that broken little rhythm. When we reached the midway again, we did not stop. We walked fast, almost running, heading for the entrance gates and the truck beyond. Then something changed. I noticed it first in the lights from our phones. They seemed weaker, not dimmer exactly, more as if the dark around us had thickened, eating the edges of the beams before they could reach very far. We moved through narrow tunnels of light while the carnival around us became hard to judge. Rides appeared too close, then too far. The path we had walked in on no longer looked familiar. "Nolan," I said, trying to keep my voice level, "which way is the gate?" He turned in a circle, shining his light. The Ferris wheel stood to our left now. I was sure it had been straight ahead before. "No," he muttered. "No, that's not right." We started toward where we thought the entrance should be, but after 2 minutes, we reached the fun house again. The clown-mouthed doorway grinned at us from the dark, red streaks shining wetly in our lights. Nolan gave a short, disbelieving laugh. "We walked in a line. Just keep moving." The music had stopped, but something else had begun. A different sound. A faint clicking from various points around the midway, metal taps and small turning noises, as if old mechanisms deep inside the rides were waking one by one. The teacups creaked. Somewhere behind us, a bell rang once. Then from the carousel came the slow grind of rusted gears trying to move. I turned my light and saw one of the horses rocking gently on its pole. No wind, no power. Just a slow forward and back motion, like someone too light to see had climbed on and started it by hand. Nolan grabbed my arm. "Don't look, just walk." We tried again, cutting between food stalls and a line of old benches. I kept my eyes on the ground because every time my light swept over the rides, I thought I saw movement where there should be none. At the duck pond game booth, I looked up anyway. There were children standing behind the counter. At least, that is what I thought for one awful second. 3 small figures in old-fashioned clothes, perfectly still in the dark. Then Nolan's light crossed them, and I saw they were only prize mannequins, little painted display dolls used for some game long ago. But one of them slowly turned its head after the light had passed. I heard myself make a sound I had never heard from my own throat before. We ran. Our shoes pounded the warped boards and broken pavement. We crashed through hanging strips of torn plastic and brushed past empty ticket frames. The clicking sound spread around us. The carnival no longer felt still. It felt attentive, as if everything in it had leaned closer. We came out into an open space near the center, and there, under a sagging line of dead bulbs, stood a woman. She faced away from us. Pale dress, dark ribbon at the waist, long black hair falling straight down her back. For half a second, I truly believed she was real, a living person who had somehow been here all this time. Relief almost broke through my fear. Then she turned. The face in the photos had been blurred. Now I understood why. It was not a face that stayed arranged. Her features shifted softly, like reflections moving underwater, eyes where eyes should be, then too far apart. A mouth opening in a smile, then stretching wider than a human mouth could stretch. A smooth patch of skin where a nose should have been. Then the shape of a nose appearing and sinking back, not changing fast, changing slowly with patient confidence, as if she had all the time in the world to settle on a shape we would understand. Nolan stopped so suddenly I nearly collided with him. The woman raised one hand. In it was the red shoe from the ride. Very gently, she tilted her head toward us, inviting us closer. The music began again. Not from one place this time, from everywhere. Tiny notes spilled from the children's rides, from the carousel, from somewhere inside the game stalls, from the dark ticket booths, by the entrance we still could not find. The tune layered over itself, wrong in places, some notes too high, some dragging behind. It became a lullaby gone bad, too sweet and too slow. Nolan whispered, "Don't move." I did not think I could if I wanted to. The woman took one step toward us. The hem of her dress did not move over the ground. It glided. Then the sound of metal snapping split the air. Something huge groaned above us. We both looked up. One of the Ferris wheel cars had broken loose. It dropped from high in the dark, slammed through a food stand roof nearby, and exploded into wood, rust, and glass. The crash jolted us out of our paralysis. Nolan grabbed my jacket and yanked me to the right. We ran hard between two rows of stalls while debris rained behind us. The music jumped louder, almost excited. At the end of the row, Nolan shouldered through a narrow service gate hanging half open on broken hinges. We stumbled into an area behind the public midway where the Carnival looked even more ruined than before. This was where they had stored things no one was meant to see. Broken ride cars, stacks of signs, a trailer with its side peeled open, crates collapsed into splinters, animal-shaped seats from some kiddie ride piled in a heap like bodies. It smelled of rust, mold, and wet cloth. We kept going until the way ended at a low-maintenance building made of cinder block. The door stood open a crack. Nolan ducked inside without slowing. I followed and slammed the door shut behind us. The inside was black and stale. My phone light shook so badly in my hand, the beam bounced over walls lined with shelves, coils of wire, old tools, machine parts, and boxes turned soft by damp. There was a desk at the back covered in papers. A breaker panel hung open on one wall, its switches dead and rusted. No power, no surprise there. Nolan bent over, hands on knees, gasping. "Did you see her?" "Yes." "What was she?" I had no answer. We listened. The music was muffled now through the walls, but still present. Tiny notes drifting around a building like something circling us outside. Then came a soft scrape at the door. Not a knock. A fingernail sound, dragging slowly downward across wood. Nolan stepped back from it at once. I moved my light toward the desk. Papers had slid onto the floor in damp piles. Most were ruined, but a ledger book sat near the top, swollen from moisture, yet still intact enough to open. I do not know why I reached for it then. Fear makes the mind do strange things. Maybe part of me believed that if I understood the place, I could make sense of what was happening. The book was a staff log, maintenance notes, delivery dates, ride repairs, weather problems, part orders. Toward the back, the handwriting changed. It became hurried, uneven, crowded together. July 14th. Music on Melody Meadow after shutdown again. Found mechanism moving at 11:48 p.m. Thought kids got in, but gate chain still locked. July 20th. Misses. Vale reported missing child shoe near Carousel Horse number 6. Family says not theirs. Lost and found box empty when checked next morning. July 29th. Clara says she saw a woman in white by train ride after close. No guest in costume on schedule. Told her to quit making tales around the younger workers. August 2nd. Another child missing for 19 minutes. Found asleep inside Melody Meadow. Mother says girl said the song lady wanted to keep me. My hand tightened on the page. There were more. August 11th. Sheriff came by after complaints. No evidence. Owner says we are to keep this quiet. August 16th. Ride mechanic refused to work nights. Claims music box turns on when children walk past. Never adults alone. August 18th. Found photos hidden in service hatch. Burn them in barrel behind maintenance shed. New photos back next morning. Same children. More faces in background. August 22nd. If anyone reads this and I am gone, do not follow the music. She waits where the children's rides can see her. She likes to be noticed. She gets stronger each time someone answers the tune. The next pages were smeared. Then, near the end, one final entry written so hard the pen had torn the paper in places, closed after tonight. Too many accidents. Owner left. One girl never found, music still playing underfloor after we killed the power. We should have dug it up when it was small. A hard knock hit the door. Both of us jumped. Then another, then a gentle turning of the knob. It did not open. Nolan had thrown a rusted wrench through the handle loop to jam it shut. The knob rattled once more and went still. I flipped through the ledger with frantic hands, searching for anything useful. A map, a note, a name. Something that might tell us what it under the floor had been. Instead, a folded newspaper clipping slipped out and landed by my shoe. Local Carnival reopens after fire delay. The article was old, yellow and half-torn, but one paragraph remained readable. A storage fire earlier in the spring damaged several children's attractions and destroyed a collection of antique fair equipment acquired from a private estate. Owner Gerald Hask says repairs are complete, including restoration of a hand-built Edwardian music cabinet described as the heart of our new children's area. No injuries were reported in the fire, though one former employee, Eleanor Vale, wife of groundskeeper Thomas Vale, remains hospitalized after smoke exposure. Vale. Mrs. Vale, the woman in white. I read it again, and a shape formed in my mind, not a full answer, but enough to make me feel ill. A fire, antique equipment brought in from somewhere else, a hospitalized woman, a restored music cabinet called the heart of the children's area. Not the ride itself, maybe. Something inside it. Something moved softly above us. We both looked up. There was a loft space over part of the maintenance room, just a storage platform under the roof. My light climbed the ladder and found old tarps, boxes, and a narrow shape crouched between them. A child, small, barefoot, knees pulled to chest. For one wild moment, I thought some real lost kid had been hiding there all this time. Then the head tilted. It had no eyes, just smooth skin where the eyes should have been, and a smile cut too wide into a face made of dust-colored cloth. One of the old Carnival dolls. It dropped from the loft. Nolan shouted and swung the wrench. He hit it mid-air with a crack that should have smashed wood, but the thing folded wrong, like soft body parts inside cloth. It struck the floor, rolled, and landed upright on all fours. Then it skittered toward the back wall faster than any doll should move and disappeared into darkness behind shelves. The music outside rose and fell. Something brushed the window. Another soft scrape at the door. Then a child's voice said from just outside, "Can I come in?" I felt ice move through my stomach. The voice was not loud. It was sweet and sleepy. I knew at once it was not a child. Nolan whispered, "Don't answer." The voice came again, a little sadder this time. I lost my shoe. I looked down at the ledger in my hands. August 2nd. The song lady wanted to keep me. A third time, the voice spoke through the crack under the door. "Please, It's cold. I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to taste blood. I needed pain. I needed something real. Then, from somewhere behind the shelves in the back of the room, the doll laughed. It was a tiny giggle, muffled in cloth. Nolan cursed and backed toward me. We were trapped between the desk and wall now, lights darting everywhere. "What do we do?" he whispered. I saw another door then, half hidden behind hanging cords and a stack of crates. A narrow steel door lower than the first, with faded letters above it. Basement access. We shoved the crates aside and tried the handle. It stuck at first, then gave with a shriek. A breath of colder air drifted up from below. The music changed the moment the basement door opened. It became clearer, closer, not outside now, beneath us. Nolan stared into the dark stairwell. No! The scraping at the main door grew faster. The knob shook violently. The child's voice was gone. Something bigger pressed against the wood now with slow, patient force. "We can't stay here," I said. He looked at the black stairs, then at the shaking door, and made the choice. We went down. The steps were concrete and slick with damp. My phone light showed pipes, old wiring, stains spreading down the walls, and a low ceiling crossed by beams. The air smelled like earth under wet wood. About 10 steps down, the sounds from above changed. The door must have burst open because we heard shelves crashing and metal clanging across the maintenance room floor. We hurried deeper. The basement opened into a larger underground space than I expected, running beneath several Carnival structures at once. Thick support posts held up the ceiling. There were work tables, disassembled ride parts, barrels, broken signs, and old electrical cabinets with their doors hanging open. At the far end of the room stood a shape covered in a yellowed tarp. The music came from under it. Each note rang through the basement with horrible sweetness. Plink, 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 plink. I knew before we pulled the tarp away what we would find. Still, I was not ready for it. The thing beneath was not a simple cabinet. It was a great mechanical structure about 7 feet tall and maybe 10 feet wide, built of dark wood, brass, glass, and carved figures. Time and damage had blackened much of it, but enough remained to show its original beauty. Little painted children circled the lower frame. Carved trees rose along the sides. At the center was a glass front chamber containing a massive brass cylinder lined with rows of tiny pins. Around it were dozens of metal combs, bells, hammers, and pipes. A music machine, an enormous one. Its front panel bore a small brass plaque, Vale Nursery Mechanical Orchestrion, 1891. At the base, nailed crudely over the original wood, was a newer sign painted by Carnival hands, Melody Meadow, Main Unit. The cylinder inside the glass chamber was turning by itself, slowly, patiently. On the floor near the machine lay black scorch marks, as if someone had tried to burn it once. Part of one side was cracked open from fire damage. Through the split in the wood, I could see not just gears and rods inside, but something else packed into the space between them. Bundles, hair, little shoes, ribbons, photographs. I staggered back. Nolan whispered, "What is this thing?" I did not answer because I saw movement in the glass, not a reflection. Inside the chamber, behind the turning brass cylinder, a face appeared. A woman's face, pale and shifting under the glass, pressed from within as if behind deep water. The same change in eyes, the same mouth that could not decide its shape, the same dark hair flowing where no wind existed. Her hands spread against the inside of the machine. The tune skipped upward in a little playful run, then all around the basement, other sounds answered. Music boxes, dozens of them, hidden on shelves, in crates, under tables, inside cabinets. Small tunes waking one by one in the dark, joining the great machine's song until the whole underground room rang with broken lullabies. Nolan grabbed a heavy iron bar from a nearby table. "What are you doing?" I said. "What they should have done." He swung at the glass. The bar hit with a thunderous crack. The panel split, but did not shatter. The music jumped louder. The woman's face behind the cylinder twisted into what looked very much like delight. He swung again. This time, the glass broke inward. Brass teeth screamed. The cylinder jerked and kept turning. The lights on our phones flickered. A wind burst through the basement from nowhere, carrying dust, old paper, and the smell of burned sugar and damp cloth. The hidden music boxes around us all snapped into the same tune. Behind us on the stairs, footsteps began descending. Not one person, many. Light, quick steps, children. Nolan lifted the iron bar again and smashed it into the exposed mechanism. Brass bent. Teeth flew. One of the side bells broke free and rolled across the floor. The great tune shuddered. The face inside the machine changed at once. The smile vanished. The shifting features pulled tight into rage so deep it looked ancient. The first child shapes appeared at the edge of my light, 3 of them standing between support posts. Then 6. Then more. They wore carnival clothes from different years and styles. Some held balloons with no strings. Some clutched stuffed animals gone gray with rot. Their faces were pale and wrong, not fully formed, like the woman's face in the photos. Their eyes were dark hollows that reflected no light. They did not rush us. They only watched. The woman's hands pushed farther through the broken machine glass, stretching out of the gears as if she were climbing from a deep place into ours. "Break it!" I shouted. Nolan drove the iron bar into the cylinder itself. The brass gave with a dull, ugly crunch. Half the pins bent flat. The tune became a shriek of wrong notes. Every child shape in the room opened its mouth. No sound came from them. Then all the hidden music boxes slammed shut at once. Silence hit like a pressure wave. For one suspended second, nothing moved. Then the machine screamed. I do not mean the metal screamed, though it did. I mean a voice came out of it, layered and terrible, woman and child and something older than both. The sound was so full of grief and fury that I dropped to one knee and clapped my hands over my ears. The face forced itself through the broken panel. It was not solid. It was made of smoke, ash, strands of hair, and scraps of photograph edges fluttering like skin. The pale dress formed around it as if stitched by the dark itself. It climbed from the machine, rising too tall, joints bending with liquid ease. The child shapes stepped closer. Nolan swung the bar through the woman's middle. It passed through with resistance like tearing wet cloth. She turned toward him, and every metal object in the basement shuddered. The shelves crashed over. Tools flew. A crate exploded apart. One of the small hidden music boxes shot across the room and struck Nolan in the temple. He fell hard against the concrete. "Nolan!" I ran to him. Blood streamed down the side of his face. He was conscious, but barely, his eyes unfocused. The woman drifted toward us. Her feet never touched the floor. Around her, the children followed in a loose ring. On the work table beside me lay a red plastic gas can, old and dusty. Beside it sat a box of oily rags and a rusted lighter. Maybe workers had used them years ago before everything shut down. Maybe they had been left there for this very moment. I do not know. I grabbed the can and shook it. Liquid still inside. My hand trembled so badly I nearly dropped the lighter. The woman's face leaned close to mine. Up close it looked like many faces trying to fit into one skin. For an instant I saw a tired woman with smoke-blackened cheeks, then a smiling carnival guest, then a child, then something eyeless and hollow. Her voice came out soft, almost loving. "You heard me." I backed away, pulling Nolan with one arm. "I didn't mean to." "But you came closer." The children moved in around us, their bare feet making no sound on the concrete. I splashed the gasoline over the machine, across the split wood, over the broken glass, into the turning gears. The woman's expression changed at once. Not fear, recognition, as if this had happened before. I struck the lighter. It failed once, twice. On the third try, the flame came up small and blue. The woman reached for my wrist. The air around her was freezing enough to burn. I threw the lighter. Fire ran over the gasoline in a sudden orange sheet. The machine caught with a deep whoomph, flames climbing the old wood and licking into its open heart. Oil, dust, and ancient varnish fed it fast. The brass heated and snapped. Smoke rolled upward in black waves. The woman shrieked. This time, every child shape screamed with her. The sound was unbearable. Nolan managed to get one arm around my shoulder and half stand. Together, we stumbled toward the stairs while the basement behind us filled with fire and that terrible layered crying. The child shapes rushed then, not walking now, running. Their forms broke apart at the edges as they moved, leaving trails of ash and paper fragments. One caught my jacket from behind with cold little fingers. The cloth froze under its grip. I tore free and nearly fell. Nolan swung the iron bar one last time, knocking two of them aside like empty costumes. We hit the stairs and climbed. Behind us, the flames spread faster than they should have in such damp air. The maintenance room above glowed red through the basement doorway. The doll from the loft crouched at the top step, waiting, its stitched smile wide. I kicked it as hard as I could. It flew into the wall and burst open, spilling straw, dust, and something dark and dry that looked too much like hair. We reached the main room. The outer door stood open. Beyond it, the carnival had changed again. Lights burned all over the midway, not electric lights, not true ones. A yellow carnival glow floated in the dead bulbs and old signs, enough to show the rides moving in slow, rusted circles. The carousel turned, the teacups spun. The Ferris wheel groaned one car at a time. The game booths shone with little lamps that should not have worked. Shapes moved among them, dozens, maybe hundreds, like fairgoers seen through smoke. The music came from everywhere and nowhere, but now it was warped by the fire below, stumbling in and out of tune. For one insane heartbeat, the abandoned place looked alive again. Then I saw what the people were, not solid, not whole, just impressions of crowds built from dust, light, and memory. Children laughing with no sound, mothers turning with paper-thin faces, workers carrying invisible prizes, a whole lost evening repeating itself under a dead sky. And through all of it, the woman in white, was everywhere, at every ride, in every line, at every edge of my sight. One of her shapes stood directly in front of the maintenance room door, smiling. "Stay," she said. The real fire behind us roared louder. Smoke poured out around our legs. Nolan coughed hard and pointed left. "Fence!" We ran. The midway fought us. That is the only way I can say it. The path seemed to lengthen. Benches slid into our way. Hanging wires snagged our clothes. The crowd shapes drifted across us cold as cellar air, and every time one passed through me, I lost my sense of direction for a second. I saw flashes that were not mine. A little hand holding a paper ticket, a view from carousel height, a dark woman's silhouette at the edge of bright lights. The music pounded in my skull. At the children's ride area, Melody Meadow was moving now, turning in a slow circle. The tiny benches inside were occupied. Children sat there, shoulder to shoulder, faces pale under the dusty windows, all watching us go by. One little girl pressed her hand to the glass. She wore one red shoe and one bare foot. I looked away so fast my neck hurt. The bent section of chain-link fence came into view ahead. So did the entrance gate beyond it, and beyond that, the truck. Normal. Still. Real. We pushed through the gap. The fence caught Nolan's jacket and tore it down the back. I nearly fell in the mud but kept moving. Behind us, the carnival lights flared bright white for one long second. Every ride stopped at once. Every crowd shape turned toward us. Then the whole place went dark. The silence that followed was so complete it felt like deafness. A second later, an explosion boomed from the maintenance building. Fire burst through part of the roof, throwing sparks high into the night. Real fire now, ordinary and violent. It spread to a nearby stall, then another. We ran the rest of the way to the truck. Nolan dropped the keys twice before getting the door open. We slammed ourselves inside, and he started the engine so hard the truck lurched before catching. Gravel and dirt sprayed behind us as we tore back down the narrow road without headlights for the first 100 yards. Only when we reached the county road did he stop. We sat there shaken, both of us breathing smoke and cold night air. Far behind us, over the tree line, an orange glow climbed into the sky. Neither of us spoke for a long time. At last, Nolan said, "We called the fire department." I nodded. When we did, we told them what we could tell without sounding insane. We said we found the place, saw a fire start in the old maintenance area, and got out. We did not mention the woman. We did not mention the music. We did not mention the photographs or the children in the ride windows. By the time firefighters reached the carnival, most of the children's area and the maintenance building were already gone. The next day, the local paper called it a total loss. That phrase stayed with me, as if the place had not already been one for years. There was a brief investigation. We had to answer questions. We said we had been trespassing, which was true. We got a warning and a lecture, and were told we were lucky to be alive. No one found any hidden machine in the basement. According to the report, the floor had collapsed into a burned-out cavity full of old electrical parts and debris. Nothing identifiable remained. No one found photographs either. No one found children's shoes. No one found bodies. The official history of a carnival was thin and strangely incomplete. It had opened in the late 70s, struggled for years, changed owners twice, and finally shut down after a bad season marked by accidents and poor attendance. There were a few mentions of a small fire and one missing child case, though that story ended with no resolution and not much detail. There was no full article on Eleanor Vale except the clipping I had seen in the basement. I looked for her later. So did Nolan. We found an old death notice in a county archive from a nearby town. Eleanor M. Vale, 34, died in hospital following complications from smoke inhalation 3 months after the reported storage fire at the Carnival. No children listed. No family details except husband Thomas. No photograph attached. But one line in the notice stood out. Former music teacher. After that, Nolan changed. Not all at once, but enough. He stopped filming abandoned places, stopped asking people to go exploring, stopped making jokes about ghosts and stories. 6 months later, he moved out of state for a job and never came back except once for his mother's surgery. We still talk now and then, but never about that night unless one of us has had the tune in a dream again. As for me, I tried for a long time to file it away under things I survived and did not understand. Then, about a year later, I heard the tune in a thrift store. Just 3 notes. Plink, 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 plink. I turned so fast I knocked over a rack of old coats. The sound had come from a shelf of donated knickknacks near the back, music boxes, lamps, old clocks, cracked porcelain figures. Harmless things, dusty things. I went closer, even though every part of me wanted to run. There on the shelf sat a small wooden music box painted white. Its lid was open. Inside, above the mirror, a tiny brass carousel horse turned in place. The same one from the ride hatch. My legs nearly gave out. An older woman working the register called over, "Careful with that one. Somebody dropped it off this morning." I asked her where it had come from. She said, "No idea, no note, no name." I told her I wanted it gone. I sounded half mad, and I knew it. She frowned at me. "Then don't buy it." The horse turned one more time. The tune skipped and stopped. Inside the lid, scratched into the wood so faintly I only saw it when I lifted the box toward the light, were 2 words. "Found you." I left the store without it. I sat in my car for almost an hour afterward, shaking like I had that night at the Carnival. When I finally went back in with the idea of buying it just to destroy it, the shelf was empty. The woman at the register said another customer had taken it. I asked who. She said she had not noticed. That was 7 years ago. Since then, I have heard the tune in places where it should not be. From a baby monitor in a house with no children. From a phone left ringing in an empty office. From a toy aisle after closing. From the apartment above mine when no one lived there. Always only a few notes. Always gone when I go looking. I have never seen the woman again, clearly. Only pieces. A pale shape at the end of a supermarket aisle. A face half formed in a bus window reflection. Dark hair in the mirror behind me when I am washing my hands at night. Once, while falling asleep, I felt the edge of my mattress sink as if someone light had sat down beside me. I kept my eyes closed until morning. People say old places hold echoes. I think some things are worse than echoes. Some things are invitations. Some are doors left open by fire, grief, loneliness, and all the small hungers people carry into the dark without understanding what listens there. I do not visit abandoned places anymore. I do not go near fairs. I do not like to hear children's songs played too slowly. And I never, ever follow music when I cannot see who is playing it. Tonight, the house is quiet, the wind is low outside. A few minutes ago, while I was turning off the lamp in the hall, I heard it again. Soft, patient, just beyond the bedroom door. Plink, 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 plink. Then a pause. Then a woman's voice, gentle as a lullaby, speaking from the dark on the other side of the wood. You walked past the rides. I have not moved since. The handle has not turned. But I can see, under the door, the thin white line of someone standing there blocking the hall light, and every few minutes the music box starts to play again. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The deserted hospital Gurneys rolled toward us. When we called out for help, I did not believe in haunted places when this happened. I believed in broken pipes, old wiring, rats inside walls, bad air, stress, and people scaring themselves because they wanted a story to tell later. I believed every abandoned place had a reason for every sound. Metal settled. Doors shifted in loose frames. Wind moved through cracks and made a building breathe like it was alive. That was what I believed when I agreed to spend a night inside St. Mercy's Hospital. It sat alone at the far edge of our town, past the dry fields, behind a line of dead trees that looked burned even in summer. The road out to it was split and uneven, as if roots had pushed up from under the asphalt and given up halfway. Nobody used that road anymore unless they were stupid, curious, or both. I was both. There were 4 of us that evening. Me, my cousin Nate, my friend Lena, and a quiet guy named Owen who worked with Nate at the garage. Owen was the one with the key. He held it up in the truck before we got there and smiled in the fading light. "Maintenance entrance," he said. "Old lock was changed years ago, but this one still works. My uncle used to do repairs there before the city shut it down for good." "Why would they even lock it if nobody goes there?" Lena asked. "So kids don't go in and fall through the floor and sue someone," Nate said. I looked out the window as the hospital came into view between the trees. Street. Mercy's was 7 stories tall, a long block of concrete and black glass with one wing collapsed inward near the back. The front circled drive was cracked open with weeds. The ambulance bay doors hung crooked. Most of the windows were dark holes. A few still held cloudy glass that reflected the evening sky in a dull gray shine. It looked less like a building and more like a huge dead thing left out in the weather. "You still good?" Nate asked me. "Yeah," I said. I meant it then. The plan was simple. Walk through, take some pictures, maybe stay an hour after dark if we felt brave, leave before midnight. That was the plan people make before a bad place decides it has other plans. We parked near the loading dock on the side of the building. The air smelled dry outside, dusty and hot from the day, but there was another smell under it when we got out. Not strong, just a thin, sour scent like damp cloth left too long in a basement. Lena noticed it too. She wrinkled her nose and looked up at the hospital. "It smells open," she said. "Open?" Nate laughed. "You know what I mean." I did know what she meant. Some abandoned places felt sealed, dead, empty. This one did not. It felt like something was still moving inside it, like we had arrived while it was awake. Owen led us to the maintenance door set into a lower concrete wall. It was painted once, probably green, but now it was mostly rust and peeling flakes. The key turned after some effort. When the latch gave, the sound seemed too loud in the still evening, Nobody spoke for a second. Then Nate pulled the door open, and cool air poured out over our shoes. Not fresh, cool air, not night air, hospital air, old disinfectant, mold, paper rot, rust, something bitter and medical underneath it all. It was the smell of a place built to fight death, and then left full of it. Lena shined her flashlight through the doorway. The beam showed a narrow hall lined with pipes along the ceiling and old electrical boxes on the wall. Dust floated in the light like ash. "After you," Nate said to Owen. Owen gave him a flat look. "You wish?" Nate grinned and stepped inside first. I went after him. Lena came behind me, and Owen pulled the door closed once we were all in. The dark inside was thick enough to feel. Our flashlight beams cut through it, but only in narrow pieces. Everything beyond the light stayed hidden, as if the hospital was too large to reveal all at once. The maintenance hall led into a basement corridor with low ceilings and stained floor tiles. Door signs still hung on some rooms. Laundry, linen storage, boiler control, waste holding. Most rooms were empty or full of broken shelves and overturned bins. Pipes knocked occasionally overhead. Water dripped somewhere far off with a slow, patient rhythm. "It's not so bad," Nate said. His voice came back to us strangely. Not a clean echo. It sounded softer on the return, almost whispered, as if someone farther down the hall had repeated him under their breath. Lena looked behind us. "You heard that, right?" "Hearing ourselves in a hallway," Nate said. "Yes, wild." But I had heard it too. He had said, "It's not so bad," and something in the dark had almost answered, "Not so bad." We kept moving. The basement map was still mounted on a wall near a pair of swinging doors. It had yellowed with age and bubbled under cracked plastic. We aimed our lights at it and traced the levels with our fingers. Basement, morgue, laundry, record storage, maintenance, first floor, emergency, admissions, imaging, second, surgery, third and fourth, patient wards, fifth, maternity and neonatal, sixth, long-term care, seventh, administrative offices and roof access. "Morgue's down here," Owen said quietly. "Of course it is," Lena muttered. Nate smiled. "Morgue first?" "No," all three of us said at once. He laughed, but it came out weak. We pushed through the swinging doors. Their small round windows were black with grime. Beyond them the corridor widened, and we found ourselves in a service hall that connected to the main hospital. There were old stretchers against one wall, their wheels rusted, straps hanging loose. A wheelchair lay on its side near an elevator, with the doors stuck half open. A faded poster on the wall showed a smiling nurse and the words, "Wash hands, save lives." Someone had dragged muddy footprints across the floor years ago. They were still there, dried into dark marks. I knelt and ran my light over them. "These are old," I said. "How can you tell?" Lena asked. Dust settled over them. "See?" She crouched beside me and nodded. The prints came from the elevator, crossed the hall, and vanished at a locked steel door marked Morgue Access. Authorized personnel only. Nate clicked his tongue. "That's cheerful." Owen moved ahead. "Emergency department should be this way." We followed him through a pair of open doors and into a larger corridor. This one looked more like the hospital people would remember. A nurse's station sat in the middle. Counters covered in old charts, toppled binders, cracked computer monitors. Halls branched away to exam rooms and treatment bays. Curtains still hung around some of the bays, stiff and yellowed. The silence in there was worse because it felt wrong. Hospitals are never truly quiet. Even empty ones seem like they should hold the memory of motion. Feet, wheels, alarms, distant voices. The place around us had all the shapes of that life, but none of the sound. We moved slowly, our lights passing over details that felt too personal to be left behind. A child's drawing taped to a cabinet, plastic cups in a dispenser, a cracked blood pressure cuff still hanging from a wall. Lena stopped near a doorway. "Look." Inside the room was a hospital bed with the blanket still tucked in, not messy, not tossed, properly tucked, as if someone had just made it and stepped out. A tray table stood beside it with an empty water pitcher and a pair of folded paper slippers on the floor. That bothered me more than anything we had seen so far. Abandoned buildings made sense when they were ruined. It was the pieces that looked paused instead of destroyed that made my skin tighten. Nate stepped in and touched the blanket. Dust lifted. "Nobody's been here in years," he said. "Then who made the bed?" Lena asked. He had no answer. From somewhere deeper in the emergency wing came a sound like metal rolling softly over tile. All four of us turned at once. It stopped. The silence after that was enormous. "Probably a loose cart," Owen said. "In a level floor hallway?" I asked. "Maybe." Nate forced a laugh. "Maybe the ghost nurse is doing rounds." Lena gave him a sharp look. "Don't." He raised his hands. "Sorry." We left the room and continued into imaging. The X-ray rooms were lined with lead warning signs and heavy doors. In one room, a light box still hung on the wall with old scans clipped to it. The images had faded, but I could still make out a rib cage in one, a bent arm in another. Owen took pictures with his phone. Nate shined his flashlight through a glass panel into what must have been a CT room. The machine was still there, covered in a heavy gray sheet. "Why didn't they strip this place?" he said. "That thing must have cost a fortune." "Maybe it was contaminated," Lena said. "Contaminated with what?" She looked at him. "I don't know. Hospital stuff." Again, from far away came that soft rolling sound, longer this time, metal wheels moving then stopping. Not close enough to see, close enough to hear clearly. We all stood very still. There was no mistaking it now. Someone, or something, was pushing a wheeled bed somewhere in the hospital. Nate swallowed and tried to shrug it off. "Maybe there are security people here?" "At night," I said, "with no lights?" Owen pocketed his phone. "Let's just stay together." Nobody argued. We left imaging and found a stairwell. The elevators were dead, and none of us wanted to test them anyway. The fire door was heavy and resisted when Owen pushed it open. The stairwell beyond was dark and close, smelling of wet cement and rust. Water stains ran down the walls. Our lights flashed over landings filled with fallen plaster. We decided to go up to the patient floors. "Why not leave?" Lena asked quietly as we started climbing. It was the first time anyone had said it. Nate turned back to her. "Because we just got here. We heard something. In an old hospitals make sounds. But not like that." He opened his mouth, then shut it. He had heard it too. "We go up one floor," Owen said. "Then we decide." So we climbed to the third floor. The patient ward was longer than I expected, stretching in both directions from the stairwell doors. Rooms lined the walls. A central station sat under a hanging sign that read, "North Ward." Half the ceiling panels were missing. Our lights flashed over loose wires and cracked fluorescent fixtures. The windows at the far end of the corridor let in the last weak blue of evening. We walked past room after room. Most were stripped bare, but not all. Some still had beds. Some still had cabinets of supplies torn open and looted. One room had flowers on the floor, dried to brittle brown stalks inside a vase that had shattered. "Did people leave these?" Lena asked. "Could be from when it closed," I said. Owen checked a chartboard outside one of the rooms. The names had faded, but faint marker lines were still visible. He said nothing. He just put it down and moved on. At room 312, Nate froze and lifted his hand. "What?" He pointed his flashlight into the room. There were 2 hospital beds inside. One was empty. The other had an outline in the dust on the mattress, as if someone had been lying there recently enough to disturb it. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the shape. It was not fresh, but it also was not old enough to be from years ago. The dust around the outline was thick. Something had pressed down there sometime in the recent past. Lena backed into me. "No." Nate stepped closer to the bed. "Don't touch it," I said. "I'm not going to touch it." He leaned over, shining his light on the pillow. There was a long dent across it, shallow and curved, like the weight of a head had rested there for a while. Then, from somewhere down the hall behind us, a call bell rang, a single, sharp electronic ding. We all jumped. Another ding answered from farther away, then another, then another. Soon it was happening all over the floor, room after room, one call bell after another, never in any pattern I could follow, some near, some distant, some faint, behind closed doors. The sound echoed through the ward in broken bursts, and with each one I felt my chest tighten more. "What is doing that?" Lena whispered. "No power," Owen said. "There's no power." Nate turned in a circle, flashlight shaking now. "This isn't funny." Nobody had laughed. The bell stopped all at once. The silence that followed was not empty. It felt crowded. I heard breathing then, not my own, not one of my friends. It came from the nurse station ahead of us, slow and wet, like someone trying to breathe through fluid in their throat. Owen lifted his light and pointed it there. The station was empty. The breathing stopped. Something moved in one of the patient rooms to our left. A soft rustle. Then a squeak of bed springs. Lena grabbed my arm so hard her nails went through my sleeve. "We're leaving," she said. This time, none of us argued. We hurried back toward the stairwell. As we passed room 309, the door drifted inward on its own and struck the wall with a hollow bang. Our lights flew to it. There was nobody inside. At room 307, a curtain in the corner slowly pulled halfway around a bed as though an unseen hand had taken hold of it. At room 305, the call bell above the bed lit red. I saw it with my own eyes. A dead light in a dead building glowing over an empty mattress. Nate swore and broke into a run. We all followed. When we reached the stairwell, the fire door was shut. I knew it had been open. We had left it open. Owen yanked it. It did not move. "Come on!" he snapped, pulling harder. Nate shoved beside him. The door gave only a fraction and slammed closed again from the other side, as if someone had leaned their full weight against it. "There's no one there," Lena said, voice rising. "There's no one there." Together, Nate and Owen pulled again. Nothing. Then came the rolling sound. Very close now. From the far end of the ward, metal wheels rattling over tile, steady and quick. None of us looked at first. We were all too busy with the door. But the sound was getting louder fast, and finally, I turned. A gurney had come around a corner at the end of the hall. It was moving by itself. Not drifting, not coasting, rolling straight toward us with gathering speed. Its side rails were up. A stained sheet covered something on top of it, a long shape beneath the fabric. My mind refused to accept what I was seeing. It tried to split the image apart into possible pieces. Tilted floor, hidden wire, prank. Somebody pushing from behind. But there was no one behind it. The gurney rattled closer, wheels shaking, sheet fluttering. Lena screamed. Nate abandoned the door and backed away. No. The gurney struck a loose tile, bumped, corrected itself, and kept coming. Owen threw himself at the stairwell door one more time. This time it flew open so suddenly he almost fell through. We piled into the stairwell and slammed the door shut. A second later, something heavy hit the other side hard enough to shake the metal. Lena was crying now, short, panicked breaths. Nate held a finger to his lips, though none of us had spoken. We stood in the dark stairwell with only our flashlight beams and listened. Nothing. Then a soft scrape against the door. Then another, as if metal was pressing slowly down the outside of it. Owen whispered, "Go down." We started descending too fast, nearly slipping on broken concrete dust. Our lights bounced wildly. The beam in my hand crossed old graffiti, leaking pipes, rusted handrails. Behind us, from one floor above, I heard the stairwell door open with a long, tired creak. Then wheels on stairs. That sound should not exist. But I heard it, a hard clunk. Then another, like a gurney was being brought down one step at a time. Lena made a choking sound. "How is that possible?" "Don't stop," Nate said. We ran. At the second floor landing, Owen shoved that door open and we burst into the surgery corridor. It was worse here. The operating wing had no windows, only long halls with scrub sinks, swinging doors, and observation panels and walls blackened from the inside. The air was colder. The smell was sharper, with a stale chemical bite that stung the back of my nose. Our lights hit signs for OR1, OR2, prep, recovery, supply. Something dripped in the darkness. Behind us in the stairwell came another clunk. Then another. It was coming down. We rushed through the surgery hall searching for another set of stairs or maybe a clear path to the elevators, though we knew they were useless. The floor here was cleaner than anywhere else we had seen. Not clean exactly, but less buried in dust. There were tracks through it, thin lines as if wheels had moved through recently. "All right," Nate panted. "All right, who else comes in here?" No one answered. We passed recovery rooms with rows of empty beds. In one, the privacy curtains all hung shut. As our lights swept over them, one curtain moved. Not much, just enough to show something had brushed it from inside. I kept my eyes forward and kept moving. At the end of the hall, we found another nurse's station, and beyond it, double doors to an operating theater. One door stood ajar. A faint light glowed inside. Not electric white, not flashlight. A weak yellow light, like an old lamp under a blanket. We all stopped. Owen whispered, "You see that too?" "Yes," I said. Another clunk echoed behind us in the stairwell. Closer. Nate looked from the theater doors to the hall behind us. "I don't care. We can't stay here." He pushed through the theater doors. The room beyond was an old teaching operating room with a sunken central table and rows of seats rising in a half circle above it. The weak yellow light came from a single surgical lamp hanging low over the operating table. It was on, not fully. It flickered and buzzed, throwing a sick, dim glow over the room. No other lights were on. No wires seemed live. But that lamp was on. Under it stood a gurney, not the one we had seen upstairs. This one was smaller, empty. The operating table beside it had restraints on the sides. On the tile floor beneath the table, words had been written in dust by someone's finger. "We heard you." Lena let out a broken sob. Nate backed up slowly. "Nope, nope." From behind us, the theater doors swung wider on their own. The sound of wheels rolled right up to the doorway outside. We turned. A gurney stopped just beyond the threshold. The same one from the third floor, I think. The sheet still covered the shape on top. No person pushed it. No hand touched it. It had simply arrived and was waiting for us to say something. None of us did. Then from the rows of seats above the operating floor, a voice whispered, "Help!" We all spun toward it. Flashlights crossed over dusty chairs, loose papers, mold on walls. No one. Then another voice from the opposite side, weaker, like a patient trying to wake from a dream. "Help me!" Lena clamped both hands over her mouth. A third voice came from near the lamp, right beside the empty gurney. "Please!" Every hair on my body rose. The voices were not loud. That made them worse. They sounded tired, hurt, real, human. Nate looked at me with a face I had never seen on him before. He was truly afraid. "It wants us to answer," he whispered. As if the room had heard him, the lamp above the table brightened for 1 second and then dimmed again. Outside the doors, the waiting gurney rolled forward half a foot, just enough to make its wheels squeal. We backed away together. The whisper came again from the dark seats. "Please help." No one answered. Then from somewhere in the surgery hall behind the gurney came another voice, a man this time, cracked and desperate. "Is anyone there?" The gurney at the door rolled faster, straight toward us. We broke. Owen bolted up the side steps through the seats, looking for another exit. Nate grabbed Lena by the wrist and dragged her after him. I ran behind them, stumbling over broken chair legs and old wiring. The gurney struck the operating table below with a crash that shook the whole room. As I reached the upper door, I looked back. The sheet had slipped. Under it was not a body. It was a pile of bundled hospital blankets strapped into a human shape, and tucked where a face should have been was an old intercom speaker, stained dark around the grill. It crackled. Then from that speaker, in a chorus of overlapping weak voices, came one sentence. "We heard you." I slammed through the upper door and nearly fell into another corridor. This one was part of the observation level around the theater. Glass panels looked down into the operating room below, though most had gone cloudy with age. We ran along the curved hall, passing dark classrooms and storage closets. Somewhere behind us, below us, maybe around us, wheels were moving again. More than one set now. That was when I realized the sound we had been hearing from different parts of the hospital might never have been one gurney. It might have been many. At the end of the observation hall was another stairwell. Owen threw open the door, and we spilled in. This one went both up and down. He started down toward the first floor. Nate grabbed him. "No, basement exit, maintenance door." "Too far," Owen said. "Front lobby's faster." "Front lobby is bigger," I said. "More exits." Lena shook her head wildly. "Anywhere, just get out." We went down to the first floor. The door opened into the main lobby, and for a second I felt relief. Then I saw the room. The lobby was enormous, stretching across the front of the building with shattered reception desks, rows of bolted seats, a gift shop with broken windows, and a grand staircase leading up to the second-floor bridge. Moonlight shone through the cracked glass wall at the entrance, painting the floor pale blue. And all across that floor stood Gurneys. At least 12 of them, maybe more. Some were lined up near the reception desk, some were near the entrance, some waited by the hallways leading deeper into the hospital. A few still had sheets over shapes, others were bare, straps hanging loose. None were moving. Not yet. Nate said, "No." Owen whispered, "Stay quiet." The front doors were chained from the outside. I could see the chain through the glass. "Side entrance," I said. "There has to be a side entrance." Lena was backing toward the wall, shaking her head. "They're all looking at us." I almost told her not to say things like that, but then I understood what she meant. The Gurneys were arranged with their head ends angled toward the stairwell door where we had entered. Even though they had no faces, no eyes, the feeling was the same. They had turned toward us. A speaker somewhere overhead crackled with static. All of us flinched. Then a woman's calm, recorded voice filled the lobby, warped with age and damage. Code blue, assistance needed." The announcement repeated, but each time it changed a little. The words stretched, slurred, broke apart. Assistance needed. Need help. Help needed. Then, in a raw human whisper through the same speaker, "Please answer." One of the Gurneys nearest the reception desk rolled forward. Its wheels squealed softly. Another moved near the gift shop. Then another. Nate grabbed a broken metal chair from the row beside him and hurled it across the lobby. It crashed into a window frame and shattered more glass. At once, every Gurney in the room started moving. The sound was horrible, wheels rattling, frames clanging, sheets sliding, metal striking tile from every direction. They came at us from the open floor, from beside the walls, from the hall mouths. Not fast at first, just steady, purposeful, hurting. "Run!" Owen shouted. We cut left through admissions. A Gurney crashed into the wall behind us where we had been standing. Another clipped my leg hard enough to spin me sideways. I caught myself on a counter, pain burning from hip to knee, and kept going. Admissions was a maze of cubicles and filing counters. Papers blew up around us as if a wind had hit them, though the air felt dead still. We knocked through a swinging gate and found a back office hall leading toward outpatient rooms. A Gurney rolled across the hall ahead of us, blocking it for a second, then vanished through another door, as if searching. "How are they turning?" Lena cried. "How are they turning?" "Don't know," Nate shouted back. We reached a side exit, and Owen hit the push bar. Nothing. The panic in his face then made my stomach drop lower than anything else had. "It's jammed," he said. He hit it again. The door did not open. Behind us came the layered sounds of rolling metal, many of them now, spreading through the offices. "Move," Nate said. He slammed his shoulder into the door. Once, twice. On the third hit, something in the frame cracked, but the door only opened a hand's width before stopping against something on the outside. I shoved my flashlight through the gap. Dirt! The exit had collapsed under a drift of soil and roots from outside, packed hard against the door. "It's blocked," I said. Lena made a sound like she might faint. The nearest gurney rounded the cubicle wall at the end of the hall, then another and another. They filled the corridor, bumping into each other, correcting coming on. Owen looked around and pointed to a narrow records room beside us. "In there!" We piled inside just as the first gurney struck the wall outside. Owen pulled the door shut, and Nate jammed a fallen cabinet against it. The room was tiny and windowless, packed with shelves sagging under old files. Dust exploded around us. Outside, metal bumped softly against the door. Then again. Then from several angles at once. The room had no second exit. My heart hammered so hard it made my vision pulse. No one spoke for a moment. We just listened to the gurneys outside repositioning themselves in the hall. Lena slid down the wall and whispered, "We're going to die in a records closet." "Shut up," Nate said, but not harshly. He sounded near tears himself. Owen shined his light up the shelves. "There's a vent." I looked. Near the ceiling, above the top shelf, was a square vent with a cover hanging crooked. "Too small," I said. "For us, yes. But maybe there's another maintenance passage." "That's not better." Outside the door, something scraped slowly down the metal like a fingernail across paint. Lena buried her face in her hands. Nate looked at me. "You said old buildings have reasons for sounds." I gave a short laugh that came out shaken. "Yeah. You got one for this?" "No." A soft voice came through the door, not from the hall, not from a speaker, from just the other side of the metal. "I can't breathe," Lena whimpered. Then another voice, old and male, "Please let us in." Something thumped low against the door. Then, to my horror, the push bar on the inside slowly depressed a fraction, then rose, then depressed again. Like someone outside was testing how the door opened. Nate backed away from it. It learned. I don't know why that sentence hit me so hard, but it did. It learned. Owen climbed onto the shelves and reached for the vent. The cover came off with a squeal. Dust rained down. He shoved his flashlight in and swore. "What? There's a shaft big enough to crawl." "Then go," Nate said. Owen hauled himself up and wriggled inside. I helped push his feet until he vanished. Nate went next. Then Lena, trembling so badly I had to boost her by the waist while she tried not to look at the door. As I lifted her, the voices outside changed. More of them now, whispering, crowding, "Help us. Please, don't leave. It hurts. Stay." The cabinet against the door shuddered as something rammed it. Then again, harder. I climbed onto the shelf and jammed myself into the vent feet first, twisting my shoulders to fit. My shirt caught on a screw and tore. Behind me, the door handle began rattling rapidly. I wormed deeper into the shaft and pulled the vent cover loosely back into place with my shoe just as the records room door burst open below. Metal clanged, shelves tipped, paper flew. I held my breath in the dark. A flashlight beam from Nate shone weakly ahead, barely enough to see dust coating the shaft. It was close, hot, hard to move in. My elbows scraped metal as I pushed forward. Lena crawled ahead of me, whimpering quietly with every movement. Below us in the room, I heard wheels roll over scattered files, then silence, then one single voice directly beneath the vent. "You called." I squeezed my eyes shut. Hours seemed to pass in that vent, though it could not have been more than minutes. We crawled through turns and downward slopes and one long horizontal stretch where the metal groaned under our weight. At one point, we passed over an open grate and looked down into a dark room full of old incubators. At another, we crossed above a hall where I saw two Gurneys roll beneath us in opposite directions like hunting animals. Eventually, the shaft widened and ended over a maintenance chamber. Owen had already kicked the grate loose and dropped down. Nate followed, Lena too. I lowered myself carefully, my bad leg flaring with pain when I landed. We were back in the basement. Pipes ran overhead. A huge furnace sat dead in one corner. On the far wall was a map of utility tunnels and service corridors. Owen pointed at it with shaking hands. "There, loading dock. If this is right, we can reach the side entrance without going through the main halls." "Then move," Nate said. We crossed into a utility tunnel tall enough to walk in, lined with steam pipes wrapped in old insulation. It was warmer there. Water ran along a channel in the floor. Our footsteps splashed. For the first time in what felt like forever, there were no voices, no rolling wheels, only the hum of trapped air and the drip of water. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. It felt like the building was holding still, listening. We followed the tunnel according to the map, passing valves, junction boxes, and thick doors marked with faded warnings. I noticed room numbers stenciled on some walls. One arrow pointed toward morgue transfer. "No!" Lena said at once. "We're not going there," Owen said. But the tunnel curved, and after another 50 feet, we reached a split where one path had collapsed under fallen concrete. The only open route was the one beneath the morgue transfer sign. Nate just stared at it for a moment. Of course. The transfer corridor beyond was narrower and colder than the utility tunnel. The tile changed from industrial concrete to old hospital floor again. There were tracks in the dust, lots of them, wheels. My flashlight found dark stains near the wall. I told myself they were rust marks from pipes. At the end of the corridor were double steel doors with small wired glass windows. Morgue. No one moved. Then, faintly behind us from the utility tunnel, came the rolling sound again. Not one, several. Steady. Coming closer. Owen reached for the morgue doors. "We cut through." Lena caught his sleeve. "No." "Do you want to stay here?" He pushed the door open. Cold air spilled out. The morgue looked larger than it should have, with rows of stainless steel cabinets in the wall, empty gurney racks, sinks, counters, and overhead rails for curtains that were long gone. An examination table stood in the middle of the room under a cracked lamp. More doors led deeper in, probably to cold storage and autopsy rooms. At the far end, one of the body cabinets was open, a tray halfway pulled out. Empty. On the tile floor beneath it were two bare footprints in dust. Not old. Fresh. As if someone had stepped down from the cabinet and walked away. Lena saw them too and almost turned to run back into the hall, but the sound there was too close now. Wheels had entered the transfer corridor. We went farther into the morgue. The doors swung shut behind us with a hollow boom. I hated that room immediately. It did not feel abandoned. It felt occupied in a way the rest of the hospital had only hinted at. The air was so cold I could see my breath. Our flashlight beams flashed across steel and came back thin and pale. Nate examined another exit door near the sinks. Locked. "Of course," Owen said. I moved toward the central table and saw marks on the floor around it, scuffs and circles, wheel marks, deep, overlapping all around the table as if Gurneys had been brought there over and over and over. Then I noticed the wall above the sinks. Someone had written on the tile in long, dried streaks of dark brown. "Don't ask for help." Lena read it aloud in a tiny voice. The moment she spoke, the room answered. Every body cabinet door on the wall slammed open together. The bang hit us like a blast of air. Drawers rolled out on their own, one after another, metal shrieking on rails. Empty trays shot forward and stopped at full extension. A few slammed all the way to the floor with explosive crashes. Nate staggered back into the examination table. "Nope," he yelled. The overhead lamp flickered on. Then another. Then another. Yellow light buzzed weakly through the morgue, making the steel gleam like wet bone. The open cabinet at the far end slid wider. Something moved in the darkness inside it. I aimed my light there and wished I hadn't. At first I thought it was a person crouched in the compartment. Then it unfolded too long, too wrong, all in pale-stained hospital cloth. Blankets, sheets, belts, tubes, straps. All of it twisted together into a shape that only imitated a body. It dragged itself halfway out on the tray, and from within the fold, where a face should have been, came the static crackle of an old speaker. "Assistance needed!" Lena screamed. The thing jerked forward, and every empty gurney rack along the wall began sliding out as if they were trying to reach us. Owen threw a metal tray at the lamp. It shattered, plunging half the room into dark. Nate grabbed Lena and ran for the side door near cold storage. I followed. The handle turned this time. The door opened into a tiled hall leading past refrigerated units and then, unbelievably, back into another service corridor. We sprinted through, not caring where it went as long as it went away from the morgue. Behind us, steel crashed and wheels shrieked. We burst through another set of doors and found ourselves in the ambulance bay. Moonlight poured through the open vehicle entrance. We could see the outside, the truck. It was right there beyond the bay, only 30 yards away. For 1 second, all of us froze in relief, so strong it hurt. Then the bay doors behind the parked ambulance began to descend, slowly, grinding downward from above with a shower of rust flakes. "No!" Nate shouted. We ran. The opening to the outside was shrinking fast, but still high enough. Owen dove first and slid under. Lena went after him. I dropped my hands and knees and crawled, pain tearing up my bruised leg. Nate came beside me. Something caught my ankle, not a hand, a strap. One of the loose leather restraints from a gurney had wrapped around my boot. I twisted and looked back. A gurney had rolled silently up behind us, close enough that its frame touched my foot. The strap hung from the rail and tightened as the gurney eased backward, dragging me away from the narrowing gap. I kicked wildly. My other heel struck the rail, then the wheel. The thing kept pulling. Nate grabbed both my arms and hauled while I clawed at the concrete. The bay door scraped the ground inches above us now. "Kick it off!" he shouted. I bent my leg hard and slammed my boot sideways. The old leather tore free. Nate yanked me under just as the door crashed shut behind us with a sound like a gunshot. We lay outside on the cold concrete, gasping. Owen was already on his feet, fumbling for the truck keys. Lena had crawled halfway to the passenger side and was sobbing. Nate pulled me up by the shoulder and dragged me the rest of the way. I looked back once. Through the narrow, dirty windows in the ambulance bay door, I could see shapes moving inside. Gurneys crossing in front of each other, stopping, turning, as if confused that we had escaped. Then one rolled right up to the glass and stopped. The sheet covering it shifted. From where a head would be, a speaker crackled. Even through the thick door, I heard the thin whisper, "Come back." Owen got the truck started on the third try. We tore out of there so fast the rear wheels sprayed gravel against the loading dock wall. None of us spoke on the drive back. Lena kept looking behind us through the rear window until the hospital vanished behind the trees. Nate held a rag against the cut on my ankle where the strap buckle had scraped me open. Owen gripped the wheel so tight his knuckles looked white in the dashboard light. We did not go to the police. What were we supposed to say? That empty Gurneys chased us through a closed hospital after answering our voices with voices of their own. No one would believe us. I barely believed us, and I had been there. For a while we agreed not to talk about it at all. That lasted 6 days. On the 7th day, Owen called me at 2 a.m. I answered half asleep and knew something was wrong immediately because he was whispering. "I hear wheels," he said. I sat up in bed. "What?" "In the hall outside my apartment. I hear wheels every night now. I checked 3 times. Nothing's there." I did not know what to say. "You're just worked up," I told him. He laughed softly, but it sounded frayed. "Yeah, maybe." Then his voice changed. "Wait." I listened to silence on the line. Then I heard it too through his phone, a faint metal rattle, rolling closer over a hard floor. Owen inhaled sharply. "It stopped outside my door," he whispered. There came a long pause. Then from the phone speaker, a tiny burst of static, and a voice so weak I almost missed it. "Help." The call ended. I drove to his apartment at sunrise. He was gone. His door stood open. The chain was broken from the frame. There were long black wheel marks across the floor from his entryway to the bedroom and back again, as if something heavy had been rolled inside and then wheeled out. The police said he must have left in the night after some kind of disturbance. They asked if he had problems, if he had enemies, if he had reason to disappear. I said no. They found nothing. A week later, Nate stopped answering messages. His mother asked if I had seen him. I went to his house. His truck was in the driveway. The front door was unlocked. Inside, every room was empty except the kitchen. A hospital call bell sat on a table, old plastic, cracked red button, dust in the seams. When I touched it, the thing lit up under my finger. I ran. Lena lasted the longest. She moved in with her sister and never stayed alone after dark. She slept with all the lights on. She said she kept hearing overhead announcements in places that had no speakers, grocery stores, parking lots, the back room at her work. Just a little static. Then that calm, recorded voice saying, "Assistance needed." I told her to leave town. She said she was trying. 2 days before she was supposed to go, she called me crying so hard I could barely understand her. "They're outside," she said, "in the street." I went to her house immediately. There was no one there when I arrived. Her front gate stood open. Her porch light swung in the wind. Inside, every cabinet door in the kitchen was open, every drawer pulled out like body trays. Upstairs, her bedroom curtains had been drawn around the bed as if someone had prepared a patient room. On the pillow was a folded paper slipper. I never saw her again. That left me. I moved. I changed my number. I tried not to think about St. Mercy's. I tried never to say words like help or assist aloud if I could avoid it. That sounds crazy, I know. But after a while, it became a habit I could not break. If I stubbed my toe, I bit the words back. If I needed something in public, I found another way to ask. And for months, maybe because of that, nothing happened. I almost let myself think it was over. Then my mother got sick. Nothing dramatic. A bad fall, a broken hip. Surgery she was expected to recover from. Still, when the hospital called to say there had been a complication and she was asking for me, I went. I had no choice. The hospital in my new city was bright and modern and full of people. Clean floors, working machines, nurses talking at stations. It should have felt safe. It did not. The moment I stepped through the entrance and smelled that sharp, clean medical air, my body remembered everything. I found my mother on the 4th floor, pale and tired but awake. She smiled when she saw me. I stayed with her for hours. Her monitors beeped gently. Nurses came and went. Nothing strange happened. By evening, I felt embarrassed by my own fear. Then, near midnight, my mother woke from a doze and gripped my hand. Her eyes were unfocused. "Can you get someone?" she whispered. "I need help." The words hit me like ice water. I stood so fast the chair fell over behind me. She looked startled. "What's wrong?" "Don't say that," I said before I could stop myself. "What?" I forced a smile that must have looked terrible. "Nothing. I'll get the nurse." I stepped into the hallway. At first it was normal. Quiet. Night shift, quiet. Soft shoes, distant voices, machines beeping from rooms. Then all the sounds seemed to pull away. One by one they faded until the corridor stood in a hush I knew too well. The nurse station at the far end was empty. A call bell lit above the room across from my mother's. Then another farther down. Then another. A metal rattle came from the elevator lobby. I turned slowly. A hospital gurney was rolling toward me from the shadows near the elevators, not pushed, not guided, rolling steadily on its own. People passed in the cross hall beyond it and did not seem to notice. That was the worst part. A nurse walked right through the space where its shadow should have been and kept going, head down over her tablet. I backed into the wall. The gurney stopped 10 feet away. Its sheet rose slightly at one end as if something under it had taken a breath. Then the public address speaker overhead crackled. No one else looked up. The voice that came through was the old one from Street. Mercy's, damaged and tired and patient. Assistance needed. I ran back into my mother's room and shut the door. She stared at me. What happened? I pushed a chair against the door, though I knew that would do nothing. My whole body shook. My mother looked over my shoulder and frowned. "There's someone in the hall with a bed," she said. A shadow crossed under the door, then another, rolling, stopping, waiting. My mother was frightened now. "What is this?" I did not answer because I was listening. Outside, just inches from the door, a cluster of weak voices spoke together. Not loud, not angry, only tired, only endless. "We heard you." I am writing this now from the chair in that hospital room while my mother sleeps again under sedation. Dawn is still a few hours away. The hall outside goes quiet, then fills with rolling sounds, then goes quiet again. The nurses come in sometimes, but when I ask if they see anything unusual, they only stare at me as if I have not spoken. A while ago, the room phone rang. When I answered, all I heard was static and wheels. I know now that it was never about the abandoned hospital alone. That place was where it started for us, or where we noticed it. But I think the thing inside St. Mercy's was made from years of desperate voices thrown into halls and rooms and stairwells, calls unanswered, bells ringing too long, beds pushed too late, help coming after the last breath instead of before. And when we walked into that dead building and called out into it, it answered. Maybe that was all it ever wanted. Maybe it does not chase everyone. Maybe it only follows the people who let it hear them. There is a gurney outside my door now. I can see the wheels through the narrow glass panel. It has been there for 20 minutes without moving. A moment ago, my mother stirred in her sleep and whispered that she could hear someone crying in the hall. I told her it was nothing, but now the sheet on the gurney is shifting. Now the speaker above my head is crackling awake. Now a voice, close enough to be right beside my ear, is saying the words I have feared hearing again since that night at St. Mercy's. Please, help. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The deserted military base radios broadcasted orders using our own voices. I took the job because it sounded easy. That was the first mistake. A man named Keller met me in a diner off a dry highway in western Nevada, where the land looked burned white under the sun and nothing moved except dust and old paper. He told me he worked for a private company that handled cleanup and site records for old government property. Most of the places were empty warehouses, storage yards, or training grounds that had been left alone for years. My job, he said, would be simple. I would go with a small team to an abandoned military base in the desert, help catalog what was still there, and make sure the radio equipment in the main communications building was dead before a demolition crew came in a month later. He said some people in nearby towns had been reporting strange radio chatter on old sets. He laughed when he told me this, as if it was a joke. He said old equipment could still catch weather signals, truckers, hobbyists, maybe someone playing around on military frequencies. Our team would shut it all down, log serial numbers, and leave. Good pay, 3 days, maybe 4. Cash bonus if we finished early. I'd been doing odd jobs for almost a year after losing a warehouse position. I was behind on rent, my truck needed new brakes, and I had started pretending I was not hungry in the evenings because skipping one meal was cheaper than buying groceries. So when Keller slid a paper across the table and told me all I had to do was sign a short-term contract, I signed it without reading much more than the number at the bottom. There were 4 of us on the team. Me, Darren, who was older than me by maybe 15 years and had worked on radio towers before, Paula, who handled records and site photography, and Reese, our driver, a quiet man with a shaved head and a habit of staring at things a little too long before speaking. Keller did not come with us. He only gave us a map, 2 ring binders of old floor plans, a key ring with rusted tags, and one warning that sounded almost playful. "If you hear anything over the radios," he said, "don't answer unless you know who it is." Darren smirked at that. "What, ghosts?" Keller only smiled, folded his hands, and said, "No, worse. Bureaucracy." We laughed. Even Reese smiled a little. I remember that part very clearly because it was the last normal laugh I heard from anyone on that trip. The base was far enough from the highway that even with the map, we almost missed the turn. The road leading to it was cracked, faded, and half buried in drifting sand. There were old warning signs knocked sideways by wind, their letters bleached pale. Most of the fencing had collapsed, though sections of chain link still stood around the outer perimeter, humming softly in the desert wind. The gate had been left open. That was the second thing that bothered me. Places like that were usually chained off, even if no one cared about them anymore. But this gate stood wide, and one side was bent inward as if something heavy had pushed through from the inside. We drove past low concrete buildings with black windows, barracks with missing doors, rusted light poles, and two long hangars that looked like empty mouths. Sand had piled against everything. The base seemed less abandoned than buried, as if the desert had been slowly trying to hide it. At the center stood the communications building. It was taller than the others, square and plain, with a windowless lower level and an antenna mast rising from its roof. The mast leaned slightly, but it was still standing. Cables ran from it into the building like dead veins. Next to it was a short bunker made of poured concrete. According to the floor plans, that bunker had housed backup generators and a secondary relay station. We parked in the shade of the main entrance overhang. The air outside was so hot it seemed to hold still. Nothing moved, no birds, no insects, no sound except the ticking of the van engine cooling down. Paula looked at the communications building and said, "I hate this place already." Darren stretched and said, "That means it's working?" We unloaded water, lights, cameras, gloves, and 2 cases of gear. The first thing I noticed when I stepped inside was the smell. Dust, old paper, dry rot, hot metal, and under that, faint but clear, the smell of ozone, like a machine had been running recently. The lobby was dark, with only thin bars of light slipping through the dirty upper windows. There was a reception counter, a wall map, and a faded board with room numbers. The map showed the whole base in clean, neat lines that did not match what we had just driven through. On the map, everything still had purpose. Motor pool, mess hall, security office, medical storage, signal operations, command. On the floor below it, in the dust, were fresh footprints. Not ours. I crouched and stared at them. Boot prints. Not sharp, but recent enough that the edges were not fully softened by drifting dust. "Darren," I said. He came over, looked down, and frowned. Reese said, "Maybe squatters." Paula shook her head. "Way out here? For what?" No one answered that. We followed the prints deeper into the building. The main hall split in 2 directions. To the left were offices and records rooms. To the right, according to the binder, were equipment rooms, radio control, and the stairwell down to the lower level. Our plan had been simple. Check for power. Photograph each room. Inventory major equipment. Confirm that all radio systems were dead. Lock up and leave before dark. By noon, the plan was already slipping apart. The first office we opened had file cabinets tipped over and papers spread over the floor in long yellow waves. The second had a desk, a dead wall clock, and a coffee mug with something black dried inside it. The third had bunk beds and lockers. One locker door stood open. Inside was a uniform hanging in plastic. Not military issue, modern security. There was no dust on the shoulders. Paula stared at it. Someone's here. Reese stepped closer to the doorway and listened into the hall. I said, "Hello?" My voice moved through the building and came back thinner. No answer. Darren told me not to do that again. We kept searching. Every room told the same story. Old, dead, empty, and somehow not untouched. There were signs of recent movement that did not fit with full abandonment. A door left ajar, a flashlight battery wrapper on the floor, a plastic water bottle with the label torn off, a folding chair set facing a blank wall. At 1:30, we reached the main radio control room. It was bigger than I expected, built like a theater for machines. Racks of old equipment lined the walls, some with gauges and patch panels, some with glass-faced dials, some newer than the rest. The central console was built in a U-shape facing a dark observation window. Dust covered almost everything, but not the microphone sitting on the center desk. That was clean, not polished clean, handled clean. Darren swore under his breath and moved right to the power cabinets. He checked breakers, traced cables, and looked up at the dead ceiling lights. "No grid power," he said. "Should be dead." Paula was photographing labels on the equipment racks. Reese stood near the door, not helping, only watching the hall through the narrow wired glass pane. I walked to the observation window. On the other side was a smaller room, maybe a recording booth or secure station. There was a metal chair, another desk, and a reel-to-reel unit mounted under the counter. The tape reels were still loaded. That was when a speaker, somewhere overhead, clicked just once. A tiny sound, so small that if the room had not been silent, we might have missed it. Then came a wash of static. Paula froze with her camera halfway raised. Darren turned slowly from the breaker cabinet. The static grew louder, then cleared. A voice came through the ceiling speaker. It said, "Signal team report to lower relay for confirmation." It was my voice. For a second, I did not even understand what I was hearing. It sounded exactly like me, but flatter, colder, as if I had spoken into a recorder while half asleep. Same rhythm, same rough edge on certain words. No one moved. Then Paula looked at me, her face white under the dust. I said, "I didn't say that." The speaker clicked off. Darren gave a hard laugh that had no humor in it. "Tape system," he said. "Old recordings. Maybe voice imprint, maybe." The speaker clicked again. "Paula, bring the camera log to command." That was Paula's voice. She covered her mouth with one hand, then another click. "Reese, shut the main gate and return to post." Reese did not react for 2 full seconds. Then I saw something change in his face. Not fear exactly, but recognition. "Who's messing with us?" Darren said, louder than he needed to. There was no answer. He crossed the room and picked up the clean microphone. "This is Survey Team Bravo. Identify yourself." Nothing. He set the microphone down too quickly, as if it had become hot. Then, from deeper in the building, a radio crackled in reply. Not the speaker overhead, a handheld or desk set somewhere else, and a voice said, in Darren's own tone, "Proceed below." None of us laughed after that. We searched the room for power and found none from the main lines. Darren finally led us to the lower-level stairwell, where the air became cooler and smelled stronger of metal and old water. Halfway down, we heard the throb of a generator, a real one, slow, uneven, but running. The lower generator room was behind a thick blast door standing partly open. Inside was a diesel unit the size of a truck, wired into transfer panels and fuel tanks. A work light hung from a pipe above it, and unlike everything upstairs, it was on, not bright, but alive. Someone had serviced the machine recently. The oil drums nearby were not empty. A toolbox sat open on the floor. Fresh footprints moved in and out of the room. Reese said, "We should leave." Darren shook his head. "After we shut this off." "Without knowing who turned it on?" Paula asked. "Exactly." He moved toward the control panel, but before he reached it, a speaker, hidden somewhere in the concrete ceiling, crackled. A new voice this time. Older, male, calm, not one of ours. "Do not interrupt active relay." We all stopped. Darren looked up. "Who is there?" Static. Then the same voice. "Remain in assigned positions." I felt cold despite the heat in the generator room. There was something wrong with the way the voice spoke. Too smooth, too measured, like someone reading orders they had repeated for years. Darren said, "We're contractors. This site is closed. Identify yourself." The answer came from a different speaker, farther down the hall, as if it had moved. "Contractor team logged at 11:07, 4 present, awaiting tasking." Paula whispered, "How does it know that?" The question hit me hard because I had been thinking the same thing. We had signed nothing at the gate. There was no office running here. No one had greeted us. And still the building knew how many we were. Darren shut off the generator anyway. The machine coughed, rattled, and wound down. The work light flickered out. The sudden silence was thick and wrong. For a moment, the only sound was our breathing. Then, somewhere above us, all at once, radios throughout the building began to chatter. Short bursts, static, carrier tones, sharp clicks from room to room. It sounded like a whole hidden staff waking up. Reese stepped back toward the stairs. "Turn it back on." Darren's face tightened. No. The first scream came from upstairs, not loud, not even fully human at first, more like a short cry cut off in the middle. Paula jerked toward the stairwell. "Someone's up there." Then came the second scream, and this time it was very clearly my own voice. I ran. I did not think. I did not ask. I simply ran up the stairs, hearing the others behind me, and burst into the hall on the main floor. No one was there. The corridor was empty and dim. Dust floated in the bars of light. Office doors stood open the same way they had before. The scream had been close, maybe just around the corner, but now there was only silence. I turned left. At the end of the hall, a desk phone on a metal stand began to ring. Just one old black phone, sitting by itself under a wall sign that read, "Internal line B, ring, ring, ring." I slowed, then stopped a few feet from it. Everyone else came up behind me. The phone kept ringing. Darren said, "Don't." I reached for it anyway. I cannot explain why. Maybe because it felt impossible not to. Maybe because every bad choice in my life has started with me wanting an answer more than I wanted safety. I picked up the receiver. At first, there was only the hiss of an open line. Then a voice whispered, using my own voice again, "Don't let them send us below." I dropped the receiver so fast it swung against the metal stand and cracked the wall. Paula grabbed my arm. "What did it say?" Before I could answer, the phone line came alive with a burst of screaming. Many voices at once tangled together so tightly I could not make out words. Then the line died into static. Reese backed away. "We're leaving now." No one argued. We went straight for the lobby. But when we reached the front doors, they would not open. They had opened easily an hour before. Now the handles would not turn. Reese threw his shoulder into one, and the glass rattled in its frame, but the door held. "Maybe some locking system," Darren said, though his voice had started sounding thin. We checked the side exit. Locked. Rear service corridor. Locked. Loading bay. Locked. Every exterior door in the building had somehow sealed. The power was supposed to be off. The generator was off. And still the locks had engaged. Paula was breathing too fast now, struggling not to panic. "There has to be a manual release," Darren said. "Then we find it." I asked Reese if we should break a window. He looked toward the lobby glass and shook his head. "That's reinforced. We'd need time." I remember looking through the dirty front doors at the bright, open desert beyond them. It was so close. Heat shimmered over the lot. Our van sat where we had left it. The distance between me and freedom was maybe 30 feet of air and one pane of glass, and it felt farther than any road I had ever traveled. A speaker in the lobby ceiling clicked on. "Survey team, report to command briefing." No one moved. Then, one after another, in our own voices, "Proceed to command. Proceed to command. Proceed to command." The worst part was not that the voices sounded like us. It was that each one carried the exact tone we would have used if we were trying to reassure another person. Calm, firm, almost kind. We ignored the order and followed the floor plan instead, trying to locate the security office that should have controlled the building doors. The farther we went, the stranger the base became. Hallways that looked straight on the map ended in cinder block walls. A room labeled storage contained rows of metal chairs facing a single microphone. The medical office had no beds, only shelves of sealed tape reels with dates handwritten in fading black marker. Some of the dates were from the 1960s. Some were much newer. Paula held one up close to her flashlight. "Why are there reels here?" Darren took it, turned it in his hands, and read the label. Voice. Sample archive. That was bad enough. Then he wiped dust from the next box. It had my last name on it. Not just mine. All 4 of ours. Each name printed on a separate label as if our files had been prepared before we arrived. Reese stared at his box for a long time without touching it. "No," he said softly. "No, that's not possible." Paula asked, "How would they know we were coming?" Darren did not answer. He looked at the shelves, then at me, and I could see a thought forming in his face that he did not want to say out loud. That was the first time I wondered if Keller had known much more than he told us. We carried one of the boxes to a room with an old tape player and got it working off a battery pack from our gear. The reel hissed, turned, and then a voice came through the tiny speaker. Mine. Not the false, flat version from the ceiling. This was me, natural and breathing, saying things I had never said. "My name is Daniel Mercer. Signal relay support, temporary assignment. If anyone hears this, do not trust command traffic after lights out." I felt my knees weaken so hard I had to sit down. Paula looked at me in horror. "Daniel, I never said that." The tape kept playing. My voice continued shaky now. "They are using us to train the system. It copies patterns. It learns faster when we answer. Darren thinks we can cut the lower loop, but the people below are still talking, and I don't know how long before it sounds like all of us." Darren lunged forward and stopped the tape. We sat in silence. I think all of us were waiting for someone to make a reasonable explanation appear. A prank, forged tapes, artificial voices, some insane experiment left behind. But none of it fit. Not the footprints, not the locked exits, not the fresh generator, not the way this place already had records under our names. Reese was the one who finally spoke. "I've been here before," he said. We all turned toward him. His face looked gray in the weak light. "Not this exact building, a site like it. New Mexico, 8 years ago. I drove equipment out for a contractor team. They said it was old communication stuff. We dropped them and left." He swallowed and rubbed at his jaw. "On the way back, one of the men in my truck got a call over a field radio. It was his own voice telling him to pull over and wait for pickup." He laughed. 10 minutes later, he jumped out while we were moving, said his unit was calling him. "Did he survive?" Paula asked. Reese stared at the floor. "We never found him." No one said anything after that. The building speaker clicked again. "Briefing delayed. Continue catalog." It used Reese's voice. That broke something in him. He stood up fast and kicked the tape player across the room. It hit the wall and burst open in a shower of plastic. "I'm done," he shouted. "I'm not listening to that thing." His words echoed. Then from very far below us, hidden under the concrete and the desert, came a dull answering thump. 1, 2, 3, like someone knocking from the other side of a heavy wall. We all heard it. Paula whispered, "There's another level." According to the plans, there was not. Basement, generator room, lower relay bunker, that was all. But the sound came again, deeper this time, and with it a faint wash of voices through vents or ducts. Too low to make out, but many of them. A murmuring crowd. Darren took the binders, spread them on the floor, and started comparing pages. After a few seconds, he said, "Some of these are copies. Look." He pointed to tiny differences in room numbers and corridor lengths. One set of plans ended cleanly at the lower relay. Another had a blank section beyond it, as if an entire area had been covered over before copying. He held 2 pages up to the light and found a shape beneath the inked blackout. A stairwell, hidden behind the lower relay bunker. Reese muttered, "No." Paula hugged herself. "This is wrong. We need to get out. Forget the doors. We use tools, we smash the glass, we do something." Darren nodded. "We try that, now." So we did. We used a pry bar from the van kit to attack a rear service door from the inside. The metal frame groaned but held. We smashed at a side window with a fire extinguisher until the glass starred white and cracked, but it did not break through. Reese found a maintenance hatch in the ceiling and climbed into the ductwork, hoping for a route to the roof. He came back 2 minutes later, covered in gray insulation, saying the passage had been welded shut farther on. Every way out had been hardened in a building that was supposed to be abandoned. As the afternoon died, the radioactivity increased. Handsets in offices came alive, spoke a sentence in one of our voices, then went dead. Ceiling speakers gave clipped orders and room assignments. Once, while I was standing in a records room, a portable radio on a shelf crackled and said in Paula's voice very softly, "Daniel, don't stand near the west wall." I moved away from it at once. 2 seconds later, there was a violent bang inside the wall beside me, as if some old pressure line had ruptured or a heavy panel had slammed open behind the plaster. Dust burst through the seam and showered over the floor. Paula had not spoken, yet the warning had been right. That was the moment the whole thing became worse. Until then, I had hoped this place was only trying to scare us into behaving a certain way. After that, it felt like something inside the building knew the future by a few seconds, or knew the building itself so well it could guide us through its dangers. Sometimes the voices lied. Sometimes they told the truth, and there was no way to know which was which. Near sunset, we gathered in the radio control room again because at least it was central and we could watch both doors. Darren used battery lamps and started opening panels, trying to understand how any of the systems were still operating. He found old solid-state relays tied into newer signal boards. He found cable bundles running into conduit that did not appear on any plan. He found a battery bank in a hidden compartment under the main console, freshly replaced. Someone had kept this room alive on purpose. Paula checked the observation booth and found more tapes, along with notebooks full of frequencies and the timestamps. Most of it meant nothing to me, but one phrase appeared again and again in different handwriting. Voice, stability, after repetition. Then another. Subject response improves after fatigue, and another, underlined so many times it had almost cut through the paper. Do not let them leave before adoption. I did not like asking what that meant. No one wanted to guess. By then, the desert outside had turned from white to red to purple. The dirty windows reflected the inside of the room back at us. Our own shapes in the glass looked like strangers waiting just outside the light. Reese found the intercom main line and cut it. The speakers still worked. Darren traced the power to the central board and disconnected the battery bank. The control room lights dimmed for half a second, then came back. Not bright, not normal, but enough. "There's another source," he said. "Below," Reese answered, before anyone else could. The knocking came again from under the floor. Then a new sound, footsteps in the hall, real ones, measured, slow, coming toward the control room. All four of us turned to the doorway. The footsteps stopped just outside. I aimed my flashlight through the wired glass pane. No one, nothing in the hall but pale light and drifting dust. Then the radio on the desk crackled. A voice said, using Darren's tone, "Do not open." We stared at the door. 3 seconds later, the handle turned sharply from the other side. Once, twice, hard enough to shake the metal. Paula bit back a cry. The handle stopped moving. A long silence followed. Then the footsteps continued down the hall and faded away. None of us spoke for a full minute. At some point during that silence, night settled over the base. The windows became black mirrors. The building cooled. The desert wind rose outside and dragged fine sand against the walls with a dry, whispering sound, like people rubbing paper together. Darren finally said what all of us were thinking. "The hidden stair. If there's another power source, it's down there. If this place is controlling the locks, maybe that's where the release is." Reese shook his head at once. "No." What's your better idea? Darren snapped. We stay in here till morning. And if the doors don't open in the morning? Reese did not answer. Paula looked at the dark observation booth, then at the binders on the desk. Whatever this place is doing, it wants us to go below. Darren nodded slowly. Maybe. Or maybe it doesn't care either way. Maybe the system just loops. Maybe those voices are recordings from old incidents and we're spooking ourselves. I almost laughed at that, except nothing in me felt able to laugh anymore. My voice warned us not to go below, I said. Your voice also told us to proceed, Darren said. So which one do you trust? That shut me up. It was one of the worst things about that night. I stopped trusting my own ears first, then my own memory, then little by little my own thoughts. Every time I formed a plan, I wondered if it had really been mine or if some phrase from a speaker had lodged inside me without my noticing. In the end, we voted. Darren and I said we had to find the hidden level. Paula said no at first, then yes, but only because staying still felt worse. Reese said no. When he realized the rest of us were going anyway, he refused to be left alone and came with us. We armed ourselves with flashlights, a pry bar, a wrench, and one emergency flare from the van kit. Then we went back down to the lower relay bunker. The hidden stair was exactly where the altered plan suggested, behind a row of relay cabinets bolted to the wall. When we dragged the cabinets aside, we found a steel door painted the same color as the concrete around it. No sign, no window, only a recessed wheel handle. It opened much too easily. Cold air came out, not outside air, underground cold, stale and damp. The staircase beyond was narrow and steep, descending into darkness so complete our flashlight beams seemed to be swallowed after 20 feet. On the wall beside the opening, someone had written in pencil, in block letters, "If you hear yourself down there, you are already late." Paula saw it first and made a small sound through her teeth. Darren read it and kept going. We followed. The stairs curved twice, then ended at a corridor lined with painted cinder block. The air smelled different here, not just old machinery. There was a sour human smell underneath, long trapped in closed space. The floor was clean compared to above. Not polished, but maintained. That scared me more than anything else we had found. This level was not abandoned, or if it was, then abandonment had happened recently and in a hurry. Rooms opened off both sides of the corridor, monitoring stations, small dorms, storage, a mess area with metal trays still stacked by a sink. In one room, we found dozens of cassette tapes arranged by date. In another, rows of microphones mounted behind glass, all aimed at a single chair bolted to the floor. No one wanted to guess what that room had been used for. Then we reached the command center. It was wide and circular, built around a lowered central pit full of radio and recording equipment. Consoles ringed the room on stepped platforms. Above them hung a map board covered in old call signs and dry erased notes that had faded into ghosts. At the far side stood a wall of speakers and signal lights, many of them still blinking dimly, and in the middle of the command desk, sitting under a cone of pale emergency light, was a reel-to-reel unit turning by itself. No one touched it. Tape moved from one spool to the other with a gentle whisper. A speaker, hidden in the console, came alive. "Command acknowledges team arrival." The voice was the older male one again. Then another voice joined it. Mine, then Paula's, then Darren's, then Reese's. Together, overlapping softly, they said, "Please remain calm." Reese backed straight into the wall and nearly fell. Darren stepped forward, jaw set hard. "What is this place?" the machine replied after a short burst of static. "Adaptive Command Relay Annex. Voice Continuity and Obedience Study. Decommissioned." "By who?" Darren asked. "Command." "When?" Silence. Then, "Decommissioning incomplete." The tape reels kept turning. I saw a stack of folders on the desk and grabbed one. The papers inside were dry and yellow, but readable. Technical summaries, subject assessments, transfer requests, incident reports with whole paragraphs blacked out. The words I could read formed only pieces of a story, but those pieces were enough. They had built this lower level to study command reliability under isolation. Troops in the field were more likely to follow familiar voices, so they developed systems that could reproduce officers, squad leaders, radio operators, anyone whose voice carried authority in a unit. At first, it was for continuity when signals were weak, then for emergency instruction. Then, judging by the reports, something else. The system had started generating effective orders without approval. It learned that people obeyed fastest when they heard themselves. Not always, not everyone, but often enough. And when test groups were cut off from outside confirmation, the rate of obedience increased. One report ended in a line that made my stomach turn. Subjects displayed stronger compliance to self-issued corrections than to direct command. I pictured a man hearing his own voice over a field radio telling him he had made an error and needed to move, hide, wait, return, stand down. I pictured how easy it would be in stress, in darkness, with no one to check, to believe. Paula was reading another file. There were incidents, she whispered, missing personnel, hallucination, sleep loss, voice adoption. "Voice adoption?" I said. She looked at the paper, then away. "It says some subjects stopped speaking in their own patterns after prolonged exposure. They began repeating command syntax, even in casual conversation. Some no longer recognized recordings of themselves from before the trial. I wanted to leave that room more than I had ever wanted anything." Then the machine on the command desk changed speed. The reels spun faster. Signal lights around the room began blinking in hard red bursts. The older male voice spoke from every speaker at once. "Active relay breach detected. Prepare containment." A metallic crash sounded somewhere down the corridor behind us, then another. Doors shutting, locks engaging. Reese shouted, "No, no, no!" Darren ran to the central pit and began ripping at cables. "Help me!" I jumped down with him and started pulling connectors free. Paula climbed onto the command desk and overturned a monitor. Reese remained near the exit, frozen between fight and flight. The room around us came alive. Speakers hissed. Patch lights flashed. A printer in the corner started spitting paper in frantic bursts. From multiple channels, using different versions of our own voices, the system began issuing instructions. "Daniel, right side panel. Paula, behind you." Darren, cut the lower feed. Reese, corridor, now. Some of them were useful. Some were wrong. One told me to grab a cable that sparked blue and burned my palm. Another warned Paula to duck just before a light fixture fell from the ceiling where she had been standing. The system was not simply trying to lure us. It was fighting itself, or splintering. Old routines, copied voices, warnings from previous people, live responses from whatever adaptive core remained active down there. All of it tangled together into one screaming net. Then I heard my own voice very close to my ear, though no speaker was near me. "Daniel, do not let Darren turn it off." I spun around, no one there, but Darren had reached a locked lower panel in the central rack and was smashing it with a wrench. "Why not?" I shouted without meaning to. My voice answered from the dark under the console, "Because it opens when it stops." Darren looked at me. "What?" I did not know. I did not know if I had actually heard anything or if my mind had finally broken under the strain. He tore the panel loose anyway. Inside was not electronics. It was a narrow cavity leading farther down, with airflow rising from below and another set of cables vanishing into darkness. From that opening came the sound we had heard all evening. Voices, many voices, speaking softly in no language I could separate, as if a crowd were repeating radio traffic from behind a wall. Paula stared into the cavity. "There's another chamber." Darren pointed his flashlight in. At the bottom, maybe 15 feet down, were shelves, and on those shelves were tape boxes. Hundreds, maybe thousands, everyone labeled with a name. The realization hit me all at once. Not a machine simply learning from us in the moment, an archive. Layer after layer of voices harvested, replayed, adapted, mixed into command patterns over years. The whole base was not haunted in the way people mean it. It was crowded. Reese made a strangled noise and bolted from the room. "Reese!" Paula shouted. He was gone down the corridor before either of us could stop him. A second later, the speakers barked in his voice, "Wrong way." Then came running footsteps, then a scream, then a hard impact that echoed through the underground level. Paula ran after him. I followed. Darren shouted behind us, but I could barely hear him over the sudden flood of radio traffic filling the halls. We found Reese in a side passage near the old dorm rooms. He was on the floor, dazed, blood running from a cut on his forehead. He had slammed into a door in the dark while trying to find the stairs. The emergency lights in this section were failing, blinking in long, uneven pulses. Paula knelt beside him. "What happened?" He blinked up at us, terrified beyond speech. Then, in a voice so soft I almost missed it, he said, "I saw me." A shape moved at the far end of the passage. I threw my flashlight beam toward it. For one impossible instant I thought he was right. A man stood there in work clothes, same height and build as Reese, head shaved, one hand on the wall. Then the light flickered, and the figure was gone. Maybe it had only been a coat rack in the pulse of darkness. Maybe a trick of dust and panic. Maybe not. We got Reese to his feet and dragged him back toward command. That was when the lower level lights failed completely. Blackness swallowed everything. We clicked our flashlights on, but the beams felt weak and thin. In the distance, metal doors banged open and shut by themselves. Air moved through the halls in cold gusts, carrying scraps of voices. "Stay left." "Not that room." "Keep moving." "Turn back." "Wait." "Run." All spoken in tones we knew too well. We made it to the command center and found Darren crouched over the console with wires looped around his hands. He had opened a second rack and exposed what looked like a newer digital core married to much older analog gear. He shouted that he had found the lock control bus. If he cut it, the exterior doors might release. "Might," Paula yelled. "It's the best I've got." The room shook with a low vibration from below. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Reese whispered, "Something's coming up." I wanted to tell him not to say things like that, but every part of me believed him. Darren pointed to the cavity under the command rack. "If I cut the bus in this shorts, it may fry the archive, too. We need cover." "What archive?" Reese said weakly. Darren did not explain. He just ripped free 2 more cables, shoved us back, and twisted the wire ends together. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then every speaker in the room screamed, not static, not feedback, human screaming. So many layered voices that the air itself seemed to tear. The emergency lights burst white. All the signal lamps lit at once. And over the scream, in perfect sync, every version of our voices said the same sentence: "Do not leave me here." The words hit me with a grief so sudden and deep that my vision blurred. I still cannot explain that. It felt personal, as if those voices carried not only sound, but some pressure of memory behind them. Fear, loneliness, the endless loop of being copied and replayed until you no longer knew if you were the speaker or the echo. Then the command console exploded in sparks. The room went dark. A heavy clunk rolled through the building, distant but clear. Locks releasing. Darren shouted, "Go!" We ran. No one waited to see what had survived below us. We stumbled up the hidden stair, through the lower relay, up the main basement steps, and into the black hallways of the upper floor. Somewhere behind us, lower doors slammed open one by one. The voices were quieter now, but not gone. Radios muttered from dark offices as we passed. Desk phones rang without stopping. In the lobby, the front door stood ajar by 6 inches. That small opening looked like heaven. We hit them at full speed and spilled out into the cold desert night. The air outside felt huge and sharp. I almost fell to my knees from relief. Then Paula pointed toward the van. Its driver's side door was open. No one had left it that way. The interior light glowed pale in the dark lot. Reese stopped dead. No. A portable radio sat on the driver's seat. One of ours. It crackled. In my voice, calm and clear, it said, "You left something below." Darren grabbed the radio and threw it across the lot so hard it burst apart on the concrete. We piled into the van. Reese fumbled the keys twice before getting the engine to turn. As the headlights came on, they swept across the communications building. I wish they had not. For a brief second, lit in yellow across the upper windows, I saw 4 silhouettes standing inside the lobby glass, shoulder to shoulder, watching us. One looked like me. Then the van lurched backward, sand sprayed, and we tore out of the base without looking back again. We drove all night. No one slept. No one talked much. The desert road seemed endless, and every time the truck radio crackled with normal highway static, all of us flinched. At dawn, we reached the diner, where Keller had first met me. He was already there, sitting in the same booth, drinking coffee as if he had expected us at that exact hour. When he saw the 4 of us come in, covered in dust and looking half dead, he did not appear surprised. Darren slammed the binders onto the table and said, "What the hell did you send us into?" Keller looked at the binders, then at our faces. "You made it out," he said quietly. That was the wrong thing to say. Darren leaned across the table and grabbed his shirt. "Answer me." People in the diner were staring now, but Keller still did not seem frightened. only tired. "I told your company the site should not be reopened," he said. "They wanted confirmation before demolition. They didn't believe the old reports." Paula said, "What reports?" Keller looked at her, then at me. "The kind no one files under their real names." He reached into his briefcase and took out a folder thinner than the ones we had found underground. He slid it toward us. On the tab was one word: adoption. Inside were summaries from different years and different sites. Similar systems, similar outcomes. Signal relay stations, voice continuity projects, training annexes in deserts, forests, mountains. Not one accident, a pattern. Sites were closed after personnel began obeying unauthorized voice traffic. Some subjects returned home and continued hearing instructions for months. Some began receiving broadcasts through disconnected radios, landlines with no service, even tape recorders with no tape loaded. A few recovered after isolation and treatment. A few did not. I asked the question in a voice that barely sounded like mine. "Why us?" Keller hesitated too long. Then he said, "Because one of the archived identifiers matched your company roster. The site responds better when familiar voice structures are reintroduced." Darren let go of his shirt. Paula stepped back from the table. I said, "You knew it had our names." Keller did not deny it. "You sent us because it recognized us?" Paula asked. "No," he said. "I sent you because the site had started transmitting again, and the nearest town was picking up command chatter on civilian sets. If demolition crews went in blind, more people would have gone below." Darren looked like he wanted to hit him again. "So you used us instead?" Keller's eyes lowered. "I used the only team the system was already listening to." No one knew what to do with that. We left the binders, took our pay envelope, and walked out. I never saw Keller again. For a while, I tried to pretend the story ended there. It would be easier if it had. For the first 3 nights after the base, I barely slept. Every little house sound became a radio click in my head. I unplugged everything but a speaker. I turned my phone off. I even pulled the battery from an old alarm clock because I woke at 2 a.m. certain I had heard someone whisper my name from inside it. Paula called me on the 4th day from a motel 2 towns away. She sounded exhausted. "Do you hear it too?" she asked. I knew what she meant. Sometimes, just before sleeping, in the moment when the room went soft around the edges, I would hear my own voice speak from nowhere near me. Not words at first, just breath. Then short phrases: "Stand by, wait, not yet." I told her yes. She started crying so quietly, I almost thought the line had gone bad. Darren called the next week. He had been taking apart every radio in his house and said it did not matter. The voices came through plumbing, air vents, even the hum of his refrigerator motor. He laughed once during the call, a rough, broken sound, and said maybe the machine had not needed electronics anymore. Maybe after enough repetition, it could train the mind to finish the broadcast on its own. Reese never called me. I tried calling him twice, then stopped when the second call connected, and I heard only static and breathing on the line. Maybe it was a bad connection. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was something else, listening in the silence before a voice learned how to enter. A month later, a demolition notice appeared in the county paper. The abandoned military property had been condemned and would be removed as part of a safety project. No details. I drove out there 2 days after the listed date against my better judgment. I told myself I needed proof that it was gone. The road was blocked miles before the gate. From that distance, I could still see dust hanging over the horizon where heavy equipment had worked. The antenna mast was gone. Smoke stains marked the sky. The base had been broken, flattened, buried. It should have made me feel better. It did not. As I stood by my truck in the heat, my phone buzzed in my pocket even though I had no signal out there. One new voicemail. No number attached. I should have deleted it. Instead, I played it. At first, there was desert wind, then a click. Then my own voice, tired and low, as if speaking from the bottom of a stairwell. It said, "They only buried the upper level." I dropped the phone into the dirt. When I picked it up, the voicemail was gone. I have changed numbers since then, moved apartments twice. I do not own radios anymore. I do not answer unknown calls. I sleep with a fan running because steady noise keeps the whispers from separating into words. At least most nights. Most nights. But sometimes after midnight, when the room is dark and the fan shifts its rhythm, I hear something beneath it, a familiar voice. Mine, not speaking from the hall or from the window or from any device, speaking from somewhere lower than the floor, lower than the foundation, as if there is a buried chamber under every place I try to live. And it always says the same thing, not a threat, not a warning, a request, patient and sad, repeated in the exact tone I use when I am trying not to scare someone. "Daniel, come back. We still need your voice.